All right, everyone. As you know, President Trump and French President Macron will be holding a press conference today. In about an hour, we'll carry that live for you here on News Now. In the meantime, though, I do want to take you to Bucks County, Pennsylvania. We are awaiting an update on the investigation into the missing men from last week. We learned yesterday night that remains were found, and one of the 4 missing men were indeed identified in those remains. Authorities will be giving us an update. It is believed that the remains that were found yesterday all belong to the 4 missing men.
So there's a little slider here that lets you turn the microphone up and down. It's a little bit louder, but it's going up and down. So I wonder if Nice, Jim. Okay, great. Excellent, thanks so much. So here we are right here. Looks like I'm still putting but what I'm wondering is if you were in a place allowed.
Again, for those of you just joining us, we learned last night that remains were found in the area where investigators were digging yesterday. Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Officials were able to identify one of the missing individuals among the remains. It is believed that all 4 of those missing were found in those remains.
Hey Megan, I had to switch battery. Sorry about that. Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Sure. Come on up with me, Dad. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Matt Weintraub, Bucks County District Attorney. Just here to give you a briefing at 11 a.m. I just want to start off by remembering last night. It was pitch black. The heat was incredibly stifling. Our law enforcement brothers and sisters were still working just as hard as the day that they arrived, which was now many days ago. They work in shifts due to the exhausting conditions, the heat, the dust, the humidity. But they actually have to be ordered to stand down from their shift so that they can be replaced by new and fresher law enforcement brothers and sisters. They have to be ordered out of the hole and off the line so that they can be replaced. A fresh shift of law enforcement personnel was coming in at midnight while many of us were getting ready to go home. And I'm talking about 40-year veterans of law enforcement working side by side with second-day cadets who have yet to even start the job. Women and men in blue, the cop right up the street, paired with the state police, paired with the FBI, who has given us invaluable assistance in our efforts to find these four men. Fire and rescue have helped us shore up this hole time and time again, and they've been in there yet again this morning. Evacuation crews, network of victim assistants who have been there with our victims' families as they mount this round-the-clock vigil. They're side by side. They're combing through vast fields and buildings. They're down 12 foot deep in a hole that's getting deeper by the minute. They're tenderly, painstakingly, reverentially recovering the remains of people that they do not even know, that they never even met. They don't do this for glory or recognition. They do it because it's their job. They're our unsung heroes, but our heroes nonetheless. I spoke to an older cop yesterday on the job, on the site, in the dust-choked, sweltering heat. And I said to him, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Just because I was surprised to see him, not because he didn't belong. He had no connection to the case, and he said to me immediately, "How could I not be here?" So please continue your public support. I urge you to continue to help and honor their work by giving us your tips. And I have a new tip line information. The FBI has set up a tip line for us, and I hope to have this certainly on our social media after this press conference, and I might even have it in broader letters and something that I can hold up at 3 o'clock. But the tip line is 1-800-CALL-FBI, and you hit option 7, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can go to tips.fbi.gov. You can also go to Crime Watch, as you know, buckscrimewatch.org. I do have one other thing that one of the families of the 4 missing men asked me to distribute, and this is just a biography of Jimmy Taro Patrick. I believe this will also be put up on our social media after the press event this morning. But we do have some hard copies. If people wish to have it, we'll have it for after the press conference. I will be back at 3 o'clock, I hope, with new developments. But at this time, I'll take a few questions if anybody has questions.
Progress in identifying the other remains?
I am very, very pleased, paradoxically, with our progress, but I'm not prepared to acknowledge that at this time.
Can you tell us how many remains there?
I cannot comment on that at this time.
Can you tell us if the bodies are full?
I can't say. I can't comment on that. But if last night could serve as a protocol of sorts, I would hope to be able to repeat that at some point.
Is there an update with the Donardo family?
Not that I can comment on.
Is there any more on the relationship of the four and how they're connected to?
I know more than I'm sharing on the relationships, and I have to keep it that way, unfortunately, to maintain the integrity of the investigation, Jim.
Is Cosmo Donardo a murder suspect now?
He remains a person of interest.
Do you believe that Donardo had help from someone else? Is there another player that assists him?
It really doesn't matter what I believe. It only matters what I can prove, and we're not there yet,
Do you
Jeff.
have evidence at all that he has another person involved?
I can't say. I couldn't comment even if I could say. I couldn't tell you that, but I don't know the answer. I think you've all seen some aerial views of the apparent hole, and I'll let you draw your own conclusions.
Can you characterize how close you are to charges?
Pardon me? Not at this time. I've not even named a suspect yet, but certainly not at this time.
How close are you to charging anyone here?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that, Jeff.
Any other search sites that you're looking at?
Well, we're currently investigating a number of sites, yes. I'll take one more question. No, not yet. I can't tell you that yet. I certainly won't be able to tell you that at 3, but I might be able to give you at least a little more information germane to that question at 3 o'clock. All right, thank you all. If you want a copy of this biography, you can have it.
So the bodies are there and the tank is on top.
I can't comment on that, Jeff. I can't.
Can you talk a little bit about the structure of this hole? Was it, you talked about how people are shoring it up. Was it already there since the hole found?
No.
So this hole needs to be shored up to keep digging.
For safety purposes.
Can I grab one of those?
All right, I'm going to get out of here.
Are you confident that all of the other 3 men are in that hole?
I can't comment on that. That would be really premature and irresponsible of me.
How are
I
the
can't-
families?
I can't comment on
How
that.
are the families reacting to you, Matt, as you tell them?
I'm going to
about
get going,
what's
guys. Thank you. If I can figure out how to get out of here.
Can I get over here?
Right.
No, that was a misstatement by me. I don't want to completely retract it, but I misspoke.
How are the families holding up, Matt, would you say, on the scene?
As best as can be expected. They're exhibiting great grace and poise. I pray I never have to be in this situation, but if I ever were, they've really been a model of grace and poise and dignity.
And you've come down to talk to them.
Are the families all together now?
Well done. That's good, dude. Very good. Well done. Very good. Very good. All right, dude. Nice. Nice. All right. Boy, that wasn't much. I expected more out of that, you know? Hey, man. How are you?
Well, what you just got was like...
Yeah, that was great. That was good. Thanks.
because they're arresting us and we're on the side of justice. They know that they are wrong because it's too many people who are suffering and dying because of no health care. No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice!
Hey! Hey, how are you?
How are you?
Stephanie, you don't remember.
I'll do one as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me
I think it's close, but
to do my job.
thanks.
I got 4.0, but yeah.
I got
just shove me up in your way. Exactly. You got it.
Step back a little bit. Thank you.
Sir, how do you feel about your arrest? Did you accomplish what you came here for today?
God bless everybody. Universal health care for all. Universal health care for all. Universal health care for all.
Down with the man.
God bless you all.
Did you accomplish what you came here for?
Stay strong. Healthcare for all. Stay strong.
Healthcare for all.
Is that the final arrest?
Well, you get the point across. Capitol Police are used to dealing with this. You don't want to hurt anybody. You just want to allow the affairs of the state to continue. I know the difference between them and the column. The column's probably never been in the column. Just because they're stitches still. I haven't seen it.
I saw email that Ducey's campus had a terror protest.
You have a list of protests? By clergy people.
The confusing thing is it says near McConnell's office.
So you can't block the hallway as back.
He only cares about himself.
No, cannot go down this way.
Woe unto those who legislate evil. Healthcare is a human right.
How do you feel about your arrest?
Stay strong. The other day, they were dragging him out by the toe. No, I mean, the officers were, handling him appropriately, but he was going dead weight.
Back up and mark for your hallway. Sir.
Yes, what can I do for you?
Should I get on your left? Is there room there?
Well, there's a gentleman from Telemundo over here, but I don't own the real estate. He let me come in, and I just try to watch out. For these rights.
We need healthcare
Stop the bill. Kill the bill. Save the lives of the people.
How do you feel about your arrest?
Stop the bill. Kill the bill. Save the lives of the people. Stop the bill. Kill the bill.
Is that our final arrest, guys?
I don't know. You know that gentleman?
What was the total number of arrests?
Kill the bill. Let the people live. The poor, the broke, the sick, the working poor, they will die. The bill must die. The people must live. The bill must die. People must live. The bill must die. The people must live. Kill the bill. Let the people live. Kill the bill. Let the people live. Kill the bill. Let the people live. This is a moral moment. This is a moment to stop. A moment for righteousness. A moment to stand up. It's our time. Kill the bill. Let the people live. Let the children live. Let the women live. Let the sick live. Let the disabled live. Kill the bill. And let the people live.
Reverend Barber is here.
Stop right here, guys. You guys just
Falling on
we
deaf
go.
ears.
This is
Reverend.
it. This is it, man. Stop. Guys, stop moving forward, please.
Congressman Jackson Lee, what's going on here?
They're arresting me along with the other people who have been arrested for protesting in front of McConnell's office for civil disobedience because we believe that this health care bill is immoral, it's sin, it's unrighteous, and it needs to be stopped now.
All right, everyone, they took us away from the protest because they want to give us the Emmy nominations, so that's what you're watching now.
For 11 Emmy categories. After the announcements, we ask that you please remain where you are. Those of you along the cross aisle in the middle of the theater who are planning to do interviews with our celebrity presenters and production talent will stay in that location. Other camera crews seated in the lower half of the theater will be escorted by members of our PR firm to interview positions located on the stage. Regardless of your location, the talent will be brought to you for the interviews. Also, immediately following the presentation, we will once again be handing out a streamlined 6-page press packet. We received a lot of positive feedback last year for this new, easy-to-read grid with its key highlights of the nominations. And of course, a complete downloadable list of Emmy nominees in all 119 categories will be available at the press portal on Emmys.com. Emmys.com is also where you can watch this morning's announcement streamed live or watch a replay anytime. This year's Emmy Awards telecast will be held at the Microsoft Theater in downtown Los Angeles on Sunday, September 17th, hosted by Stephen Colbert. The show will be carried live on CBS starting at 8 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Pacific, and will be rebroadcast on the West Coast at 8 p.m. Since we've got a little time, I would like to take a moment now to thank some of the key folks working on this year's show. At CBS, I'd like to thank Jack Sussman, Executive Vice President of Specials, Music, and Live Events, as well as Phil Gonzalez, Senior Vice President of Communications. For the CBS telecast, we are excited to be working with White Cherry Entertainment and executive producers Glenn Weiss and Ricky Kirshner. We've worked with Glenn many times over the past several years, but this is our first time working with Glenn, Ricky, and the White Cherry team. We are also happy to have Danette Herman back on the show this year. Danette is approaching almost 3 decades working on the Emmys, so thank you, Danette, for coming back. Of course, prior to the 69th Emmy telecast, the 2017 Creative Arts Emmys will be presented once again across 2 nights, Saturday, September 9th and Sunday, September 10th. Both shows will take place at the Microsoft Theater and will be edited down to one program airing September 16th at 8 p.m. on FXX. From the production team for this year's Creative Arts Emmys, I'd like to thank Bob Bain, Paul Flattery, Ben Fleischman, and Carol Propp. I'd also like to acknowledge Bob, Paul, and Ben on their work for this morning's announcement. Overseeing and liaising with the production of both shows is a terrific group of Academy governors who graciously volunteer their time. So I'd like to thank John Murray, Bob Bergen, and the Creative Arts Show Committee, as well as James Connolly, Gail Mancuso, Danila Coverman, and the entire Primetime Emmy Awards show committee. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the great work of our Primetime Emmy Awards chair, Bob Bergen, and chair emeritus, Bob Bowden. Of course, we couldn't administer the competition without the incomparable effort of Andy Sale, Paul Chen, and the accounting firm of Ernst & Young, and our own award staff who oversee the Academy's voting procedures. We are also thankful to Audi, the Television Academy's official automotive sponsor, for their continued support. By the way, I'd just like to point out to all the potential nominees watching, as you can tell from the past few minutes, a laundry list of thank yous is not the most scintillating television. So as you prepare your acceptance speech, I challenge you to make it entertaining. Finally, on behalf of the over 24,000 members of the Television Academy, thank you once again for being with us this morning. Our broadcast of the Emmy nominations announcement will begin at 8:30 a.m., so for now, just sit back and relax. Thanks again, and good morning.
All right, everyone, we are going to show you a picture of President Trump and French President Macron. They'll be holding a press conference in just a bit. Hello everyone, Samia here. You are looking at a picture of President Trump and French President Macron. They are in Paris and they are holding a press conference in just a few minutes. We are minutes away from President Trump and French President Macron. Their joint press conference in Paris. We are going to carry that live for you here on News Now, and we are going to work to get you that live feed as soon as possible. Stay tuned. And earlier today, President Trump was welcomed to Paris, France. We stream this live on our Facebook channel. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys our Facebook feed. So in case you missed it, President Trump being welcomed in Paris. Let's watch this now.
S'il vous plaît, Président.
Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président.
Okay.
C'est bon? On vous suit? Go, go.
Monsieur le Président, les honneurs militaires vous ont été rendus par un détachement composé de la musique de la garde républicaine, du drapeau et d'une compagnie du 2e régiment d'infanterie de la garde républicaine, une compagnie du 94e régiment d'infanterie de Sissonne, 2 sections de la marine nationale et une compagnie de la base aérienne 105 d'Évreux. L'ensemble placé sur les ordres du lieutenant-colonel Roux, commandant en second le 2e régiment d'infanterie de la garde républicaine.
Pierre de Bousquet, counter-terrorism intelligence director.
It's a good function. It's an important function.
Yeah, I don't know this.
Now, all of them and different the hospital
King.
All right, everyone, we officially have the live feed now from Paris, France. We are awaiting President Trump, French President Macron. This is the live feed. We are awaiting that press conference that should start any moment now. it looks like we have lost our feed temporarily from Paris, France. Just stay with us for a moment. This feed from Paris, France should come back. Again, we are waiting for President Trump and French President Macron in Paris. Stay tuned. We'll have that for you in just a moment. All right, everyone, while we wait to get this shot back, I do want to go ahead and show you guys the welcome again, if you missed it. The welcome of President Trump arriving, or rather being greeted in France.
Monsieur le Président.
All right, everyone, so this was video from earlier when the Trumps arrived and were greeted by French President Macron and his wife there in Paris. We do have those live pictures once again of the press conference setup. We are awaiting the start of this press conference. It should begin any moment now. Again, President Trump, French President Macron holding a press conference. We'll carry that live for you here on News Now.
Monsieur le Président, les honneurs militaires vous ont été rendus par un détachement composé de la musique de la garde républicaine, du drapeau et d'une compagnie du 2e régiment d'infanterie de la garde républicaine, une compagnie du 94e régiment d'infanterie de Sissonne, 2 sections de la marine nationale et une compagnie de la base aérienne 105 d'Évreux. L'ensemble placé sur les ordres du lieutenant-colonel Roux, commandant en second le 2e régiment d'infanterie de la garde républicaine.
Pierre de Bousquet, Counterterrorism Intelligence Director.
It's good function. It's an
Very
important function.
Yeah, I do my best.
Bien, mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Je tenais avant tout à remercier le président Trump pour sa visite à Paris cet après-midi, ainsi que sa délégation. J'étais ravi de pouvoir accompagner.
Thank his delegation. I was very pleased to be able to welcome President Trump and his spouse today. He accepted the invitation I extended a couple of weeks ago in order to invite him to join the ceremonies of the 14th of July tomorrow. I think it is both a symbol and very important that the President of the United States could be with us tomorrow on the occasion of our National Day and attend a military parade to which the American troops will take part. We will be also commemorating the 100th anniversary of the American troops joining World War I with the Allies and France. I think it is important because beyond daily news, we live in countries with roots which are deeper and go further and are beyond who we are. So the presence of President Trump was, in my eyes, not only natural, and I think it is also an excellent thing for the history of both our countries. Earlier today, we started by sharing part of our joint history at the Invalides Museum, the Army Museum. Then we had a working session, and I shall say that I'm extremely pleased about it. We have been able to talk about a number of topics of joint interest, and we underlined a number of shared convictions and, most importantly, a joint roadmap in order to work together in the coming month. We agreed to do our utmost to have to implement free and fair trade and in the field, and this is what the G20 in Hamburg also expressed in terms of sensitivity. We want to work together in order to implement some efficient measures to tackle dumping anywhere it is taking place in all the fields by sharing the information that we have and making sure that both the European Union and the United States can take the necessary measures in order to protect, within the context of free trade, but a fair free trade, that we can protect all of our sectors of activities where we are active. We then had a long discussion which enabled us to cover all of the topics of international policies and the challenges for the security challenges for peoples as well. When it comes to fighting terrorism, from day one, I can say that we've seen eye to eye and we are strongly determined to take any necessary measures in order to root out terrorism and to eradicate it no matter where, in particular their narrative. On the Internet, we agreed to strengthen our action and our cooperation in fighting against propaganda. We want to get all the major operators to limit the propaganda and also tackle cybercriminality. These topics, I believe, are fundamental, and I do hope that we can strengthen the cooperation between both our countries. And it is with a lot of satisfaction that I heard from President Trump the very same approach, and our services will then therefore be working together in the coming weeks and months to have a solid action map for that. Regarding the situation in Iraq and in Syria, here again we agreed to continue to work together, in particular in order to be able to launch together some diplomatic initiatives in order to put in place a roadmap for what will come after the war. We talked about our role, our post-conflict role, but initially we want to put in place a contact group in order to be more efficient, in order to be able to support what is being done by the United Nations, in order to support a political roadmap, in particular for Syria after the war. It is important to put in place some inclusive political solutions for that period of time. We know where destabilization comes from. The roadmap will take care of that, will cover it, and we'll also ask our diplomats and our staff to work along those lines so that in the coming weeks some concrete initiatives can be taken. and supported by the P5. We also share the same intentions regarding Libya, and like I told President Trump, I very much want to take a number of diplomatic initiatives, strong ones, given the situation that we know, and which requires more stability and better control over the region. But Libya or the Sahel, I think I can say that we have the same vision, a very coherent understanding of the situation in the region, and the same willingness to act very clearly against any form of terrorism and destabilization. Next, climate. Well, here we know what our disagreements are. We've expressed them on a number of occasions, but I think it is important that we can continue to talk about it. I very much respect the decision taken by President Trump. He will work upon implementing his campaign promises, and as far as I'm concerned, I remain attached to the Paris Accord, and will make sure that step by step we can do everything which is in the Accord. Ladies and gentlemen, this is in summary what we've been talking about. We will continue with a friendly tone and informal one this evening regarding trade and security for both our countries, the fight against terrorism, stability in the Near and Middle East, in Libya or in the Sahel. I can say that we have a shared determination. The United States is extremely involved in the Iraq war, and I would like to thank President Trump for everything that's been done by the American troops against this background, but I would like him to know that I am fully determined to act together with him in this respect. Fully determined. I very much want both our countries in these matters to increase their cooperation in the coming months, because the threat we are facing is a global one. The enemies, our enemies, are trying to destabilize us by any way, and I believe that this is very much at the heart of the historic alliance between our two countries, and which fully justifies the presence of President Trump today and tomorrow in Paris. Thank you. Thank you, dear Donald. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, President Macron. And Melania and I are thrilled to join you and Mrs. Macron. This is a wonderful national celebration, and we look very much forward to it. It'll be spectacular. Tomorrow, Bastille Day. We're honored to be here in your beautiful country, and it certainly is a beautiful country, with its proud history and its magnificent people, and thank you for the tour of some of the most incredible buildings anywhere in the world. That was very, very, a very beautiful thing to see. Thank you. When the French people rose up and stormed the Bastille, it changed the course of human history. Our two nations are forever joined together by the spirit of revolution and the fight for freedom. France is America's first and oldest ally. A lot of people don't know that. Ever since General Lafayette joined the American fight for independence, our fates and fortunes have been tied unequivocally together. It was a long time ago, but we are together. And I think together perhaps more so than ever. The relationship is very good. This visit also commemorates another milestone. 1 century ago, the United States entered World War I. And when the president called me, he had mentioned that fact 100 years ago, and it was, I said, Mr. President, I will be there. That's a big, important date, 100 years. We remember the tens of thousands of Americans who gave their lives in that valiant and very difficult struggle. We also pay tribute to the heroic deeds of the French troops whose courage at the Battle of Marne and countless other battles will never be forgotten by us. More than 1 million French soldiers laid down their lives in defense of liberty. Their sacrifice is an eternal tribute to France and to freedom. French and American patriots have fought together, bled together, and died together in the fight for our countries and our civilizations. Today we face new threats from rogue regimes like North Korea, Iran, and Syria, and the governments that finance and support them. We also face grave threats from terrorist organizations that wage war on innocent lives. Tomorrow will mark 1 year since a joyous Bastille Day celebration in Nice turned into a massacre. We all remember that, how horrible that was. We mourn the 86 lives that were stolen, and we pray for their loved ones. We also renew our resolve to stand united against these enemies of humanity and to strip them of their territory, their funding, their networks, and ideological support. Today, President Macron and myself discussed how we can strengthen our vital security partnerships. We just had a meeting with our generals and our representatives, and it went very well. France has excellent counterterrorism capabilities. The French troops are serving bravely in places like Mali to defeat these forces of murder and destruction. The United States and our allies strengthen our commitments to defeat terrorism. We're also making tremendous progress earlier this week with the strong support of the United States and the global coalition. Iraq forces liberated the city of Mosul from ISIS control. Now we must work with the government of Iraq and our partners and allies in the region to consolidate the gains and ensure that the victory stays a victory, unlike the last time. Last week, the G20 leaders also reaffirmed the right to sovereign nations to control their borders. We must be strong from within to defend ourselves from threats from the outside. The nations of the West also face domestic challenges of our own creation, including vast government bureaucracy that saps the strength from our economies and from our societies. For this reason, I applaud President Macron on his courageous call for that less bureaucracy. It's a good chant, less bureaucracy. We can use it too. And a Europe that protects its citizens. We did not become great through regulation. And in the United States, Mr. President, we also have cut regulations at a level that we've never seen before. So we're very proud of that over the last 6 months. But by allowing our people to follow their dreams, that's what it's all about. To achieve these dreams, however, we must also confront unfair trade practices that hurt our workers and pursue trade deals that are reciprocal and fair. Both President Macron and I understand our responsibility to prioritize the interests of our countries and, at the same time, to be respectful of the world in which we live. We live in a very complex world. We have to respect it. The United States remains committed to being a leader in environmental protection while we advance energy security and economic growth. The friendship between our two nations and ourselves, I might add, is unbreakable. Our occasional disagreements are nothing compared to the immortal bonds of culture, destiny, and liberty that unite us, so strongly unite us also. As long as we have pride in who we are, where we've come from, how we got here, and what we've achieved as free and democratic nations, then there is nothing we cannot accomplish together. France helped us secure our independence. A lot of people forget. In the American Revolution, thousands of French soldiers fought alongside American troops so that, as Lafayette said, liberty would have a country. Ever since then, courageous heroes from both nations have fought for the same noble values and the same righteous cause. Tomorrow, the French tricolor will once again wave proudly alongside the American stars and stripes. Our brave soldiers will march side by side, and we will all be inspired to protect and cherish the birthright of freedom that our ancestors won for us with their sweat and with their blood. President Macron, thank you for inviting Melania and myself to this historic celebration, and to you and your spectacular country. May God bless France, and may God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Très bien. Nous allons prendre, je crois, 4 questions.
Well, I think we will be taking 4 questions.
Mais ni le président Trump ni moi-même n'avons.
Neither President Trump nor myself have a microphone.
Alors.
He's getting first question, President.
Voilà. Allez-y.
Messieurs les présidents, bonjour. Alison Tassin, LCI. D'abord,
a question from LCI. Sure, a question, first of all, President Macron, regarding what you said on the occasion of the press conference together with Chancellor Merkel. Do you still hope that President Trump, or did you still hope that President Trump could change his mind regarding the Paris Accord? And now, President Trump, is it possible for you to come back to the Paris Accord and change your mind? Next, regarding your relation, how would you describe it today? What about the dinner tonight? Is it going to be a dinner between friends? Well, regarding climate, well, we have a number of disagreements, which are in particular due to the commitments taken by President Trump vis-à-vis his during the presidential campaign. So did I. I'm aware of how important that is, but we therefore talked about our disagreement, and we actually discussed the matter even before President Trump reached a decision. Next, should that have an impact on the discussions we're having on all other topics? No, absolutely not. This is the reason why we share the same views and some major common goals on many other topics, or all other topics, which we've been discussing today, and we shall move forward together. Next, well, of course, the President Trump will tell you about it, but he's made a number of commitments, and we're going to be working together, and my willingness is to continue to work with the United States and President on this very major topic. I understand that it's important to save jobs. That being said, we shall leave the United States of America work on what is its roadmap and continue to talk about it. So today there's nothing new and unprecedented, otherwise we would have told you about it. But I believe there is a joint willingness to continue to talk about this and try and find the best possible agreement. As far as I'm concerned, I remain extremely attached to the framework of the Paris Accord, which has been a major international breakthrough, and it is within that framework that I'm working on our priorities, including for the European Union. Lastly, as you know, I never very much want to comment who we are and what we're doing personally, but I can tell you that this evening at the Eiffel Tower it will be a dinner between friends, because we are the representatives of two countries which have been allies forever, and because we've been able to build a strong relation which is dear to me, because it matters a great deal for both our countries. It will therefore give me great pleasure to have dinner together with you tonight.
I think that I can reiterate we have a very good relationship, a good friendship, and we look forward to dinner tonight at the Eiffel Tower. That'll be something special. And yeah, I mean, something could happen with respect to the Paris Accord. We'll see what happens. But we will talk about that over the coming period of time. And if it happens, that'll be wonderful. And if it doesn't, that'll be okay too. But we'll see what happens. But we did discuss many things today, including the ceasefire in Syria, and we discussed the Ukraine. We discussed a lot of different topics. We briefly hit on the Paris Accord. and we'll see what happens. Okay? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur President. Mr. President, your FBI nominee said if someone in a campaign got an email about Russia like the one that your son Don Jr. received, that they should alert the FBI rather than accept that meeting. Is he wrong? Also, were you misled by your team in not knowing about this meeting? And Mr. President, thank you very much. You have heard President Trump say that it may have been Russia, it may have been others who interfered with the U.S. election. Is President Trump taking a hard enough line on Russia as you see it? Merci.
Well, I'll start off by saying, first of all, I believe that we will have a great FBI director. I think he's doing really well. And we're very proud of that choice. I think I've done a great service to the country by choosing him. He will make us all proud, and I think someday we'll see that, and hopefully someday soon. So we're very proud of him. As far as my son is concerned, my son is a wonderful young man. He took a meeting with a Russian lawyer, not a government lawyer, but a Russian lawyer. It was a short meeting. It was a meeting that went very, very quickly, very fast. Two other people in the room, I guess one of them left almost immediately, and the other one was not really focused on the meeting. I do think this. I think from a practical standpoint, most people would have taken that meeting. It's called opposition research or even research into your opponent. I've had many people, I have only been in politics for 2 years, but I've had many people call up, oh, gee, we have information on this factor or this person or, frankly, Hillary. That's very standard in politics. Politics is not the nicest business in the world, but it's very standard where they have information and you take the information. In the case of Don, he listened. I guess they talked about, as I see it, they talked about adoption and some things. Adoption wasn't even a part of the campaign. But nothing happened from the meeting. Zero happened from the meeting. And honestly, I think the press made a very big deal over something that really a lot of people would do. Now, the lawyer that went to the meeting, I see that she was in the halls of Congress also. Somebody said that her visa or her passport to come into the country was approved by Attorney General Lynch. Now, maybe that's wrong. I just heard that a little while ago, but it's a little surprised to hear that. So she was here because of Lynch. So, again, I have a son who's a great young man. He's a fine person. He took a meeting with a lawyer from Russia. It lasted for a very short period, and nothing came of the meeting. And I think it's a meeting that most people in politics probably would have taken. Mr. President?
Yes, to answer your question, I will not interfere.
Pour répondre à votre question, je ne vais pas me mêler à la politique interne des États-Unis. Et je pense que c'est un bon principe que de ne
the other's domestic life.
What a good answer that is.
And I do believe that both of us have direct relationship with Russia. President Trump had more than 2 hours meeting with President Putin during the past G20, the last G20, and myself, I had 2 very long meetings with President Putin, the very first one in Versailles and the second one during the G20, and this relationship is very important. We have a lot of disagreements. We have a lot of discrepancies, obviously, with Russia. But in the current environment, especially in Middle East, it's a necessity to work together, to exchange information, to share disagreements, and to try to build solutions. So that's my relationship with Russia. And we don't have, obviously, the same relationship as the one with the US, but that's a long-standing relationship with Russia as well. And I think it's important that both of us have direct discussion and contact with President Putin.
One of the great things that came out of that meeting, by the way, even though it's not part of the question, was the fact that we got a ceasefire that now has lasted for, I guess, Mr. President, almost 5 days. And while 5 days doesn't sound like a long period of time, in terms of a ceasefire in Syria, that's a very long period of time. And that was a result of having communication with a country. So during that 5-day period, a lot of lives have been saved. A lot of people were not killed. No shots have been fired. in a very, very dangerous part of the world, and this is one of the most dangerous parts of Syria itself. So by having some communication and dialogue, we were able to have a ceasefire, and it's going to go on for a while. And frankly, we're working on a second ceasefire in a very rough part of Syria. And if we get that and a few more, all of a sudden you're going to have no bullets being fired in Syria, and that would be a wonderful thing. Mr. President, you have a question?
Troisième question.
Oui, bonsoir, Monsieur le Président. Mathieu Coach, BFM TV.
Third question from BFM TV. A question to President Macron. You went to Lausanne in order to support Paris' bid for the Olympic Games, and on this occasion you somehow criticized President Trump's policy without naming him. You said that France made a very clear choice to leave its border open and not to build walls to protect its people. Do you condemn the Muslim ban and the building of a wall between the United States and Mexico? Regarding Syria, as it was just mentioned by President Trump, does France stand ready to talk directly with Bashar al-Assad in the negotiation that you mentioned?
You've mentioned a friend, Jim. We told you that Paris is no longer Paris. You were implying at the time that Paris was not safe anymore. You've also said that France and Germany are infected by terrorism, and, quote, it's their fault because they let people enter their territory. Those are very strong words. Would you repeat them today? And do you still believe that France is not able to fight terrorism on its own territory? Thank you.
You better let me answer that one first. That's a beauty. He's the one that asked the question. That wasn't even one of my picks. You know what? It's going to be just fine because you have a great president. You have somebody that's going to run this country right. And I would be willing to bet, because I think this is one of the great cities, one of the most beautiful cities in the world. And you have a great leader now. You have a great president. You have a tough president. He's not going to be easy on people that are breaking the laws and people that show this tremendous violence. So I really have a feeling that you're going to have a very, very peaceful and beautiful Paris. And I'm coming back. You better do a good job, please. Otherwise, you're going to make me look very bad.
And you're always welcome.
Thank you.
Sur la première question, j'ai répondu à ce sujet.
Regarding the first question, like I said, I believe that the discussions that we've had today is the proper answer to terrorism. The right answer is strengthen cooperation between our services.
Sans merci dans tous les théâtres d'opération où les terroristes s'organisent.
Never-ending fight against terrorists, no matter where they are. This is what I was referring to. This is what we are working on actively together. So, in this respect, there is no difference and no gap between the French and the American positions. When I have something to say, I say it clearly, and I do say who I'm aiming at. And when I refer to those who've been my opponents in the French political battle, I also mention the names. So let us not mix up everything. And regarding the fight against terrorism, I think that the right approach is to have a strengthened cooperation in the field of intelligence, is also to be working together on all the theaters of operation where we are, and I think that the decisions we've reached, they will enable us to do more. Next, your question regarding Bashar al-Assad, which is an important one. Let me put it simply. Indeed, we now have a new approach of Syria, because we want some results and we want to be closely working together with our partners, including the United States of America. We have one main goal, which is to eradicate terrorism, no matter who they are. We want to build an inclusive and sustainable political solution. Against that background, I do not require Assad's departure. This is no longer a prerequisite for France to
que nous avons fermé
work on
notre
that,
ambassade à Damas
because
et que
I
nous
can
n'avons plus de
only tell
contact
you that for
avec
7
Bachar el-Assad
years
et que nous
we
avons posé cette condition sans aucune
did
efficacité.
not have an embassy in
Troisième
Damas,
point, nous avons
and
une ligne
still we
rouge
have a
commune
solution.
que nous partageons avec le président Trump.
Next, we also
Il est
have a
intervenu
common red
avant que je
line
ne sois
together
élu
with
sur ce
President
sujet.
Trump. He
Je l'ai réaffirmé
intervened
lorsque j'ai vu
before
le
I was
président Poutine.
elected,
Aucune utilisation d'armes
and I
chimiques.
said it to President
Toute
Putin
utilisation
after my
d'armes chimiques
election,
fera l'objet de
no use
représailles
whatsoever
immédiates
of chemical weapons.
sur les
Any
lieux
use will
d'utilisation
lead
ou de
to
stockage. Quatrième
reaction,
règle,
an attack
simple.
against a reaction
les corridors
regarding the
humanitaires
storage
pour évacuer les
spaces.
populations
And
civiles partout
next,
où
we
elles
also
sont
want
impliquées. Et le
humanitarian
cinquième point, c'est de
corridors.
construire dans la durée la stabilité politique
Also, we want to
de
build
la
a
Syrie.
sustainable
Pour
political
réussir à tenir
stability
cette feuille de
for
route,
Syria. This is our
nous avons
roadmap.
besoin
In
d'une
order to
initiative diplomatique
stick to it, we
au-delà de
need
l'action militaire
a
que nous conduisons.
diplomatic
C'est ce dont nous
initiative
sommes
beyond our
convenus avec la
military
volonté partagée
actions. This is what we've been
d'initier
agreed
un
upon.
groupe de contact incluant
Agreeing upon
les membres
because
permanents du Conseil
we
de
want
sécurité,
to take an
plusieurs
initiative
autres
with
puissances régionales
the
intéressées
members
au
of the
conflit.
Security Council and a
Et
number
d'évidence,
of
il y aura les représentants de Bachar
countries
el-Assad
involved
qui
in
sont
the
impliqués dans
process.
cette négociation
Of course,
qui
there will be
permettra de construire la
representatives of
feuille de route
Assad that will enable us
post-guerre.
to
Mais
put
il y
in
aura
place the
aussi d'autres
roadmap
sensibilités
for
et il
after
y
the
aura aussi
war.
des
But there
représentants des
will
forces
also
d'opposition
be
syriennes
representatives
d'évidence.
of the Syrian opposition and
nous
people with
parlerons avec ces
different backgrounds, and we will
dans ce
talk
cadre-là.
to all of them against that
Dernière question
background. One
pour un
last
journaliste
question
américain.
for an American journalist.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Phoenix TV of China. Ma question est adressée à deux présidents. Monsieur le Président Macron, vous avez eu la première rencontre.
For both presidents, Mr. Macron, you had your first meeting with the Chinese president during the G20 summit. What will France do? How will France cooperate with all of these areas with China? And what do you think personally of Mr. Xi Jinping?
You have just met Chinese president during the G20 summit. And how do you want continue to work with China, and what do you personally think about Mr. Xi Jinping? Thank you very much.
Well, he's a friend of mine. I have great respect for him. We've gotten to know each other very well. A great leader. He's a very talented man. I think he's a very good man. He loves China, I can tell you. He loves China. He wants to do what's right for China. We've asked him for some assistance with respect to North Korea. Probably he could do a little bit more, but we'll find out. We're now working on some trade deals. He's been very nice. He's let, as you know, beef go back in, certain financing go back in, credit card financing, and various other things go back in at my request, which is a great thing for our farmers. So a lot of good things are happening, but we're going to be working on some very major trade components. But President Xi is a terrific guy. I like being with him a lot. And he's a very special person. Okay? Thank you.
J'ai eu le premier entretien physique après une discussion téléphonique avec le président Xi.
I first talked to President Xi over the telephone, then I got to meet him in the margin of the G20 summit in Hamburg. Early next year, I will be traveling to China. We've agreed to it. So I cannot say that he's a friend of mine or that I know him very well, because I very much want to say things as they are. But we had some initial contacts which were extremely fruitful and positive. I have a lot of respect for President Xi, and I would like to say that over the past few months he did express his willingness to have a vision for multilateralism and wanted to commit himself on a number of topics. I think that many of us remember his words in Davos, and he there very strongly expressed his vision of the role of China. We have a number of joint commitments, including on climate. He's very committed to that, and he told me that he wanted to do more in the field, and I can only be happy about it. He wants some strong cooperation. And like President Trump said, there are also the trade issues, and regarding a number of activities. There are issues, there are differences, but a joint willingness to sort them out. And as permanent members of the Security Council, we want to work together on all of the topics we've been discussing today. And China, in this respect, is a key partner in order to build peace all all around the world. And I share what President Trump just said, that China is to play a very specific role regarding the rising tension, the growing tension with North Korea, and it's important that China can play fully its role in the region. In summary, I think he's today one of the great leaders of our world, implementing a major and ambitious reform of China, society and the economy in China, and therefore my willingness in this respect as well is to have a strategic dialogue, the purpose of which is to continue to talk about the industry, civil nuclear industry, economic matters, and talk about any difficulties we may have together. Very well. Allow me to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and once again thank President Trump for his visit, and I will be seeing him in a few moments in a friendly atmosphere.
Thank you very much. Great honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, that is the end of that press conference there in Paris. A highly anticipated press conference between the President of the United States and the President of France. You just heard from French President Macron, the United States President, President Trump. They had that joint press conference there in Paris. President Trump will be celebrating Bastille Day there in France. Early in the press conference, Macron talked about how important it was for the president to be there to celebrate it, how symbolic it was. You can watch that press conference in full on our YouTube channel in case you missed any part of it. There is one part I do want to replay, though, and it is obviously the question that many American journalists wanted to know. What was President Trump's take on the Donald Trump Jr. meeting with the Russian lawyer? I'm going to go ahead and replay President Trump's reaction to that now in case you guys missed it. Stay with me. Oops. Here it is.
About Russia, like
the
one that your
president
son
to be
Don
there
Jr.
to celebrate it, how
received,
symbolic
that
it was.
They should alert the FBI,
you can watch that press conference.
rather than accept that meeting. Is he wrong? Also, were you misled by your team in not knowing about this meeting? And Mr. President, thank you very much. You have heard President Trump say that it may have been Russia, it may have been others who interfered with the U.S. election. Is President Trump taking a hard enough line on Russia as you see it? Merci.
Well, I'll start off by saying, first of all, I believe that we will have a great FBI director. I think he's doing really well. And we're very proud of that choice. I think I've done a great service to the country by choosing him. He will make us all proud, and I think someday we'll see that, and hopefully someday soon. So we're very proud of him. As far as my son is concerned, my son is a wonderful young man. He took a meeting with a Russian lawyer, not a government lawyer, but a Russian lawyer. It was a short meeting. It was a meeting that went very, very quickly, very fast. Two other people in the room, I guess one of them left almost immediately, and the other one was not really focused on the meeting. I do think this. I think from a practical standpoint, most people would have taken that meeting. It's called opposition research, or even research into your opponent. I've had many people, I have only been in politics for 2 years, but I've had many people call up, oh, gee, we have information on this factor or this person or, frankly, Hillary. That's very standard in politics. Politics is not the nicest business in the world, but it's very standard where they have information and you take the information. In the case of Don, he listened. I guess they talked about, as I see it, they talked about adoption and some things. Adoption wasn't even a part of the campaign. But nothing happened from the meeting. Zero happened from the meeting. And honestly, I think the press made a very big deal over something that really a lot of people would do. Now, the lawyer that went to the meeting, I see that she was in the halls of Congress also. Somebody said that her visa or her passport to come into the country was approved by Attorney General Lynch. Now, maybe that's wrong. I just heard that a little while ago, but it's a little surprised to hear that. So she was here because of Lynch. So, again, I have a son who's a great young man. He's a fine person. He took a meeting with a lawyer from Russia. It lasted for a very short period, and nothing came of the meeting. And I think it's a meeting that most people in politics probably would have taken. Mr. President?
All right, so there was President Trump's response. We just watched as President Macron went back inside the building there in Paris. This is a live picture. You can see Macron in the background walking up those stairs. President Trump has just left the presidential palace there in Paris. He will be in France tomorrow for their Bastille Day celebration. And if we get any more live feeds of President Trump in Paris, of course, we'll bring that to you live here on Fox 10 News Now. In the meantime, we are going to switch things up and take you live now to Washington, D.C., the Senate floor. Discussion happening now.
Heroin and fentanyl crisis. But the American people will not be fooled. This opioid funding is nothing more than a public health pittance, a wholly inadequate response to our nation's preeminent health care crisis. In fact, the amount included in this latest version of Trump Care is not even half of the amount that the Affordable Care Act would have spent on covering opioid use disorder treatment if we just left that law alone to work as intended. Here are the numbers. The Center for American Progress has estimated that the Affordable Care Act would spend $91 billion for opioid coverage alone over the next decade, compared to the $45 billion which the Republicans are putting into their bill, which they announced today. We already know that access to treatment is a challenge. Only 1 in 10 Americans with substance addiction receive treatment. Only 1 in 10. There are estimated to be 2 million people with an opioid use disorder who are not receiving any treatment for this disorder. It should not be a surprise to anyone that the epidemic of opioid abuse will only get worse as long as we have a system that makes it easier to abuse drugs than to get help for addiction disorders. And the paltry GOP fund that provides less than half of the funding of the Affordable Care Act is only going to accelerate the death sentence for the millions of people with substance use disorders. And sadly, we know that my Republican colleagues attempting to jam this immoral and callous Trump Care bill through this body actually are aware of the crisis facing their states. They speak to the same constituents. They read the same newspapers. They see the same obituaries of Americans who lost their lives to the opioid overdose epidemic. And that's why we've been able to make some bipartisan progress. Last year, we passed the CARA bill. We passed legislation to fund $1 billion in treatment. But support for the Trump Care bill and this opioid fund is a betrayal of all of that hard-fought progress that we were making. Republicans are turning their backs on their vow to combat the opioid epidemic. And President Trump is breaking his promise from the campaign trail to, quote, expand treatment for those who have become so badly addicted. Instead, they are moving forward with a proposal that would rip insurance away from 22 million people and threaten insurance coverage for 2.8 million Americans with a substance use disorder. This bill would eviscerate Medicaid, the leading payer of behavioral health services, including substance use treatment, by nearly $800 billion. And all of this to give billions in tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. One analysis has found that under the Senate's previous version of Trump Care, Republicans provided a nearly $33 billion tax break to the top 400 earners, the top 400 billionaires in America, which is the equivalent of ending Medicaid expansion for too many people in our country. Let's just look at what they're planning. They're planning to cut from $91 billion down to $45 billion, the amount of money we spend on opioid treatment in the United States. Now, at the same time, they've got $33 billion that they're going to give in a tax break to the wealthiest 400 billionaires in America. Where is that money going to be better spent in our country over the next 10 years? $33 billion for the 400 wealthiest people, or adding that money back in so that we can have the treatment for people who have opioid addiction problems in their families? What's going to be better for America? Well, the Republicans say we need all that money that would go for treatment to give it to the wealthiest people in our country. They can afford for their treatment. Their family will have all the health care coverage that they need if they have problems in their family. But the Republicans don't care. If you kick them in the heart, if you kick this bill in its heart, you'd break its toe. You'd break your toe. That's how bad it is. So for me, this is, without question, at the heart, a simple explanation of what's fundamentally wrong with this Republican bill. There are many other things wrong with it. Pre-existing conditions, go all the way down the line. But how can you, when we have this modern-day plague, which is hitting our country, take all that money away and give it away to billionaires? It's just wrong. Too many families, too many letters, too many conversations that we've all had with these families, too many tears that we've seen. And so for me, there can be nothing that is worse than doing that to families, taking away their hope. And this is going to be a battle of monumental proportions. And all I can tell you is, for the 2,000 families that died, that had someone who died in Massachusetts last year, we're going to make sure this is a battle that everyone knows. Because if they understood, if the American people understood that they're doing this to all of those families that have an opioid problem right now, there would be a revolt that would rise up across this country. And over this next week, the American people are going to learn about what's in the soul of this bill. So, Mr. President, I yield back to balance my time.
Mr. President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Mr. President, I'm here with Senator Corker today to address the Senate and encourage this body to vote to support Bill Hagerty as our ambassador to Japan. In 2013, when Bill Hagerty was the Commissioner of Economic and Community Development for Tennessee, he gave a speech entirely in Japanese at the American Embassy in Tokyo. Now, I've looked it up. There have been 16 United States ambassadors to Tokyo, a very distinguished group since World War II. A five-star general, 2 former Senate majority leaders, a former Vice President of the United States, former Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the daughter of a former President of the United States, and so far as I know, none of them were able to do what Bill Hagerty did in 2013 when he made a speech entirely in Japanese at the American Embassy in Tokyo. That's just one reason I think that Bill Hagerty is one of President Trump's best appointees. He was born in Tennessee, graduated from Vanderbilt University, was associate editor of the Law Review, worked as consultant for the Boston Consulting Group. During his final 3 years, he lived in Tokyo and he served as senior managing executive for their clients around Asia. He was selected by President George H.W. Bush to be on his staff, and there he worked on trade and commerce and defense and telecommunications issues. He was a White House fellow. He was founder and chairman of a company in private life that became the 3rd largest medical research company. He founded his own private equity and investment firm. From 2011 to 15, he was the Commissioner of Economic and Community Development for Tennessee, and in that role, working with Governor Haslam, was enormously successful. They secured $15 billion in investments and 90,000 jobs for our state. In 2 of those years, Tennessee was the #1 state for economic development and #1 state in job creation throughout the through foreign direct investment. Bill Hagerty is a distinguished Eagle Scout. He was head of a capital campaign for the Scouts. He served on the board for the Far East Council of the Scouts, encouraging growth of Boy Scouts throughout Asia. One way he intends to continue that mission is that his two sons will join their respective troops in Japan following his confirmation. And his wife, Chrissy, would want me quickly to add that there are two aspiring Girl Scouts in their family who will have time to do the same. It's not only one of the best appointments, but one of the most important of this president. There's a reason why we've had such a distinguished list of ambassadors since World War II, including our former Majority Leader Howard Baker from Tennessee. Mike Mansfield, another former Majority Leader of this body, was also ambassador. He used to say in every speech he made that the Japanese-American alliance is the most important two-country relationship in the world, bar none. Ambassador Mansfield said that so often that Americans in Tokyo used to call our embassy there the Bar None Ranch. And if you'll permit a little parochialism, Mr. Hagerty comes from a state, Tennessee, that has the most important relationship with Japan of any state, bar none. That began about 40 years ago. I remember President Carter saying to me as a new governor and to other governors, go to Japan, persuade them to make in the United States what they sell in the United States. Off we all went. During my first 24 months as governor, I spent 3 weeks in Japan, 8 weeks on Japan-American relations. I explained to Tennesseans I thought I could do more good for our state in Japan than I could in Washington, D.C. Turned out to be true. Nissan, Bridgestone, Komatsu, other companies came, and so did the jobs. By the mid-'80s, we had 10% of all the Japanese capital investment in the United States, and this has continued. Nissan and Bridgestone have North America's largest auto plants and tire plants in Tennessee. And with Mr. Hagerty's help, Bridgestone as well as Nissan have decided to locate their North American headquarters in our state. So Bill Hagerty, if approved by the Senate, would go to Japan not only able to speak the language, but having lived and worked there and understanding how close ties between Japan and the United States can create bigger paychecks for Americans as well as for the Japanese. I joined my colleague, the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Corker, in enthusiastically saying, my hope is that the Senate will approve today his nomination and that he will soon be on his job and his children will be in their respective scout troops in Japan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Tennessee.
I thank my friend and our senior senator, Alexander, for his eloquent comments about this great nominee. And I also want to thank him again, as I do many times, for the outstanding relationship he developed with Japan that's borne so much fruit for our citizens in our state and so many states across the Southeast. So thank you so much for that. I rise today also to offer my strong support for the nomination of Bill Hagerty to serve as the U.S. Ambassador to Japan. Bill is one of the most outstanding appointments that President Trump has made, and his confirmation is long overdue. The relationship between the United States and Japan speaks for itself, and hosting Prime Minister Abe was one of the first visitors speaks to how the Trump administration and our country feel about Japan. As a fellow Tennessean, I've had the privilege of knowing Bill Hagerty and his family on a personal level. I've seen him in business and the outstanding things he has done there. I've seen him represent our state as Commissioner of Economic Development and cause it to be one of the most heralded states in the country relative to job creation. And much of that had to do with his ability to deal with other governments around the world and cause them to be attracted to our state. I also know that he and his wife, Chrissy, actually met in Japan. So this is an exciting time and sort of a homecoming for their family. There's no one more well-suited to fill this important role, and I know that our nation will benefit from Bill's leadership and experience as he carries the tremendous legacy of U.S. ambassadors to Japan, including the late Howard Baker, another fellow Tennessean. I am really proud of this nomination and know that Bill will represent the very best of our country during his service in Japan. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this confirmation. This is long overdue, and I know he will be going to Japan at a time when we truly need an ambassador with his capacity. Thank you so much, and I yield the floor. And Mr. President, I notice the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
President.
Senator from Tennessee.
I ask to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Yes, consent to yield back any remaining time.
Mr. President, I ask to yield back any remaining time.
Would the senator withhold for 1 moment? All time has expired. The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Mrs. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Flake, Mr. Franken, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hatch, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Heitkamp, Mr. Heller, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McCain, Mrs. McCaskill, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Strange, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester,
All right, everyone, we're going to a press conference. Senate Democrats speaking out.
This bill is exactly the same as it was before, and in some ways, they've somehow managed to make it even worse. The bill still sends out-of-pocket costs for the average American soaring. It takes a sledgehammer to Medicaid. These cuts are every bit as draconian as they were in the previous Trump Care bill. It still defunds Planned Parenthood. It still has the age tax that could force Americans in their 60s to pay tens of thousands of dollars more for their health care than they do today. It still forces Americans to pay more for less care. The fundamental reasons that Americans didn't like Trump Care 1 means they'll like Trump Care 2 even less. They've made some changes to the bill. It's important for the American people to understand what they do. First, the new Cruz Amendment is a dangerous bait and switch that will lead to junk insurance plans that no American would want. The Cruz Amendment will leave millions of Americans with pre-existing conditions out in the cold. There'll be virtually no real insurance for them. And don't take it from me. Take it from the AARP, the Cancer Action Network, the American Heart Association, and others. These groups, non-political, non-partisan, simply representing American patients and citizens, say that the Cruz Amendment would, quote, limit enrollment, reduce benefits, create waiting lists, raise premiums, and out-of-pocket costs to the point of unaffordability. Senator Grassley, as mainstream a Republican from mainstream America as there is, Senator Grassley said it would annihilate the pre-existing condition requirement. Second, on taxes. Republicans are going to try to tell the American people that this bill is no longer a tax giveaway to the wealthy and special interests. Unfortunately, that just isn't true. This bill still cuts taxes on pharmaceutical companies. It still cuts taxes on health insurance companies. And by expanding health savings accounts, they've created a new tax break that goes disproportionately to the wealthy in this country. Let's face it, if you have enough money to pay, if you have enough money to put aside in a health savings account, you have enough money to pay premiums. The problem is Americans can't afford premiums, and the Americans who can't afford premiums will not be able to afford health savings accounts. Third, the changes on opioids adds a measly $45 billion to combat the opioid epidemic, while slashing $770 billion in Medicaid funding, which is how most of the opioid epidemic is funded. It's an insult to every family that has suffered a loss from a loved one who died of an overdose. $45 billion is a drop in the bucket as to what it will take to combat opioid abuse in this country. Adding $45 billion in opioid funding is about buying Republican votes, not about saving young lives. The bottom line is this: the core of this bill is just as rotten as it was before. This bill, like the old one, means out-of-pocket and deductible costs will soar. This bill, like the old one, is a huge blow to families with loved ones in nursing homes who rely on Medicaid, and to parents whose kids are alive because of Medicaid. This bill, like the old one, means millions of Americans will lose coverage. The bill was mean when it passed the House, it's mean when it was introduced in the Senate, and it's still mean today. Republicans should abandon this path, step back from the brink, and work with Democrats to improve health care instead of sabotaging it. We're waiting for them. Any Republican who votes to proceed on this bill next week will have to look constituents square in the eye and explain why. Why did they move forward on such severe cuts to Medicaid? Why did they cut taxes for special interests? Why did you send my out-of-pocket costs skyrocketing? It's no wonder Republicans don't want to go home and face their constituents. Senator Murray.
Well, if President Trump called the House bill mean in a rare moment of honesty, can you imagine what he is going to say about this new Senate bill? Senate Republicans started with the Trump Care bill that was negotiated behind closed doors in a room of 13 men. And not surprisingly, it would have been devastating for patients, women, and families. When they finally released their bill, it was immediately rejected by people across the country. Democrats, Republicans, independents, millions of people stood up, said no to that awful bill. They said no to the increasing costs for their families and for seniors. They said no to putting insurance companies back in charge. They said no to cutting tens of millions of people off of their health insurance. And they said absolutely no to Trump Care. In fact, one study came out showing it was the least popular bill in 3 decades, which shouldn't be surprising to anyone who actually looked at what's in it. So what did Republican leaders do in the face of large-scale popular rejection of their bill? What did Republican leaders do after Republican senator after Republican senator after Republican senator said they could not vote for it without massive changes to help more people? Well, they made their bill even worse, even meaner. They did nothing to address the concerns that even many Republicans, governors, senators, and many others had about the massive cuts to Medicaid that will be devastating to patients and states. They did nothing to truly address the defunding of Planned Parenthood and cutting off access of care to millions of women. They did nothing to truly address how this bill would devastate our efforts to combat the opioid crisis, despite trying to hide that fact by including a fund that one Republican governor said is like spitting in the ocean. And when it comes to affordability and putting insurance companies back in charge, Republican leaders not only didn't fix the problems, they made them a whole lot worse. They caved to the most extreme members of their caucus and included the Cruz-Lee provision that would put the insurance companies back in charge and let them sell junk plans that don't cover what people actually need. It would raise premiums for anyone who isn't perfectly healthy and young. It will tell anyone who has a pre-existing condition or who gets sick, tough luck, and it will send the healthcare market into a tailspin. This bill was awful without that provision, but this is truly appalling. And it's almost as if Leader McConnell wants to allow Ted Cruz to poison and tank this latest effort. So I can only hope that Republicans who have opposed this bill because it hurts their constituents will be honest with themselves and honest with their constituents and oppose this awful and mean bill. Now, I know many Republicans are still scrambling for alternatives because they realize how toxic Trump care is. We saw a new one from Senators Graham and Cassidy just hours ago. And Democrats have made it very clear, and I want to reiterate this. We are ready, as we always have been, to work with Republicans to repair the damage they have caused to health care and work to make health care more affordable, more accessible, and higher quality. They just need to finally stand up with people across the country, reject Trump care, and then we will be ready to get to work.
Good. Thank you, Leader. And the Leader and Senator Murray have said it very well, and just had a lot of town hall meetings at home and heard the same thing we're hearing across the country, and that is Americans are not saying the McConnell health bill would be okay if you just delay the tax breaks for the fortunate few for a few months. And make no mistake about it, that is the Republican strategy. The Republican senators have said that. Now, in addition to this tax con, the Cruz proposal, as my colleagues have touched on, destroys the private health and care marketplace for our people. It sends the premiums skyrocketing and makes care unaffordable for anyone with a pre-existing condition. But make no mistake about it, taxpayers are going to get stuck with the astronomical costs of cleaning up the damage from the Cruz scheme. And in effect, the Republicans know that's going to happen because they're trying to buy additional votes by blowing this hole in the healthcare system and then shoveling taxpayer dollars into the hole. You see that in their proposal. As my colleagues have noted, the new version still makes massive cuts in Medicaid, the lifeline. The changes are cosmetic. We have already looked at those. And here's the message on opioids. On opioids, this puts a Band-Aid on a gaping wound that is the opioid epidemic. And it is not going to come close to meeting the needs that our colleagues say they're hearing about in their communities. Last 2 points. Across the country, doctors, patients, and healthcare experts have basically been shouting from the mountaintop that this is not the way to go on healthcare. The way to go, as the three of us have said now for many months, is to end this our way or the highway reconciliation scheme and go back to saying that our two committees are going to do what we've spent lots of years doing, which is working to find common ground with senators of both political parties who have common sense. That's the way you deal with big issues like health care and taxes. And as we have said, we are ready to go with that as soon as we end the effort to jam this horrible bill through the Senate and harm the American people.
I'll just make one more point, and that is this. Well, given how unpopular the original bill was, how the heck does Leader McConnell hope to get this bill, which is virtually the same thing in so many ways, through the Senate? Not on the merits, but on political muscle. For the sake of the American people, I hope that political muscle fails. Questions?
Senator Schumer, you said something earlier about it's no wonder Republicans don't want to go home, alluding to them delaying their recess. A lot of conservatives say we don't need a recess, a summer vacation. Could you just explain what actually happens during this work period and who is the real loser in this situation?
Well, we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, Leader McConnell needed something. His bill was so unpopular, he needed a sort of shiny object to divert attention, so he said we're going to stay here for 2 more weeks. The problem, though, is not the amount of time. They've had 6 months in this session of Congress and 7 years since Obamacare passed to come up with a replacement. They haven't been able to. It's not time, it's the substance of what they want. So we'll see what happens. If the motion to proceed fails, I would urge them not to try again and tweak it again, but to work with us to improve the existing law. Other questions? Taylor.
Well, I was going to ask you about the appropriations thing you spoke on before earlier.
Yeah, okay, let me just be brief. You know, our Republican colleagues and the President seem to be almost wanting a shutdown. When they called for a shutdown in September, which the President did, when they dramatically slash job-creating spending on things like education and transportation, try to hurt our safety net, Medicare, Medicaid. They're almost looking to shut down the government because what they're doing is so unreasonable, and they've said they wanted it in the past. We sent our Republican colleagues 3 principles. 1, make sure that we don't go to sequestration levels, which are dramatic cuts. 2, make sure there's parity between defense and job-creating non-defense programs. And 3, no poison pills, like the wall, which they seem to put in the House bill. So I worry that they almost want to shut down. We're going to do everything we can to stop it.
Well, how would you characterize the communication between your office and McConnell's office?
My office and McConnell's office are communicating well. I think the problem is between the Senate and the House. Yes?
Something a little parochial. The Faso-Collins amendment on
New York
is in this latest iteration.
Yeah.
Is that something that you want to see out of?
Look, it's rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. They're pointing fingers at who should burnish the most of the Medicaid cuts. We say don't make the Medicaid cuts. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Why not?
So you want to?
Why not? You're great.
You could have broken it.
No.
Don't ever not have this in their camera. Rule number 1.
Rule number 1? Rule number 2? So many rules. Okay.
CBS News, James. Al?
All right there, everyone. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. You just saw that the Senate Democrats wrapping up their press conference, addressing their GOP health care concerns. I'm going to take you over now to the State Department, where we are awaiting a daily briefing. And while we do wait for the State Department to begin their daily briefing, we're going to get you caught up on some of the latest headlines coming across our desk right now. We just heard from the Democrats on the Senate Republicans' health care. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell released his new but still reeling health care bill today, bidding for conservative support by letting insurers sell low-cost, skimpy policies and reaching for moderates with added billions to combat opioid abuse and help states rein in consumers' skyrocketing insurance costs. However, allowing insurers to offer bare-bones plans threatens to alienate moderates and perhaps other conservatives. And the measure retains cuts in Medicaid, the health insurance plan for the poor, disabled, and nursing home patients that moderate Republican senators have fought. The 172-page legislation, the Senate GOP's plan for rolling back much of President Barack Obama's health care law, faces a do-or-die vote next week, on which McConnell has no margin for error. Since Democrats uniformly oppose the effort, McConnell needs the votes of 50 of the 52 GOP senators to prevail, and 2 have already said they will vote no. Conservative Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky and moderate Senator Susan Collins of Maine. All right, everybody. While we do wait for Heather, let's go to the Senate floor. We do have Arizona Senator Jeff Flake speaking right now.
Solve our $20 trillion debt problem. It's certainly a good place to start. Now, Congress has been so desensitized to the growing national debt that the word trillion doesn't even raise alarm bells anymore. In fact, after I introduced the Debt Buy-Down Act in 2010, I began sending a weekly pun-laden press release to help put the 13 trillion, just in 2010, $13 trillion national debt into perspective. It was called, So Just How Broke Are We? And maybe it's time to bring it back. So 7 years and $7 trillion in added debt later, just how broke are we today? We're so broke that with our $20 trillion national debt, we could book 570,000 trips to the moon on SpaceX. It's a pretty expensive incursion, but we could do it 570,000 times. We are so broke that with our $20 trillion national debt, we could buy every seat at Chase Field in Phoenix for the next 22 million Arizona Diamondbacks games. Of course, that's just a ballpark figure, but that's the last pun, I promise. We're so broke that with our 20 trillion national debt, we could buy 20 billion tickets to see Hamilton. But my love of bad puns and jokes aside, instead of thinking about how $20 trillion could be spent, maybe we ought to start thinking about how 20 trillion could be saved. That's why I'm calling on my colleagues to support the Debt Buy-Down Act to empower taxpayers to reduce the national debt. Just think, a simple check of the box would help save billions of dollars and preserve the strength of our national economy. It would save future generations from the consequences of our crippling national debt. At any rate, I hope that this bill makes like the debt and it grows a lot of interest. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, today I want to make some remarks paying tribute to a former staff member of mine who I have the highest opinion of. However, before I begin those remarks, I should take a moment to address the elephant in the room. Today, the Majority Leader revealed a revised discussion draft for legislation to repeal and replace Obamacare. Let me say at the outset that this bill isn't perfect. There are some things in the bill that, given my preferences, I would do very differently. But one thing I've learned in my 40 years in this Senate is the people who demand purity and perfection when it comes to legislation usually end up disappointed and rarely accomplish anything productive. That's particularly true when we're talking about complex policy matters. The next vote on this legislation will presumably be whether to let the Senate proceed to the bill. Regardless of any of your positions on this particular draft, if you support the larger effort to repeal and replace Obamacare, you should at the very least want to have a debate on this bill. Under the rules, we'll have an open amendment process. Members will get a chance to make their preferences known and to have the Senate vote on them. Taking that opportunity is the very least that we can do. Keep in mind, Mr. President, virtually every Republican in this body has supported the effort to repeal and replace Obamacare more or less since the day it was signed into law. We've all made promises to our constituents along those lines. This legislation, while far from perfect, would fulfill the vast majority of those promises. If we pass up this opportunity, we're looking at further collapse of our health insurance markets, which means dramatically higher premiums and even fewer health care options for our constituents. And make no mistake, Mr. President, while some are talking about a bipartisan solution to prop up markets in the event this bill fails, there is no magic elixir or silver bullet that will make that an easy proposition. I have to think that at the end of the day, if we fail to take action to fulfill the promises we've all made, we'll have to answer to the American people for the missed opportunity and the chaos that will almost certainly follow. I hope all of my colleagues will keep that in mind. Now, Mr. President, with that matter out of the way, I want to take this time to pay tribute to a very dear and noble colleague of mine, Everett Eisenstadt. For the past 6 years, Everett has served as my chief international trade counsel on the Senate Finance Committee, a very important position. He has had a long and distinguished career in public service, obtaining and utilizing what is really an unparalleled level of knowledge and expertise about our nation's trade policy. In fact, I think it's safe to say that very few, if any, individuals have had as great an impact on the current state of U.S. trade law as Everett Eisenstadt. His public service will continue as he has recently gone on to serve as Deputy Director of the National Economic Council. Everett received his Juris Doctorate at the University of Oklahoma, where he graduated cum laude and served as research editor of the Oklahoma Law Review. He also holds a master's degree in Latin American Studies from the University of Texas at Austin and a bachelor's degree in political science and Spanish from Oklahoma State University. With diverse alma maters like that, some might wonder how Everett decides what colors to wear on college football Saturdays. But those of you who know Everett will correctly guess that he has since his undergraduate days remained a devoted fan of his beloved Cowboys. After obtaining his law degree, Everett went to work for Dixon in Dallas, Texas. Later, he worked as Congressman Jim Colby's legislative director, and shortly thereafter, Everett became the chief international trade counsel for the Senate Finance Committee for Senator Grassley, who was then the lead Republican on the committee. Everett was a key staffer in the effort to draft and pass the Trade Act of 2002, which renewed Trade Promotion Authority for the first time in 8 years. This was a major update to our nation's trade laws and made possible the completion and passage of trade agreements with Chile, Singapore, Australia, Morocco, Bahrain, Oman, Peru, Colombia, South Korea, Panama, as well as the countries of the CAFTA-DR agreement, namely Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and the Dominican Republic. Everett then helped to implement a number of these agreements when he served as Assistant U.S. Trade Representative for the Western Hemisphere, a position he held from 2006 through 2010. After recognizing his fine work, I asked Everett to return to the Finance Committee in January of 2011 to once again serve as Chief International Trade Counsel. And he continued to distinguish himself as one of the most knowledgeable and dedicated trade lawyers in the country. Very early in his second tenure at the Finance Committee, he helped shepherd our free trade agreements with Colombia, Panama, and South Korea through the Senate. And in 2015, he was the key staffer in the effort to draft, introduce, and pass the Bipartisan Congressional Trade Priorities and Accountability Act, which, among other things, once again renewed Trade Promotion Authority after another 8-year gap and updated our nation's trade negotiating objectives for the 21st century. At about the same time, Congress also passed legislation to update our customs enforcement and facilitation laws, as well as a bill to reauthorize important trade preferences. All of these successes were the culmination of years of hard work and represent the most ambitious legislative agenda in trade in recent history. And Everett was an indispensable part of it all. With his work on passage of those laws in 2015, his work on the prior TPA statute in 2002, and his efforts at USTR, Everett has been a key player in the development and facilitation of a generation of U.S. trade law. That's no small feat. Mr. President, more than anyone I've known, Everett is committed both to improving opportunities for Americans abroad and to ensuring an increasingly free trade economy around the world. He is a true believer in free trade and the benefits free trade brings to our economy. I'm not the only senator who will miss Everett's knowledge and expertise. Indeed, during his time here, he was an asset to the entire Senate. But more than that, I will miss him personally. His tireless work ethic, his calm and thoughtful demeanor, and his cheerful disposition, even when he's breaking bad news or telling senators things they may not want to hear. While I am sad to see him go, it is comforting to know that Everett is continuing to serve our country and will keep advancing pro-growth economic policies at the National Economic Council. His expertise and wisdom are more important now than ever before, with numerous trade possibilities on the immediate horizon. As I've said before, and I imagine I will say many times again, Everett is very, very good at what he does. The administration and the country are lucky to have such an important asset. I look forward to seeing his successes in this new chapter of his career. Though it goes without saying that he leaves behind some very big shoes to fill. I count myself lucky to have been the beneficiary of Everett's knowledge and advice for several years. Now I want to wish Everett, his wonderful wife Janet, and their sons Jacob and Alex the very best in this and any future endeavors. Everett has a dedicated family, and I understand that they're here today. I met with Everett's wife and his one son outside here just a short time ago. I'm quite certain they're just as proud of Everett as I am. Now, I've worked with a lot of people in the United States Senate. I've had a lot of staff people. All of them have been, almost to a person, very, very good. I've appreciated all of them. And I know that we wouldn't be nearly as good without our staff whispering in our ears, preparing the documents that we put into the record, working with us to help us to improve our abilities to put forth our agendas. But I want you to know that Everett Eisenstadt has been one of the all-time great staff people on Capitol Hill. And I hesitate to even call him a staff person because he has the kind of reputation that goes far beyond being a staffer on Capitol Hill. He's one of the great leaders in this country. And I just want him to know how much I personally appreciate him. I want his wife to know how much I appreciate her and him. And his children, I want them to know what a great father they have. He's a great, great man. And I'm really happy to have said a few nice words about him on the floor. No matter what I say, it's not enough to really explain what a really great individual Everett Eisenstadt really is. So, Mr. President, I just hope we can get other good staff people like Everett to help us on both sides, who are willing to work with both sides, willing to bring us together, to do the things that we know are important for this country and its future. Everett was one of those. And I'm going to miss him terribly. On the other hand, I know that where he is very, very important, and he'll do the job as well as anybody alive. I just want to pay tribute to him, his wife, and his son who's here today, and just tell him how much we all love and appreciate him. With that, I yield the floor. The absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
President.
Senator from Utah.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be
without objection.
Suspended. Mr. President, I have 9 requests for committees to meet today or during today's sessions of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and the minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Got it? Okay. What do we do here? Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Mr. Alexander.
Welcome, everyone, to the Fox FNN News Now stream. Go to FoxNNPhoenix.com. We're taking a live look here at the Senate floor, and we are still awaiting the State Department briefing. We are keeping an eye on that feed for you as well. When Heather does come out, we will go to the State Department briefing. An Indiana senator rallied against Carrier Corporation for moving manufacturing jobs to Mexico last year, even as he profited from a family business that relies on Mexican labor to produce dye for ink pads, according to records reviewed by the Associated Press. Joe Donnelly, considered one of the nation's most vulnerable Democratic senators up for re-election next year, has long blasted free trade policies for killing American jobs. He accused Carrier, an air conditioner and furnace maker, of exploiting $3 an hour workers when it announced plans to wind down operations in Indiana and move to Mexico. However, an arts and crafts business Donnelly's family has owned for generations is capitalizing on some of the very trade policies and low-paid foreign labor the senator has denounced. For more than a year, Stewart Superior Corporation and its subsidiaries have been shipping thousands of pounds of raw materials to Mexico, where the company has a factory that produces ink pads and other supplies, according to Custom Records, which tracks American imports and exports. The finished products are then transported back to a company facility in California, the records show. Stewart Superior, which had an operation in LaPorte, Indiana, says on its website that the company's Mexican factory brings economical, cost-competitive manufacturing and product development to our valued customers. Although Donnelly's brother runs the company, the senator previously served as a corporate officer and its general counsel before he was elected to Congress back in 2006. In a financial disclosure form he filed in May, Donnelly reported owning as much as $50,000 in company stock and earning between $15,000 and $50,000 in dividends on it in 2016 alone. During the 2016 presidential campaign, the Republican ticket of Donald Trump and Mike Pence, then Indiana's governor, made the plight of workers who would lose their jobs in the planned move by Carrier and its parent company, Connecticut-based United Technologies, a key part of their presidential campaign. Donnelly directly criticized the company, blaming corporate greed, a position that largely echoed some of Trump's campaign trail sentiments. And in other news, a man arrested in a fatal stabbing at the University of Maryland that has been under investigation as a possible hate crime has been indicted on a murder charge. The Prince George's County Office of the State Attorneys said in a statement Thursday that a grand jury indicted Sean Urbanski as on one count of murder in the death of Richard Collins III. Prosecutors have now scheduled an afternoon news conference to discuss that indictment. Collins was fatally stabbed on May 20th, just days before he was scheduled to graduate from Bowie State University. And in other news, a NASA spacecraft circling Jupiter is revealing the up-close beauty of our solar system's biggest planetary storm. Juno flew directly over Jupiter's Great Red Spot on Monday, passing an amazingly close 5,600 miles above the monster storm. The images snapped by JunoCam were beamed back on Tuesday and posted online Wednesday. Then members of the public, so-called citizen scientists, enhanced the raw images. Swirling clouds are clearly visible in the 10,000-mile-wide storm, which is big enough to swallow Earth and has been around for centuries. For hundreds of years, scientists have been observing, wondering, and theorizing about Jupiter's Great Red Spot, said the lead researcher of the Southwest Research Institute in San Antonio. And we're going to show you that image right there that I was just
losing
talking
choice
about.
and access. Already, Americans living in 70% of counties have little or no option.
So here we go once again. That is the Great Red Spot. Launched in 2011, Juno arrived at Jupiter last July. It is only the second spacecraft to orbit the solar system's largest planet, but is passing much closer than NASA's Galileo did from 1995 through 2003. Juno's next close encounter with the giant gas planet will be in September. The Great Red Spot won't be in Juno's scopes then, however. So that's the latest look there from that huge storm there that's been around there for centuries. As I said earlier, everyone, we are awaiting the State Department briefing. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. In other news, a Baltimore police station that was engulfed in protests 2 years ago following the arrest and subsequent death of a black man has gotten a facelift. Media outlets report renovations at the Western District Police Station were unveiled yesterday. The project was announced in 2016 to help improve relations between police and the community in West Baltimore. Relations deteriorated sharply in 2015 after 25-year-old Freddie Gray was arrested by police and injured while in custody. His death a week later sparked rioting and prompted the Maryland National Guard to move in. Renovations include a garden with community seating and a gym for the district's officers. Gray was taken to the Western District Station after his arrest on April 12, 2015. He was then transferred to a hospital where he died. And also, a U.S. Navy veteran pleaded not guilty today to murder and attempted murder after he was accused of intentionally mowing down pedestrians on a Times Square sidewalk, killing a woman and injuring 22 other people. If you remember that story, we had it live for you right here. Breaking news on News Now. 26-year-old Richard Rojas, dressed in a beige jail uniform, mostly looking down at the defense table during his arraignment in the May 18th melee. He spoke only to tell the judge good morning. His lawyer entered the plea. The mother of one of the victims, high school student Jessica Williams, who was badly injured, sat in court and cried during the brief hearing with two others, including a man who gave Rojas the finger as he left court. In June, the mother, Elaine Williams, accepted her daughter's diploma at a high school on her behalf, wearing her cap as she and another injured girl, Destiny Lightfoot, received a standing ovation. Jessica Williams was hospitalized still at the time of her graduation, but it's not clear if she remains so. The family had no comment today. Rojas' attorney said outside court it was a terrible thing that happened, but how we handle this type of a case will determine how civilized of a society We are. Prosecutors said Rojas, who lived with his mother in the Bronx, drove his car from his home through Times Square, then made a U-turn, steered his car onto a sidewalk, and roared back up the sidewalk, plowing through helpless tourists for 3 blocks before he crashed his car into protective barriers. Sleeveless in the Speaker's lobby? It just might happen. In the hidebound House, Speaker Paul Ryan said Thursday that modernizing the decades-old dress code is under discussion after reporters were barred from Speaker's lobby, a corridor off the House chamber, for failing to wear appropriate attire. The rules bar women in sleeveless dresses or tops and require men to wear jackets and ties. More recently, Ryan reminded lawmakers that they must meet certain standards on the House floor as well. This is nothing new, he said. It's certainly not something that I devised. And in other news, the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee says he's sending a letter to President Trump to ask him to testify. Senator Chuck Grassley says he'd subpoena the president's eldest son if necessary. The Iowa Republican says he wants Trump Jr. to appear, quote, pretty soon, and it could be early as next week. Trump Jr. released emails this week from 2016 in which he appeared eager to accept information from the Russian government that could have damaged Hillary Clinton's campaign. And Human Rights Watch is criticizing the Iraqi government over its silence in the wake of, quote, horrific videos circulating on social media, purportedly showing Iraqi forces killing and beating men suspected of being Islamic State group fighters. 2 videos seen by the AP were posted to Facebook on Tuesday, a day after Iraqi Prime Minister declared, quote, total victory. In one, soldiers throw a man over the side of a rooftop and shoot his body after he hits the ground. And the National Retail Federation today urged the House Tax Writing Committee to consider small retailers and their employees when reforming the nation's tax code, saying they would suffer more than large companies under a proposal to create a border adjustment tax that would drive up the price of imported merchandise. Let's take it back out now to the Senate floor while we do wait for Heather.
for 2017. But as we look ahead to 2018, there's a big problem, because if there's uncertainty around those payments, it means premiums will skyrocket, insurers will leave marketplaces, and people will lose their health coverage. Now, we could fix this today if we were willing to work together, because we know what we need to do. And I think New Hampshire offers a vivid example of what we're seeing across the country. Last year, insurance markets were stable. Health insurance premiums increased an average of just 2% in New Hampshire, the lowest annual increase in the country and in our state's history. Unfortunately, today, because of the uncertainty in the market, it's a very different story. Insurers in New Hampshire are raising premiums for 2018, and the same thing is happening across the country. In some cases, insurers are filing two different sets of rates, one premised on the administration continuing to make those cost-sharing payments that I talked about earlier, and the second set with higher premiums to account for continuing uncertainty and the possibility that the Trump administration, who is legally charged with implementing the Affordable Care Act, is going to renege on making the payments that have been promised to insurers and ultimately to families so that they can get health care. This uncertainty is completely unnecessary. The instability in the ACA marketplaces is a manufactured crisis, and we could put a stop to it today. That's why I've introduced the Marketplace Certainty Act, a bill to permanently appropriate funds that would expand the cost-sharing reduction payments and ensure that we can count on those payments being made. I'm pleased to be joined by 25 other senators who have already co-sponsored this bill, and we could pass this right now if we had agreement with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. The Marketplace Certainty Act is also supported by a broad spectrum of provider and patient advocate groups, including the American Cancer Society, the Heart Association, the Diabetes Association, the National Association of Community Health Centers, just to name a few. So we could end the artificial crisis. We could immediately restore certainty and stability to the health insurance markets. In turn, this would give us the space we need to come together on a bipartisan basis to improve the Affordable Care Act, to strengthen what's working, and to fix what's not working. That's what we were sent to Washington to do. Bipartisanship should be our first choice, not a last resort. The American people want us to stop bickering over health care, to work together, and to make the common sense improvements to the law that we should be making. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from South Dakota, North Dakota.
That's okay. I'm from the better Dakota, I just have to tell you. I am always perplexed when the opposition party, when the Republican Party says we are the party of business. We're the party who believes that government should function more like a business. We're the party that believes that we have to make the tough decisions. We have to do the work that needs to get done, and we have to do it in a timely fashion. Okay, I get that. There is not a corporate board in America confronted with the challenge that we have in healthcare that would not shore up the cost-saving payments. When you look at how those of us who have served on corporate boards and those of us who have spent some time in the private sector, and certainly those of us who have been county officials or state officials where we've actually had to make decisions, we look at how do you make those decisions. And the first thing you do is try and make sure that while you're deliberating and while you're making decisions, you don't create market disruption. You don't do the things that create more uncertainty, that you stabilize what you can, triage what you can, and then take a look at what the advantages or what the experience you can bring to bear to resolve bigger, broader, and more systemic issues. If we look today at where we are right now with our constituents or our customers, if we can put it in a business sense. Our customers are Americans and American families. And guess what? Those of us who have been out in our states, who have spent time looking at health care, talking to people about health care, talking to providers about health care, I will tell you there's two emotions they have. They are mad and they're scared, and probably more scared than mad, because under the bills that are being deliberated here, the Republican health care bills, they don't know if they can continue to keep their disabled children at home with them. They don't know if they can continue to provide for their parents in a nursing home. They don't know if their rural hospital is going to be able to survive the kinds of reductions in payments that are anticipated under this bill. Today in North Dakota, $250 million is the value of Medicaid expansion. I have institutions in North Dakota, providers in North Dakota that are operating on razor-thin margins. They can't make ends meet without making sure that they keep that amount of uncompensated care greatly reduced. They need the cash flow. If we raise uncompensated care, two things will happen. The first thing that will happen under this bill is that they will have a hit to their bottom line. And the second and obvious consequence of that is that when they negotiate with the private insurance market on what those next payments are going to be, they're going to ask for more money to put back on the private insurance market the cost of uncompensated care. Let's also take a look at the growing issue in this country on opioids. I have a facility in North Dakota, in southwestern North Dakota. Their new hospital, they anticipate that Medicaid is going to be about 14 to 17% of the billings that they have. But as they are trying to respond, as a responsible healthcare provider would, as they're trying to respond to the opioid crisis, they're looking at converting the old hospital to a long-term facility, a facility where people can go and get health care when they're addicted. They anticipate that that facility will have to rely on about 60 to 70% Medicaid reimbursement. When people tell you that these issues aren't intertwined, that the population that's going to need assistance in recovery from addiction is not our Medicaid population, they're wrong. And every person who has looked at this has come to the same conclusion. You know, the other thing I'm going to tell you about the people that I talk to, most of them have never been involved in politics. They're not partisans. They don't really even care about politics. But they wonder why they're caught up in this tidal wave of political rhetoric when people are scaring them about whether they're going to have health insurance. They're wondering what kind of responsible leaders would ever do that. What kind of responsible leaders would not do what they could today to provide some assurances in the near term that that health insurance is going to be available, that their Medicaid is going to be available, and that they're going to be able to take care of their kids? Well, I'm telling you that instead of continuing to release bad bill after bad bill, I hope the Republicans will come and honestly take us at our word. We stand ready to work with Republicans on truly a bipartisan bill that is going to deliver quality health care to North Dakotans and quality health care to the people of this country. People think bipartisanship can't happen. You know, that's not true. Yesterday, I held a press conference on a completely separate issue that involves clean coal. Standing side by side when we announced that bill, we had Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, one of the most vocal advocates.
It is awfully hot here. I see you brought the weather back with you, right? All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Welcome to the State Department. Hope you're having a good day. We have more guests today. I'm just bringing more and more in all the time. My brother and his girlfriend. So, okay, a couple of orders of business here. And the first is we were very sad to see the passing of Liu Xiba in China. As you saw from the statement that the Secretary issued today, we join those in China and around the world in mourning the tragic passing of the 2010 Nobel Peace Prize laureate Liu Xiba, who died while serving a lengthy prison sentence in China for promoting peaceful democratic reform. Mr. Liu dedicated his life to the betterment of his country and humankind and to the pursuit of justice and liberty. Our heartfelt condolences go out to his wife, Liu Jia, and all of his loved ones. We continue to call on the Chinese government to release her from house arrest and allow her to depart China according to her wishes. In his fight for freedom, equality, and constitutional rule in China, Liu Xiba embodied the human spirit that the Nobel Peace Prize rewards. In his death, he has only reaffirmed the Nobel Committee's selection. Next thing we had going on here this week at the State Department was the meeting of the Global Coalition to defeat ISIS. Today, the members of the Global Coalition to defeat ISIS, the small group, are meeting in Washington to conclude the three-day conference on the next phase of the campaign. The coalition had productive meetings today and in the past few days on the next phase of the campaign. The coalition had held some workshops over the past few days to ensure that we're maintaining simultaneous pressure on ISIS across the globe. This morning, Special Presidential Envoy Brett McGurk announced that the United States would contribute an additional $119 million in humanitarian assistance for the people of Iraq. This now brings the total U.S. contribution in humanitarian assistance to more than $1.4 billion for the Iraqi crises since the fiscal year 2014. This is in addition to the $150 million that we announced last week that goes to stabilization efforts in Iraq. With the new assistance, the United States is now providing additional emergency food and nutrition assistance, safe drinking water, hygiene kits, improved sanitation, emergency shelter, and protection for Iraqis who have been displaced. We commend the significant humanitarian contributions made by coalition members to date and encourage them and other donors to continue supporting humanitarian efforts in Iraq. The fight to defeat ISIS is far from over, and this week's meetings showed the global coalition remains more determined than ever to ensure that this barbaric enemy is dealt a lasting defeat. And finally, the Secretary is returning this evening from his trip to the Gulf, where he met with Kuwaiti, Qatari, Saudi, Emirati, Egyptian, and Bahraini leaders. The goal of the Secretary's visit was to support Kuwaiti mediation efforts and bring what we can to discussions to help both sides more fully understand the concerns of the other and point out possible solutions to the dispute. Based on his meetings, the Secretary believes that getting the parties to talk directly to one another would be an important next step, and we will look forward to that hopefully happening. We hope the parties will agree to do so, and we will continue to support the Emir of Kuwait in his mediation efforts. And with that, I will gladly take your questions.
Thanks. Starting with something that's related to the Secretary's trip, but not necessarily about Qatar. On Monday, when he was in Istanbul, he talked about efforts to building on the ceasefire that you guys negotiated with the Russians in the south. He talked about doing something in the north with the Turks, and then the president in his comments today talked about doing something else, another truce with the Russians. Is this the same thing, or is this something different?
I'm not sure if that would be the same thing or if that's something different. I know we're looking to this area in southwestern Syria where there's the ceasefire that is holding right now. We're now 4 days into it or so, I believe, hoping that we can build upon that and broaden that out to other parts of the country. But I'll check back into that for you if you like.
And then related to that, I saw that on Tuesday you were asked about this Amnesty International report on the situation in Mosul. Have you had a chance to look at that, and what do you make of its findings?
Look, the first thing I would say about the Amnesty International report is that's something that some people certainly here have seen. I've not personally reviewed it myself. In terms of civilian casualties, that's something that I can say the coalition always takes every effort to try to mitigate against any humanitarian or any civilian casualties. It's obviously a very complex situation in Iraq, especially in Mosul, where ISIS has been dug in for quite some time. Folks have raised the issue, why did it take so long to achieve some semblance of victory in Mosul, and that's because ISIS had been dug in so hard. So the coalition takes every effort, as does its partners, to try to mitigate against any kind of civilian casualties.
Well, but do you accept the conclusions of the report?
How would you exactly state the conclusions?
Well,
Matt?
there's a civilian catastrophe. It took the Iraqi forces and the Peshmerga to task for going after civilians under the aegis, kind of the United States.
I think what I would say about that is let's remember the real focus of the humanitarian and civilian casualty situation in Iraq, and that is ISIS. And we talked about this the other day. Were it not for ISIS forcing so many people from their homes, and now through the work of the coalition, many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been able to go back to their homes in Mosul alone. And so the real focus, the real reason why there has been misery in Iraq and Syria as well is because of ISIS, not the coalition and not the coalition partners.
Okay, but does that mean that you do not accept the findings of this report? I mean, do you not think that this is a problem to civilian?
Look, I know that if there are
obviously, I mean, ISIS aside. Civilians. This report says that civilians have suffered badly.
The Department of Defense puts together a civilian casualty list at the end of I believe it's at the end of every month, but I know that they do that on a monthly basis. So then I would refer you to that. I know it's something that we take very seriously. Let me underscore that again. We take civilian casualties very seriously. The United States, its coalition partners, the Department of Defense, all of the folks working on behalf of the United States and the coalition continue to work very hard to ensure that this kind of thing does not happen.
Does that mean that you're not going to comment on
Look, I do know this. I can tell you that the Department of Defense and other U.S. government entities were not consulted when it came to looking at that report or weighing into that report. So I think that is indicative that the report wasn't fully formulated without getting our input as well.
Okay, well, but so the reason that I'm asking it, and the reason I'm asking it like this, is that it seems to be, and this is not just something that unique to this administration, but for many over the course of the last four or five administrations, when Amnesty or another human rights group comes out with a report on a country that you don't like, say like North Korea or Syria, and they don't consult those governments when they do those reports. You guys accept it, and you even talk about it and praise the reports from the podium and say, this is, like the chemical weapons in Syria. But when they come out with a report that is on a country that is an ally.
I'm just saying we weren't consulted on that report. The Department of Defense puts together a very thorough a very thorough civilian casualty list every month. I think the United States does a very strong job of trying to ensure that that does not happen. I think that is evident by the fact that we have been backing Iraqi forces and our coalition partners. We have 72 members of the Defeat ISIS coalition in here right now, including representatives from Iraq. And I think that is indicative of the amount of care and concern that we put into that.
So this is not a case, this is not a situation where you accept reports that you like the results of, but do not accept
Matt, I'm not going to characterize it that way at all, okay? I think we've been over this enough. Go ahead. Hi, Saeed.
A report. Hi, thank you. UNICEF today issued a report last night that upward of 650,000 children from Mosul have been affected by the war and displaced and so on. I mean, there seems to be so much.
I don't have those numbers, so I can't confirm those numbers. But
the point beyond just the displacement, there's so much effort. I mean, you talk about the coalition and the fight and the military aspect of it, but there seems to be nothing out there in terms of reconciliation, in terms of getting people back getting aid, doing all these things. There seems to be a big void.
Let me be clear about this. Nothing could be hold on, Saeed. Nothing could be further from the truth on that. I was sitting in a meeting earlier today, as I was sitting in a meeting in this building today, with members of the international coalition. It included members from Iraq as well, where the primary focus was talking about how you start to bring people back home into their homes in western Mosul. By the way, we've talked about this here from the podium before. When you look at eastern Mosul, hundreds of thousands of people, and I can look and get the exact number for you, or as close to a number as I can for you, about the number of people who've been brought back into eastern Mosul. And that is an amazing feat. Just think about how how ISIS had been entrenched in those areas for years. And now, not long after that area was liberated, you have children going back to school, you have electricity, you have clean running water, you have all of those things. I just announced at the very top of this humanitarian assistance, new pledges of humanitarian assistance on the part of USAID going into Iraq. That is significant. Perhaps sometimes folks like to look for one place, one situation of misery, and forget to see the progress that is being made. We have been clear here that there is a lot of work that is left to be done, no doubt about that. Western Mosul was just liberated. There are still bad guys in there as the military effort goes back in to try to figure out if anybody was left behind. But we are optimistic about the ability to bring people back into Western Mosul. It's not going to be overnight. This will take some time, but this will eventually happen. Let's stay on Iraq right now before we go to something else. Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you too. But I guess one will argue that the crimes committed by ISIS and crimes committed by the security forces are different because ISIS does not represent the civilized world. They stand as a terrorist organization, while the security forces in Iraq are supported by the United States, and that's a difference. In this equation, you cannot really say that there is a progress, which there is, and everybody acknowledging that, but at the same time, you cannot condemn what the Iraqis security forces alleged to be doing.
I can say this: that the Prime Minister of Iraq has, from what I understand, has taken this quite seriously. He has, in the past, prosecuted people who have been found guilty of any type of humanitarian abuses. The United States would certainly condemn any kind of abuses of that sort, but some of that will be an internal government matter for Iraq.
So did you raise this with the Iraqi government, and if you did, at what level?
I do not know the answer to that. I did not personally raise that matter with the Iraqi government. I know our special presidential envoy, Brett McGurk, has been very involved in all of that. He will be here later today to answer some of your questions. I understand that'll be at 4 o'clock today. So if you have some of the more detailed questions about that, perhaps Brett can answer those this afternoon. Okay, let's stick on Iraq.
So, on the abuse of human rights by Iraqi forces in Mosul, the report talks about that a lot as well. And Iraqi forces, as you know, is a predominantly Shia force. They're provided weapons, U.S. weapons. They've been trained by the Americans. It seems to me, as a reader of that report, that the United States didn't have a mechanism in place, a robust one at least, to watch Iraqis to not carry out human rights abuses while using U.S. weapons, while being trained by the United States.
Takes those allegations very seriously. Okay, we have talked about this from this podium before and from this room before. Special Envoy Mr. McGurk will be here later today, and perhaps he can answer some of those questions. Again, we take those allegations seriously. We always have. We do everything that we can to avoid civilian casualties, and we know that Prime Minister Abadi has in the past and continues to do so to look in and prosecute those who have been found guilty. Okay, let's move on from Iraq. Do you have a question about Iraq?
Just briefly,
Hi,
when
Michelle.
you say that U.S. entities weren't consulted in that report, are you disputing then what they found? Are you?
I know that the Department of Defense was not consulted about that report. So let me just refer you to the Department of Defense for anything more on that. Hi.
Heather, this came up as we were walking to the briefing, so I'm not sure if you have anything on it. There's a Reuters report that broke that all nations have been asked to provide more travel data to help vet visa applications or potentially face sanctions. Have you seen that or seen anything on that?
Are you referring to the Department of Homeland Security and the new executive order? Is that what you mean?
This is a cable that was apparently sent to U.S. embassies to provide extensive data to ask countries to help provide extensive data to help vet visa applicants and determine whether that traveler poses a terrorist threat.
I think what you're referring to is part of the executive order and the additional information that the United States is able to ask other countries for. Let me get back to you on that. Let me just clarify that we're talking about the same thing and get back to you later today.
Section 2 report from DHS.
Okay.
in
Because a lot of that
consultation
is a DHS matter right now. I know that the United States will be consulting with those countries. I think it's they have 50 days or so. But let me just get back to you on that just to make sure that we're talking about the exact same thing. Okay.
If you're going to sanction countries.
countries after 50 days.
Let me just get back to you. I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing, okay?
And then really quick, in a few days, there's another deadline to certify whether Iran is complying with the nuclear agreement. What is the status of the administration review on Iran policy?
So the review on the Iran policy is still going. That is still underway. I know people have a lot of interest in this. We have said, and the administration has said, that at least until that review has been completed, that we will adhere to the JCPOA. That has not changed. We'll ensure that Iran is held strictly accountable to its requirements. So the review is still underway, and then we have a timeline coming up pretty quickly in which a report will have to be looked at.
What do you think the chances are that the review will be done before Monday?
Why would it? If there's a deadline on Monday, why get ahead of that?
No, I mean the broader policy review on Iran. Do you
you
think
know
that
what?
that'll be done? Are the chances high or low that that will be completed
Matt,
by Monday?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure that, that's something that needs to be done until Monday.
Another
Okay.
Iran question.
Hi. Yeah.
Hi. Has Secretary Tillerson talked to his Iranian counterpart, Zarif, since he's been Secretary of State at all?
Let me look into that for you because I just saw that in some notes here. I do not believe that he has. We certainly have various diplomatic channels, lines of communication that can be used to communicate with the Iranian government. My understanding is that we have not, but I'm not going to get into any comments or questions about private diplomatic conversations.
And what would the rationale for a new Secretary of State not reaching out to his counterpart in Iran be?
It's a hypothetical. I'm just not going to get into that.
Actually,
Thanks.
Secretary Tillerson said, I think at a hearing, during the budget hearings maybe, that he wasn't opposed to talking to the Iranians, but it wouldn't just be talk for talk's sake. There would have to be a reason to talk. So are there certain kind of conditions or, actions that Iran would have to take before there could be talk about, for instance, a political solution in Syria, which, obviously the U.S. and Iran are both interested
That's not
parties.
a subject that I brought up with him recently. We've been pretty focused on what's going on in Qatar. We've been pretty focused on Russia and on Syria and Iraq as well. So,
well, presumably he's very involved in the
certainly, I just
Iran
haven't asked
review.
him. I just haven't asked him that question. Okay. All right. Anything else on Iran?
On Qatar?
Yes.
Give us like a summation of what's going on. What did the Secretary achieve, or what did he not achieve?
I'm sorry. What did he what?
What did he accomplish, and what is hoped to be
certainly been
accomplished?
very hard at work over the past few days in doing his shuttle diplomacy and meeting with a whole lot of people in the region. As you know, his visit was in support of Kuwaiti mediation efforts. We continue to thank Kuwait for the hard work that they have done in trying to bring both sides together on this. I know that the Secretary would like to see this resolved. We've seen some progress in that, and we hope that both sides will be willing to sit down sometime in the near future to actually have a conversation about what those grievances are. This all has been a long time coming. You know that these disputes are not brand new. Tensions in the past have been fairly raw, so it's going to take some time to get these parties together. Just last week, we characterized this as possibly at an impasse. So the mere fact that the Secretary's been there, talking to both sides of this and encouraging them to sit down and have a conversation, I would see as subtle progress.
But the statements that came
No,
out.
I think this is subtle progress. I think the fact that the Secretary was there talking with both sides is an important step in the right direction.
Today,
Go ahead, Michelle.
just follow up
Saeed,
very
let
quickly.
the lady
Sorry,
first.
sorry.
Come on, Saeed.
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Michelle, go right ahead.
All right. Anyway, so when you describe it as subtle progress, are you framing that around just the fact that they were talking, or would you say that there's any movement on the side of the quartet?
So I'm not going to characterize what the parties themselves are doing individually at this point, because I think that's really up for the individual parties to do that. But the fact that they're having conversations with us, the fact that they're meeting with the Kuwaitis, I think is a step in the right direction.
So does the Secretary have a framework for what happens next? I mean, has he set up a kind of organized system of here's when we're going to meet next or speak next? And would you describe this as still an impasse then?
I think I answered that with Felicia, so I wouldn't describe it that way. We are, sort of subtly optimistic about this, but we are also realistic, and that this could take a lot of time. These have been long simmering tensions, and that certainly hasn't changed.
Is he disappointed? Does he feel like this?
I think we've made some steps forward. I mean, I think we are hoping that both sides will be willing to sit down and talk with one another. That is something that that we would certainly hope for. We hope that they're willing to do that, but it's ultimately their choice. We do know, and we can go back to the Riyadh summit and the agreements that all the parties came to at the Riyadh summit, and that was to do more, to work together, to combat terrorism, to combat terrorism financing. So we all agreed to that. We expect that the nations will ultimately, in the end, get back to those principles.
Can I ask about this MOU that the Secretary signed with the Qataris? First of all, he kind of saluted the Qataris for being the first country to answer the president's challenge at the Riyadh summit on funding, and it seems as if terrorist funding, and it seems as if he, with this MOU, in effect, he was kind of vouching for the Qataris' commitments that they're willing to make now, saying like, I'm signing an agreement with the Qataris, and if they don't make good on their agreement, then the U.S. would be maybe on the hook for that.
I wouldn't characterize it as our country vouching for another country. It's an arrangement, it's an understanding. That is something where we anticipate and hope and would expect that the other nation would follow through on the arrangement, on the understanding. There will be sort of benchmarks in place in terms of the details of that. I can't get too into the details on that. This is something that's still new and fresh, and the Secretary's on a plane flying back here right now. So we'll learn more about this, I would expect, in the coming days. Just how thorough those details are that I'm able to give you, that I just don't know yet.
We talked a little bit about this the other day, but I just want to go back to some comments made by an aide of the Secretary saying that nobody's hands were clean here, and kind of seemed to be pushing in the direction of criticizing the Saudis and the Emiratis and other countries for using this issue as a pretext to crack down on Qatar. I mean, how was the Secretary received after those comments in the region?
I think there are concerns on all sides. This has obviously been a difficult situation, I think, for all sides to try to resolve. I think the Secretary is welcomed, as are the Kuwaitis, in being member countries that, when I say member countries, I mean people who are willing to work together to try to resolve this dispute. So I think that is welcome, and if we can get the sides to come together, then that would certainly be a good thing. Okay, let's move on now. Anything else? Nike, go right ahead.
Can we move on to China?
Okay.
One last question. Just
Go
very
right
quickly.
ahead.
So what's the difference
hold on.
between the MOU that the Qataris signed now and what they actually committed to and they signed in the Riyadh summit and before, even 2014?
So in the Riyadh summit, it was a broad-based set of principles that the nations agreed to. This is a little bit more detailed. I don't have a copy of it in front of me right now, but this is something where there will be regular, high-level consultations between Qatar and the United States. It's sort of a form of a counterterrorism dialogue. There'll be benchmarks in place. There will be ways that we check in with them and that they check in with us. In terms of the details, I hope to be able to give you more in the coming days, but that's all I have for you right now.
Will you make it public?
I don't know that will be, because this is an arrangement between nations. I'm not sure that we will be able to make this public. That might fall under diplomatic arrangements and dialogue, so I may not be able to provide that for you. Hopefully I will know more, though, in the coming days. Okay, let's move on. Go right ahead. Nike, hi.
Thank you. So on the unfortunate passing of Liu Xiaobo, what is your assessment of how China handled this case? And separately, as you indicated, Secretary Tillerson has urged China to release his wife, Liu Xia, who has been also under house arrest.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion to facilitate her to leave the country? Thank you.
I know that we've been tremendously concerned about his health and his care. The United States had helped to facilitate an American doctor heading over there to examine him, and as you know, there was a German doctor who did that as well. He was really a beacon of hope for so many Chinese who fundamentally believe in their rights, in their human rights, and in freedom and democracy. So while we mourn the passing of this, and we hope that his wife will be allowed to leave the country and freed from house arrest, we were saddened by his death, as I think so many other people are around the world.
And then on the funeral arrangement, if you could please shed some light, would there be any American officials to attend his funeral? If yes, what would the level be?
I will look into that and see what we can find out for you. Okay? Anything else on China?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi.
Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
How are you?
Hi. Good to see you. And North Korea, North Korean human rights issue is as much as very serious issue like nuclear issues. What is the United States final destination of North Korean human rights?
I'm sorry, what is our what?
Your final destination of human rights.
What is our final designation?
Yeah, destinations of human rights.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Final decisions of U.S. final decisions.
What is our final decision about the status of human rights in North Korea?
Yes.
Is that the question? Well, that's something that we have remained extremely concerned about for a very, very long time. We know that China is one of the worst human rights abusers of all nations around the world. I've talked about this extensively, about the guest workers who are in place in countries around the world. These guest workers, as they go in, they work, and much of their money is confiscated and taken by the government. That is the very least, okay? That's just one area. Another area would be the killings, the imprisonment, the labor camps in North Korea. I can go on and on. I think we've been really clear about our concerns about North Korean human rights abuses. If there's something new that you want me to get you, I can certainly look into that.
So one more on South Korea.
On South Korea?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not North Korea. This
Okay.
time. And South Korean Moon Jae-in government is planning to connect the gas pipeline with Russia and North Korea.
Okay.
Is it a violation of UN sanctions, or what is your, U.S.
Let me look into
position?
that and get back to you. I don't have anything for you on that today.
Can you take
Okay.
action?
Anything on DPRK or South Korea? Go ahead.
Sorry, not South Korea, but
Okay,
just
go
on
ahead.
the Liu Xiaobo question. I think this is really a White House question, but do you know if President Trump and President Xi discussed this case? I'm wondering at how high a level the U.S. government discussed this with China.
I know that we have had a lot of conversations, and the conversations had been ongoing for quite some time. In terms of what the president said, I mean, there's certainly a readout, I believe, of the president's meeting with him. I don't have that handy right now, so I just have to refer you back to the White House on exactly what was said in that meeting.
Okay, and sorry, the leader of the Nobel Committee said that the Chinese government bears heavy responsibility for Mr. Liu's death. And
I'm sorry, who said that?
It's the leader of the Nobel Committee.
Okay.
And does this building share the sentiment?
Does the building share the sentiment that China bears responsibility?
Right, yeah.
Look, I know he is someone who was a beacon of hope and was treated poorly by the Chinese government, imprisoned repeatedly over the years for promoting democracy, promoting freedom, and promoting human rights. I can't get into his he was diagnosed with cancer at some point. I'm not going to draw a conclusion between being diagnosed with cancer and the government's treatment of him, but we were very concerned with the health care that he received by the Chinese, that we had called upon them to allow him to be released along with his wife so that he could get treatment where he needed to. Okay, let's move on from that. Okay, Greta, hi, how are you?
Do you have any comment on the reports of new sanctions on small Chinese banks with business ties to North Korea?
So that would be something under the Treasury Department. We had announced some new sanctions about a week and a half or so ago. That came under Treasury as well. But I think that would fall under sort of the category of the third-party sanctions, and that's something we have talked about a lot, where the United States is asking China, the United States is asking nations around the world to do more to adhere to not only Security Council resolutions, but the expectation that we have that countries around the world will do their part in not funding or adding to the money that would end up going to North Korea, because we believe that that goes to its weapons program. Okay? Anything
Japan?
else on DPRK?
Japan.
Okay, hi.
Bill Hagerty was just confirmed by the U.S. Senate as ambassador to Japan. Do you have a statement, and what are your expectations for his role?
We are looking forward to having him join Japan as our next U.S. ambassador. He's spent a good deal of time over there. I know he's steeped in the issues. I don't have a statement for you just yet on that, but we look forward to having him represent the United States in Japan. Okay, hi.
Hi, do you have any more on what exactly happened with the Afghan girl robotic team and their visa? Why was their visa denied in the first place, and how did they eventually get it?
Well, you know what I'm going to say, right? In terms of visas. Visas, anyone's visa, and why a visa is granted or why a visa is denied is always something that is going to be kept confidential. That's not because I want to keep it confidential. That's not because the State Department does, but it happens to be U.S. law. So I can't get into that. I can say that we are very happy to have these young girls be able to come here to the United States to participate in this robotics competition. I have a second grader. My second grader does robotics. So I know how much that means, especially as a parent, much less girls coming from Afghanistan. So we're looking forward to having them come here. We'll be watching them. We hope that they do well in the competition and are happy to have them here. There is something called parole authority. So, and that falls under the Department of Homeland Security. This was an issue that the president noticed that Dina Powell had then addressed yesterday. And so the Department of Homeland Security was able to take a look at this. I'll let them address this with you. But under this authority, the United States can temporarily grant, based on either humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit, as I understand it, a short-term ability to come into the United States. So anything beyond that, I'd ask you to talk to DHS.
Well, does that mean parole, the fact that parole had to be used would suggest, and let's just put it in not this specific context, because you won't talk about these visas specifically, would suggest that the reason for ineligibility stands. That, in other words, that if parole is the only way a person can get into this country, that the decision made by the consular officers at post stands.
The consular officers, as I understand it, under law and the way that they handle visa adjudications, once a visa is denied, that is not able to be reversed, that decision is not able to be reversed.
In other words, so the decision that was made at post that these girls or anyone was ineligible for a visa stands.
I can't comment on that.
Then one wonders why the immigration law is such that it determines, or that someone looking at it determines, that a bunch of teenage Afghan girls are somehow a threat to the United States, or are somehow or otherwise ineligible for an American visa.
I think commenting on that, as much as I would like to be able to share with you more about this, I can't. I can't because it's a visa confidentiality, but I can tell you that it is not reversible once a consular affairs officer denies someone's visa. DHS took it up. They have the ability to do so. Anything beyond that, DHS would have to answer that.
Right, but I mean, it remains the State Department's position that someone who can only get into the country on parole is ineligible for a visa, correct?
I wouldn't conflate one with the other. That is DHS, that's a different department, that's a different kind of program, that's not a program that we administer here.
But State apparently denied the visas twice before the parole
was granted?
I can't comment on that. Again, that would come under visa confidentiality. DHS made its decision, and so we're now glad that the girls are coming to the United States and
Would
wish
that
them well.
initial decision be reviewed then, and whatever?
I know that our people at very senior levels in Afghanistan were involved in this, and I'll just leave it at that.
So if
Okay?
parole, if visa information is completely confidential and you can't discuss it, why is parole information available? And then why didn't you give parole
You have to talk to DHS about that. Again, that's
why
a
wasn't,
DHS
why wasn't
program.
the Iranian doctor who was stopped in Boston and sent back, why wasn't he given parole? I mean, it would seem to me that this guy is a cancer researcher. The public benefit to him being in the country might be a little bit more than a bunch of girls going to a robotics competition, as wonderful as that is.
I'm not familiar with the specifics of the case. I know that this individual you're referring to was turned away. I think that falls under Customs and Border Protection. I know it seems like people would want to paint, the federal government and certain departments here as a bunch of meanies for not letting some people in. There are reasons for this, okay? I know the people who do these jobs, whether it's here or whether it's at DHS or Customs and Border Protection, take their jobs very, very seriously.
Clearly.
Yeah, but so those original decisions then, is the State Department now seeing those as mistakes?
Again, I stand by it. I'm not going to get into talking about the visas and why the visas are denied. I can just tell you, our people take these very seriously.
Can you talk about the president's involvement in this? He seems that he kind of heard about the case and asked the State Department and DHS to kind of work together to try and find that.
I know that the president, as did a lot of other people, heard about this case. We're very interested in it. I know that Ms. Dina Powell took an interest in it as well. I know that others at the White House were asked to take a look at the case, and I'll just leave it at that. Okay?
Along these same lines, I was told earlier this week that you guys have finally decided on the P2, the Iraqi, refugee.
Let me see if I can find that for you here.
Refugee P2 status for former Iraqi translators for the U.S. military, and that you have determined that working for the U.S. military as a translator in Iraq, as a contractor, is not necessarily a bona fide relationship with an entity in the United States. And I would just like to ask, how is that possible? If you were working for the U.S. military, risking your life, how do you not have a bona fide relationship with an entity in the United States? You were paid by the Pentagon. It wasn't like you were getting paid in cash on the side. Well, maybe some people were, but by a commander to serve as I don't even know what, as kind of a personal servant or something. They were being paid by the U.S. government. How is it possible that you guys could come to the determination that such a employer-employee relationship is not a bona fide relationship?
I'm trying to find it here, Matt, because I knew you would ask me about this. You're like a dog with a bone. You never forget. I said, you're like a dog with a bone. You never forget. Yeah. Hold on one second. Let me continue to try to find this.
Until the bone is all gone.
Well, then you take another bone.
Right.
Bear with me here, gang.
And then I also wanted to ask you if you had gotten anything. I also asked last week about the human rights advocate in Bahrain, the woman who had been.
Yeah. Matt, I hate to punt on the Iraqi P2 because I know I have information.
I certainly understand
no,
why.
I know I have information
Why
on.
you would want to punt,
No.
because
I have.
it's a decision
I do
that
have
frankly
information.
does not
Look,
make any sense
I know
at
that's
all.
your. I know that's your opinion. And
I think it's not an opinion.
Look, I know that's your opinion, Matt Lee, but I will. Let me look at this. I've got this somewhere here for you.
Well, if you
so let me get back to you on that.
All right, fine. About Bahrain.
About Bahrain, yes. So. So the activist that you've been asking about, Abitsam Al-Sayag, she's now been detained for a second time. She's been detained without charges. We continue to follow that case. We are now aware of hunger reports or a hunger strike that she's been on apparently since the 11th of July. So one of the things
This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
All right, everybody, we are now live. Sky Fox has aerials in Goodyear of a deputy-involved shooting. We're working to get you guys the very latest details. Once again, folks, we do appreciate you guys joining us here, not only on fox10phoenix.com, but our Facebook Live. This is happening in Goodyear at Dysart and McDowell Road. We do not know if this is an MCSO deputy that was shot or shot a victim at this time. We don't know if it's a situation where the deputy shot a suspect or if the suspect shot the deputy. So we are high above right now, Dysart and McDowell, giving you these aerials here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and we appreciate everybody joining us live out here, happening in Goodyear, Arizona. Let us know if you're just joining the stream where you are watching from. We always know that we have viewers from all over the country and the world when we do stream live for you. So we can see we do have a lot of police tape up here in this area of Dysart and McDowell. You can see the MCSO deputies. Sometimes that shot's just going to go a little. Let me get a better shot lined up here for us. Everyone, stay right with us on the Fox 10 News Now stream. So this is a little better shot that we're having. Sometimes it will go a little bit in and out with us, though we do appreciate you guys staying here with us, and we're working to get you more details right now coming out of Goodyear, Arizona. And just about 15 minutes ago, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office tweeted out saying MCSO is working a deputy-involved shooting at Dysart and McDowell Road. A PIO was en route to the scene, and more information to follow. That was about 15 minutes ago. So you can see Sky Fox zooming out just a little bit here to kind of give us a general area here in Goodyear as they're going to zoom back in to this area of the shooting. If you're just joining the stream, maybe for the first time, either on Facebook Live or fox10phoenix.com, we do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. out here in Arizona, and that's that's noon to midnight out on the East Coast. So sometimes that shot goes a little right on us, so stay right here with us as we try to reestablish that connection. Thanks to all our viewers watching live right now on Facebook as well as fox10phoenix.com. Let me try to draw up one more available shot if we could here. Stay right with us here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. So we do have a lot of viewers watching from Georgia, Florida. We've been seeing, of course, right here in Arizona, right here in our own backyard, but we cover breaking news events happening all across the country as well here. Let me, what I'll do in the meantime for us is just replay this video that we did get in, and then once we do get live aerials again, of course, I'll bring that to you here. But this is what we just saw moments ago on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. This was just moments ago, Sky Fox aerials. So we appreciate all our viewers watching worldwide with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Dysart and McDowell Road deputy involved shooting. These are the images that we were able to get when we were on scene. We're working for Sky Fox to give us a clear live shot here for you. So if you're just joining us, everyone, still we are waiting to get a little bit more details for you right here in the Fox 10 News Now stream, as well as what exactly happened at this scene here. We do know it was a deputy-involved shooting here, and we do see the police tape up. Lots of police presence here. You can see that they have cones as well on the ground that could be bullet shells as well. A lot of people checking in, letting us know where they're watching from at this moment. Shirley from North Carolina, Betty from Wisconsin. You just never know how these types of situations begin to start, and you know what came of this and how this all unfolded. That will all come out in the investigation, obviously, but we're working. Get you guys the very latest details as well right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. So thanks to all our viewers watching on Facebook Live as well as fox10phoenix.com. So many of you. Rhonda checking in from North Carolina. Jacob's local. He lives right there on Dysart, Lynchfield. Mark from Baltimore sending out thoughts and prayers for everyone involved. So what we are doing, just playing back just moments ago, video that Sky Fox was first able to bring to us live, but then we're working to reestablish the connection and get you a true live feed here for you. But this was just taken moments ago, everyone, so we do appreciate you guys staying here with us. And just about 21 minutes ago, MCSO Public Information Officer tweeted out saying that MCSO is working a deputy-involved shooting at Dysart and McDowell Road. The PIO was en route. So this is the images that we got as soon as Sky Fox came to the scene. You see the police tape there in this parking lot. They cut off a section of that parking lot where this incident happened with this deputy involved shooting this afternoon here in Arizona, Goodyear, Arizona. For those of you not watching locally, we always do have people watching the stream from all over the country and the world, especially when we do those Facebook alerts on Fox 10 Phoenix, our Facebook page. You see the police presence here. MCSO is there. Obviously, a full-blown investigation will follow after they interview any witnesses that they can. Right now, we're dealing with temperatures that you could see there, just hovering right below 100 degrees. And that's all before 1 p.m. here. Looks like we're getting our live feedback. So we are going true live now. True live. This is Skyfox now showing us. As you can see, we got a little bit clearer image there for you as well. They are in the parking lot here, and you can see the police, the deputies there. Is there trying to get as much shade as they can. Well, doing this investigation. As soon as we learn exactly what happened, of course, we will pass that along to you. You can always get the latest updates as well on fox10phoenix.com. For those of you maybe just joining us here, you are watching Fox News Now stream. We are live for you. Skyfox up in the air, Goodyear, Arizona, Dysart and McDowell Road for a deputy-involved shooting. We don't know if the deputy was shot or a suspect, or if a deputy shot a suspect. So you can see we do right next to that car there. They do have what appears to be maybe some white cloths that are down on the ground near that car. You can see Skyfox up in the air as they are circling around this crime scene right now for you at Dysart and McDowell in Goodyear. Sometimes that shot will go a little in and out for us, folks. We just ask that you stay here with us on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, going back to a little before taped coverage. You can see this is in a location right there of that restaurant as well. So we're right outside of that restaurant. We're getting a better look here of MCSO blocking off the area now. So at least this area in this Lowe's parking lot area will be shut down for quite some time for this investigation. If you are local or you do have family or friends in the area of Goodyear, you might want to hit that share button on Facebook to alert them of what's going on this afternoon here in Arizona. But you can see the investigators there as well. Lots of police tape up. And for those of you watching live with us, maybe just joining us here on the stream, deputy involved shooting at Dysart and McDowell Road. The latest information that was tweeted out by the PIO, the Public Information Officer for MCSO, put out an alert for a media staging area for this deputy involved shooting. So they are trying to alert the media, and as soon as we get some additional updates for you, you know we will pass that along to you, or if you want to come back later and maybe you're wondering, okay, whatever happened with that story? I was watching it live on Facebook or fox10phoenix.com and want to know what exactly happened there. You could always go to fox10phoenix.com for an updated story. As we get that information, we will put it there on the website for you. That way, if you got to go somewhere or Skyfox does leave in a little bit, we'll be able to still get you that information. So many times, we show you the initial story, the initial of what is going on, either, from a police chase or a fire or a robbery/burglary story, and you always get that initial look of what's happening and kind of the nuts and bolts of the story, but you never get, okay, what exactly happened and how did it all work out? Well, you can always go to fox10phoenix.com for those updates. And this just really shows you what our deputies and police from all over the country do have to deal with now. When you take a look at this scene, this is just one out of how many across the country, and we're just showing you just a very, very small portion of what our police officers do, investigators have to do, and really just all the resources it takes up when a situation like this does happen. So shout out to our police and first responders for always trying their very best to keep the public safe. Right now we do have an investigation that is ongoing here in Goodyear. It's in a parking lot of a Lowe's at Dysart and McDowell Road. If you're just joining us and you are watching local, or if you're maybe from Arizona and you're in a different state but you still have family and friends in the area, why don't you hit that share button, let everyone know what's going on this afternoon and where they can get more information a little bit later once we do have some updated info for you. And if you're just joining us here on the stream, maybe let us know where you are watching from. I think you'll see there in the chat area that we have a wide selection of people watching pretty much from all over here. So we do still see those investigators there. They're going to be there for quite some time. 98 degrees right now, probably on its way to 103, 104 degrees today. We've had some humidity in the air for the last couple days here in Arizona, so it is a little bit more muggy out there. Sky Fox live up in the air in Goodyear, Dysart and McDowell Road near a Lowe's Chick-fil-A strip mall area with this deputy involved shooting. You can see lots of police tape up, lots of investigators there, and you can also see near that car there where we do have the cones as well. We do see some, looks to be some white cloths as well right next to that car. And as you can imagine, during a fluid situation, still police and investigators all talking with each other. They will be updating the media shortly. But during these situations, they still want to get a grasp of, okay, what happened? How did this all unfold? They need to first, for their investigation, get a good grasp, and then that's when they can update the media, and then we can update you and update the public as well during that same time. So we're all watching live here, Goodyear, Arizona. During this breaking news alert, we appreciate you being part of the stream. And maybe those of you just joining the stream here, we've been covering this for you maybe for the last 20 minutes here on Fox 10 News Now, as well as our Facebook Live stream as well. Deputy involved shooting at Dysart and McDowell Road near a Lowe's and Chick-fil-A parking lot in Goodyear, Arizona. Still see the investigators all talking with each other there at Maricopa County Sheriff's Office is out there in force, and have a lot of police tape as well at this crime scene. So once that information does become more available, we're going to have it on fox10phoenix.com. Okay, we're just getting a live update right now. No injuries to the deputy. Suspect was transported to a local hospital, and the detectives right now on scene gathering information that was just tweeted out seconds ago from the public information officer with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. So we can tell you, no injuries to that deputy. A suspect was shot and transported to a local hospital. We don't know what the situation was when it led up to that suspect being shot, but no injuries to that deputy there. We do appreciate you guys always being with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And if you just been with us and maybe you stepped away for just a second, we wanted to give you that update that we just received from the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office saying that no injuries to the deputy. Suspect was transported to a local hospital. We don't have the condition on that suspect, and we don't know what led up to that deputy having to fire his weapon at that suspect. Detectives still on the scene gathering the information, probably talking to as many witnesses as they can as well.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I am just setting up the computer now. It looks like we just lost that shot for a second, so stay with us. Our signal from Goodyear is a little spotty, so our Skyfox feed is dipping to black a little bit, but stay with us. We'll continue to give you live aerials of the scene where the suspect was shot out at Dysart and McDowell Road. All right, everyone. As you can see, we are having a bit of a problem with our signal from Skyfox. It is dipping periodically to black. So what we're going to do is we are going to shift gears. We are going to switch out of this story and take you back to the State Department. Something happening there
Bank
now.
exchanges, all sorts of things. But what is important here is that what really fueled ISIS and fueled the rise of ISIS were 40,000 foreign fighters poured into Syria over the course of about 4 years. These are the foreign fighters, the hardcore terrorists, the suicide bombers. And so you had in Iraq a situation in which, in 2010, 11, 12, about 5 to 10 suicide bombers a month, which still, that's kind of extraordinary to think about. That went up last year almost to 100 suicide bombers a month, and even in 2014, went up to 60, 70 a month. Any country, if you have all these people coming from all around the world to blow themselves up, in mosques, ice cream parlors, killing children in soccer games. This is what was happening in Iraq. So long as you have that going on, from all these people from all around the world, it's very difficult to talk about political progress, quite frankly. So as we defeated ISIS on the ground and we pushed them out of their territory, we've also worked to shut down the flow of those foreign fighters. And the foreign fighters are not coming into Syria anymore. And those who are already in Iraq and Syria, we've been working very hard to make sure that they can never get out.
Sorry. So just very quickly, we asked Heather this question, but what kind of mechanism do you have in place to make sure that the Iraqi security forces are not involved in killing civilians, as we just discussed an hour ago, the human rights report?
So if you look at the Mosul campaign, this was one of the most difficult military operations since World War II, according to our military experts. And this was a campaign in a city of 1.5 million people with an enemy that has barricaded themselves amongst the population. In the old city of Mosul, in these final weeks of the battle, we had hundreds of foreign fighters from all around the world. I mentioned in my comments this morning, we heard on the radios ISIS speaking Chinese, French, Arabic with non-Iraqi dialects, Dutch, Russian, barricaded, killing civilians in high-rise buildings. And one reason, Nadia, the liberation was delayed for a couple days was that ISIS terrorists were holed up in a building and they had a number of civilians trapped in the basement. And the Iraqi security forces could drop a bomb on that building, and they decided to work methodically to try to root out the terrorists from that building to save the civilians. Throughout the campaign in Mosul, we have seen, and our people have been on the ground advising Iraqi forces, we have seen them put protection of civilians at the top of their campaign plan. And Iraqi soldiers have died because of that focus on protecting civilians. Now, whenever there is an allegation, we take it extremely seriously. We make sure the Iraqi government takes it extremely seriously. We make sure that they are doing all they can to uphold their own high standards. And some of these allegations and incidents are under investigation now. So we take all this extremely seriously, but I think you have to keep in mind how difficult, this is one of the most brutal, vicious enemies we've seen in decades. We've really never seen anything like it, particularly what they've done in the last month right in the center of the old city of Mosul.
Can we broaden that out a little? Okay, so you talked about political reconciliation in Iraq. Clearly, that's while there still needs to be improvement. There's still a lot more further along than they are in Syria. And as you look at the offensive against Raqqa, how are you going to, given that there's no political situation at hand and there doesn't look to be one anytime soon, how are you going to ensure, while there's an agreement for no party to kind of assume territory as it's liberated by ISIS, how do you ensure that ISIS doesn't come back or that another group, continues to take advantage of the vacuum? Because you've said many times that, yes, there's the issue of foreign fighters, but it's the kind of climate and vacuum and chaos that allows terrorists to have a safe haven.
So thanks, Elise. Look, I think these are all great questions. They're the kind of questions that we ask ourselves every day, but we're not just getting started here. So you look at the record of what we've done against ISIS, and I alluded to some of these statistics today. So 65,000 square kilometers have been cleared of ISIS. 4 million people have been freed from ISIS. In Iraq alone, 1.9 million people back in their homes. Again, we have never seen anything like that in a post-conflict environment. ISIS has not retaken a single square kilometer that has been freed in coalition-enabled operations. This is not a situation in which we have a military campaign, we're going to clear territory, and then it can't be held. Every single speck of land that has been retaken in coalition-enabled operations has held. ISIS has not retaken any of it. Other extremist groups have not come back to retake any of it. So the record is pretty strong. And I think the reason for that is because before we launch a military operation, we work for months, very quietly and behind the scenes with local actors to make sure we know the local people who can take charge of the community afterwards, make sure we have stabilization plans in place. That means demining, making sure electricity, water, the basic elements get back for people to come back to their homes organically. So you take Anbar province, a year ago, a major war zone, now 1 million people back in their homes. A ton of problems in Iraq and Syria, but the record where our coalition is operating, by, with, and through local partners, we have seen not only ISIS defeated, but they are not able to come back, and people come back to their communities to restore life to their communities. Look, this is extremely difficult. I was in Topka 2 weeks ago, a town that had just been liberated. We were able to get in there because the landmines had been cleared from the road only days earlier. A devastated community with people who have been living under ISIS for over 3 years. And they talk about the children and the brainwashing and all that has to happen for these communities to recover. So there's a very long way to go, but that's why we built this global coalition to do all we can to help. So it's hard. Every day is very difficult, but the record, I think right now, you know, the trend lines are moving the right way.
But isn't it a little bit different in Syria than it is in Iraq, given the civil war that's going on there, and also your agreement that no party is going to kind of take advantage of the area liberated by ISIS?
Syria is far more complicated than Iraq. It's far more complex. As I mentioned earlier this morning, we do not have a government to work with. That's not going to change anytime soon. What we are trying to do is make sure that in areas in which we are operating, in which forces we are working with, we have deconfliction arrangements in place so that the territory, there's a clear delineation of territory so we don't have incidents like happened a few weeks ago where we shot down a Syrian plane. So we are working very hard with the Russians on those types of arrangements, and we're actually fairly encouraged by what's happening there. But again, everything that we have in Syria, working with the Syrian Democratic Forces, that they have taken from ISIS, is not only holding, but you can see people returning to their communities. And what we want to do is get things in place in Syria. If you think in phases, if we're in phase one, we want to defeat ISIS, make sure that they are not holding territory anymore, no longer a threat to us, defeat ISIS and de-escalate the overall civil war. And that's through an arrangements of ceasefires, of deconfliction areas, so you can then begin a real credible process to actually have a political settlement. So this will not happen in the immediate term, but that's kind of the phased approach we're taking.
Just on the Kurdish independence referendum, can you give us like United States clear position on this, please? Is the United States opposed to the timing of the referendum or opposed to the actual referendum itself as a mechanism for people to decide what they want for themselves?
So I spoke to this in Baghdad last week. I saw Prime Minister Abadi. I saw President Barzani. We consulted with everybody. We do not think the referendum should happen in September. We think that under the Iraqi constitution, there's an important process of dialogue that has to take place. And having a referendum on such a fast timeline, particularly in disputed areas, would be, we think, significantly destabilizing. And we've made those views very clear. So we are in consultations with all parties. I think the delegation that came from Baghdad to Erbil yesterday to talk about some of these very difficult issues is a positive sign. That's the type of dialogue I think we need to see. But right now, ISIS is not finished. We have to be very clear about that. They're in Tal Afar, just south of the Kurdistan region. They're in Hawija, just south of Kirkuk. The Hawija operation will be very, very complex. It'll involve Iraqi security forces. It'll involve Peshmerga. So this is not the time to hold a referendum in these areas. And I think we've made that very clear. And I think we've said right now, I think there's a dialogue process going on, and we're going to leave it,
As a follow-up,
you talked a bit about the side of the coalition this morning and impressive size to get 72 countries together, and they don't always agree on everything. Has the issues between the GCC countries affected the coalition at all?
So it's a great question. I think I mentioned in my remarks this morning, when you have the nature of a coalition is that not everybody agrees on a lot of things. And the reason we have these coordination meetings is to air out views and air out differences and try to narrow them wherever we can. But in terms of the situation within the GCC, we have had no impact on the counter-ISIS campaign. And we've tried to make sure that the political disagreements that are ongoing there, that Secretary Tillerson is now working on, that when it comes to professional military relationships within the GCC, that there should be no impact. And so far, we've had no impact on the counter-ISIS campaign, and that's quite important.
Thanks, Brett. The president's been talking today about a second ceasefire that he'd like to see for Syria. Can you tell us what part of the country that would be in? And assuming that it may be in northern Syria, can you say when Secretary Tillerson, for instance, last week in Hamburg was talking about building on the progress of this ceasefire reached with Russia and Jordan, are you guys talking about building on our progress with Russia to expand that, or are you talking about building on lowered violence in general, leading possibly to ceasefires that we would reach with Turkey or other countries that might be more intimately involved in other parts of Syria?
So it's a great question, and your last phrase just hit on the complexities of Syria. So you can't take Syria, look, our position is we have to preserve the territorial integrity of Syria under Security Council Resolutions 2254. But you cannot take Syria as just one problem set, because there are different problems in different areas. So if you take the Southwest, what we did there, and I think quite successfully, is a very painstaking negotiation with Jordan and with Russia and with us, trilaterally, to map out a very detailed, we call it a line of contact, between opposition and regime forces. And everybody agreed on that line of contact, and that is the ceasefire line. This is the first time we've had a ceasefire with a very detailed negotiated line. It's a very different endeavor than just declaring a ceasefire in a particular area. So we have a very detailed, painstakingly negotiated ceasefire line. The Russians have made clear they are very serious about this and willing to put some of their people on the ground to help monitor from the regime side. They do not want the regime violating the ceasefire. And President Putin and President Trump in Hamburg had a very important meeting to kind of lock all this down. So what we've done in the Southwest is different than what has been tried in other areas. And the jury's still out, but so far we're very encouraged by the progress over the last 5 days. In terms of additional areas, I think we recognize that particularly as forces converge, in the counter-ISIS campaign in particular, as forces converge, we have to find arrangements, we call them deconfliction arrangements, so we do not have the types of incidents we had a few weeks ago. And since we shot down that Syrian plane, by necessity, given what that plane was doing, we have had very constructive discussions, military-to-military discussions with the Russians about deconfliction arrangements. So I was in Topka a couple weeks ago, and just south of Topka, about 15 kilometers or so, is a deconfliction line that is holding quite well. And those are the types of arrangements we want to get in place to just bring some more stability to Syria. So I think the President's referring to a very constructive discussion that he had with the Russians, and building from this Southwest agreement. There might be other areas in which we can find arrangements, just kind of settle down the overall situation, which is a necessary condition, we think, to an overall political settlement. You're not going to, it's hard to envision a major political settlement when ISIS still controls major territory as part of its so-called caliphate, and in which violence is continuing to increase. So if there's a way to work with Russia to get the violence down through deconfliction arrangements and ceasefires, we're obviously very open to that.
Have you guys made any more progress on the monitoring of this area in southwest Syria?
Yeah, so that's a very active and ongoing discussion, and it's also a very detailed discussion in terms of where monitors would go and how it would work. There are sensitivities in this area. There are some spoilers on the ground that neither side can control. So I would just say, given we have this very detailed kind of deconfliction arrangement or detailed line of contact, we're now looking at kind of where the monitors would go. So that discussion is very much ongoing, and I'm hopeful over the next week or so we can get somewhere.
Can you speak to how strong the ISIS presence is in that region as well? And I'm just wondering how you think the Assad regime's assault just outside of Asweda would affect the agreement, if you see it sort of violating at least the spirit of the agreement, or influencing rebels' decisions to agree by it.
There is an ISIS presence in the southwest. It's right in the corner on what we call the tri-border. It's an extremist group called Jaish Khalid bin Walid, and they have moved into some areas, particularly some months ago, done terrible atrocities, which ISIS does. And one reason we want to see a ceasefire in the southwest is to root out those extremist remnants. So that's something we're very much focused on. As you get east of Soweto and kind of the unpopulated areas, it's desert. It's just a whole different situation. So the line of contact which we have is really focused on the populated areas and does not go that far east. So some of those arrangements in the desert, it's just a different situation. I would say right now the spirit of the ceasefire agreement is holding.
There's time for a couple more questions.
We've been talking a lot about Syria and Iraq, but can you talk about any kind of other areas that the coalition is talking? I mean, obviously there's been discussion about Libya and Yemen and Somalia, Shabab and their connections to ISIS.
So as a military coalition, we're focused in Iraq and Syria. But what we've done as a coalition, it's not just about that. It's about protecting all of us and our homelands. And so, Interpol, we've talked about this before, but Interpol is there, one of the newest members of the coalition also. They built a database now of 19,000 names. When we find a foreign terrorist fighter and we find his phone on the battlefield, we have a whole system to analyze that, confirm the names, share them with coalition partner nations, and we're building a database for who these people are. So any of these guys that came into Syria and slipped out before we really tighten the noose, we're going to try to make sure that not only now but in the years ahead, they can be tracked, they can be stopped at border posts, they can be stopped in a routine traffic stop. So that's something we're working very hard on as the coalition. Look, different parts of the world are different, but today we focused a little bit on West Africa. We've had coalition sessions focused on Libya. You might remember in Libya there was kind of this hockey stick-like growth of ISIS in Libya. That we have helped root out those areas, and we'll continue to work with the Libyans on that. So this.
Last question. I'm sorry.
No.
What are your major concerns about Mosul's political scene in the post-ISIS era? And is there a concern that the governance of the city has a potential to be a controversial issue between regional powers like Turkey or Iran and US and Iraq?
On Mosul, it's a huge city. So 1.5 million people. And let me say a couple things. Sometimes one of the most poignant remarks was made in the meeting today by the ambassador of Iraq to the United States, a good friend of ours, Fareed Yassin, Ambassador Yassin. And his father is from Mosul. And ISIS blew up the mosque, the Grand Nuri Mosque, which stood there for 700 years. And he said it would be like in France if terrorists took down the Eiffel Tower, or here if they took down the Washington Monument. Trying to put ourselves in the shoes of what that is like. And you can compare it to the Twin Towers on 9/11. You're waking up anyone who lives in New York, you wake up every day and the towers are no longer there. That's what's happening in Mosul right now. So a tremendously traumatic experience for 1.5 million people who lived under these terrorists, and the city is changed forever, obviously, the landscape of the city. But if you look on the east side of the city, where the battle ended about 5 months ago, and I discussed this today, we have 220,000 people are back in their homes. We have over 300,000 children that were living under ISIS are back in schools. I mean, these are the types of trend lines that, when we looked at this in terms of best case scenarios, are way above what was our best case scenario. So anyone who goes into East Mosul now, and our people are going in from time to talk to folks, it has really come back to life. That's about 6 months after the battle ended. West Mosul, there are parts of it which are slowly coming back to life. The dense core of the old city, for the reason that I mentioned, we had hundreds of foreign fighters from all around the world wearing suicide vests, barricaded in high-rise buildings, using civilians as human shields. It was a brutal, vicious, house-to-house, room-to-room battle. And it'll take a long time for that old city to come back to life. But it will, and we're committed to that. And the Iraqis have laid out a pretty ambitious long-term reform plan for how they intend to do that. But I think if you look at the progress on the east side of Mosul, which was also a very intense battlefield only 6 months ago, I think there's room for some encouragement. And the reason I think that progress has been made is because we work very hard on the ground at the local level on these stabilization programs. We've kind of pioneered how to do this. It's not nation building. It's not big ticket reconstruction. It is empowering local people at the local level to take charge of their affairs. Local people who know how things work empowering them to get things up and running again. And so far, I think the record is pretty good. But one theme of today is that this isn't over. We cannot suffer from fatigue from within our coalition. The Iraqis still have some other areas to clear, and the stabilization and humanitarian will be a very long-term effort. So, sorry that's all the time I have, but I want to thank you.
All right, everyone. That feed is no longer streaming because that ISIS update has wrapped. You're now looking at a live look at the state capitol. And speaking of the capitol, that's where there is a lot of activity on the Senate floor. Lots of senators taking their time to speak out about the Senate healthcare bill proposal. In fact, Chuck Schumer, one of them.
The Republican Trump care bill still allows insurers to charge older Americans 5 times or more than they charge younger Americans. Premiums for so many people aged 55 to 64 will go way up. Americans in their 60s could be paying tens of thousands of dollars more than they do today. The Republican Trump care bill still blocks funding to Planned Parenthood, limiting access to affordable health care for millions of women. So what's new in the bill? Well, it appears that Republicans have included a new $60 billion tax break on health savings accounts, which only benefits those wealthy enough to afford putting money into them. For Americans who are struggling to pay for insurance coverage, for the average family that sits down on a Friday evening and says, how are we going to pay our existing bills? For middle-class families who struggle to make ends meet, a tax break on health savings accounts will not help. It will only help wealthier Americans who sometimes use these accounts as tax shelters. And it appears the Republican Trump care bill includes something like the Cruz Amendment, which makes the bill even worse than before. The Cruz Amendment causes costs to go up by letting insurers sell cut-rate insurance policies with lower premiums but huge deductibles and copays, so that out-of-pocket costs would actually go up, not down, even if premiums are lower. The Cruz Amendment drives Americans with pre-existing conditions into markets with unaffordable coverage. They virtually would have no coverage at all. Even Senator Chuck Grassley said the amendment would likely, quote, annihilate, that's his word, annihilate the pre-existing condition requirement. And the Cruz Amendment will likely cause death spirals in the insurance markets for Americans who need coverage the most. Even the conservative American Action Forum said the Cruz Amendment is, quote, the definition of a death spiral. From what we're seeing, The new Republican Trump care bill is every bit as mean as the old one. And in one big way, it's even meaner, with the addition of something like the Cruz Amendment. Moderate Republicans looking at this bill should be able to see that the incredibly modest change to the tax provisions, the small pot of funding for opioid abuse treatment, these other tweaks around the edges are like a drop in the bucket compared to what the bill does to Medicaid, to seniors, to Americans with pre-existing conditions. It's clear that the core of this bill will remain until the bitter end. So a vote on the motion to proceed will be a vote on the core of this bill. It's a vote on the idea that middle-class Americans and seniors should pay more for less health care. It's a vote on the idea that it should be harder for the neediest Americans to afford health care. It's a vote on the idea that corporations and special interests deserve another tax break. If you're for that idea, vote yes on the motion to proceed. But my Republican friends should not be tempted by the promise of amendments to fix this bill. It's clear that the Republican leadership wants and needs to keep the core of this bill a dagger to the heart of Medicaid and tax giveaways for corporations and special interests to the bitter end. If Republicans keep talking about needing to change the status quo on health care, but you don't change the status quo to make it worse. That's what this bill would do. This is far, far worse than the status quo. We, Republicans and Democrats, can work together to actually improve our health care system, to stabilize the marketplaces, and reduce the costs that average Americans pay for their health care, particularly prescription drugs. We can do it, but my Republican friends need to abandon this wrong-headed, partisan, behind-closed-doors approach, and they ought to do it on the motion to proceed next week. Now, on one other matter, Madam President, appropriations. We Democrats sent a letter to our Republican colleagues laying out our principles on appropriations so that Republicans would know exactly where we stand and we could avoid the possibility of them shutting down the government. We had three principles: relief from damaging sequestration cuts, parity between defense, jobs, and economic growth funding, and no poison pill riders like the ineffective border wall. These are the same principles we laid out during the last budget negotiation, which resulted in a strong and bipartisan package. But on Tuesday, and that's why I'm on the floor speaking, the House Appropriations Committee released a draft of its Homeland Security bill, which includes funding for an unnecessary, ineffective, and expensive border wall with Mexico, paid for by American taxpayers, breaking the president's promise repeatedly given that Mexico would pay for it. The bill also funds an unacceptable deportation force and unnecessary detention beds. The president's budget calls for funding a new eminent domain strike force, a team of Trump lawyers that the administration wants to send to the border to take private land away from the American people to build this wall. This proposal has met stiff resistance from homeowners living in border communities. Republicans and Democrats on both sides of the aisle have rightfully come out against this proposal. Not a single border state Republican supports the idea. The Senate should reject it outright. If House Republicans keep on this path, the path of these poison pill amendments and dramatic cuts in programs that help working Americans, I fear they're steering us towards a train wreck. Remember, the president said he wanted a shutdown. He tweeted earlier this year, "Our country needs a good shutdown in September to fix the mess." He wants one. His budget director, Mick Mulvaney, has always been for a shutdown. by including border wall funding in their proposal, dramatically cutting domestic spending, House Republicans, unfortunately, are playing right into their game. I'd urge my Republican colleagues, please, let cooler heads prevail. And to my Republican friends in the Senate, I'd say persuade your colleagues in the House to abandon this dangerous, irresponsible path they've put us on, which can only lead to a government shutdown. I guess they want it. We should be working together on a responsible way forward on appropriations in line with the principles we laid out, which produced a successful bipartisan deal on the last budget. Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Michigan.
Madam President, as public servants, I have always thought it is our duty to serve with dignity, integrity, and fairness to the best of our abilities. No matter where you are from or how we got here, the citizens of our states have sent us to Washington with the hope that we will do what is best for them. We hold the public's trust, and that is something that should guide us in everything that we do. Last week, I was home in Michigan for the 4th of July, and my family and other Michiganders celebrated and honored those who had fought for our independence and those who continue to defend our sacred freedom. Our American democracy is rooted in the promise of freedom and equal opportunity for every American. Our resilient nation has persevered because of shared commitment to do what is right, even if we don't always agree on how to get there. While home last week, I had the opportunity to speak to many Michiganders and hear what was on their mind. And they had a whole range of topics on their mind, but the number one issue that I heard was about the proposed Republican health care bill. Some were angry, some were confused, but most were simply scared. They're scared for their children, they're scared for their spouses, they're scared for their aging parents, and many are scared about what this bill could mean for their own health and well-being. Mr. President, I'd like to highlight a few of the stories shared with me in recent days. Susan from Clawson, Michigan, shared her unfortunate story about when she fell on hard times, unexpectedly lost her small business, and with it, her income. Susan, despite of all of her hard work in the past, no longer had the resources to obtain private health insurance. During this time, and it was an extremely stressful time, she also discovered that she had an unidentified lump on her breast. Through some research and the help of friends, Susan was able to enroll in Medicaid and get the treatment for what she discovered was a very aggressive but treatable form of cancer. Without Medicaid, Susan may not have gotten the treatment that she needed and may have lost her life. Nobody takes pleasure in sharing such deeply personal stories, but Susan wants to be sure that anyone who finds themselves in such a difficult position has the support that she had. And I appreciate her bravery in beating cancer and her willingness to share this very personal experience. Elena from Southfield, Michigan, shared that she was diagnosed with a rare tumor almost a year ago. Elena serves as a minister of music in her church in downtown Detroit and enjoys working with children through various local programs. Elena works part-time, and her husband works full-time, often 70 hours per week, but neither have health care benefits through their employers. Elena and her husband were able to obtain coverage through the ACA Marketplace, a plan that she would not have been able to purchase without the Affordable Care Act. Elena is rightfully terrified by the Republican plan and said that she would probably be dead without the affordable coverage that she received under the Affordable Care Act, and leaving her loving husband and her 5-year-old daughter behind. Matt from Waterford was unable to get health insurance before the ACA due to 2 pre-existing conditions. After obtaining health care through the Affordable Care Act, he discovered one of his pre-existing conditions had led to cancer in his digestive tract. Matt is convinced that the ACA literally saved his life and that he would not have been able to afford the care that he needs otherwise. Mr. President, hearing the stories of Matt and Susan and Elena and countless other Michiganders like them, I feel the need to remind this body that these individuals are our neighbors. They are husbands and wives and fathers and mothers. Illnesses or emergencies can happen to anyone. Ministers get sick. Students get sick. Small business owners get sick. Matt didn't choose to be born with a pre-existing condition. Susan didn't ask for breast cancer, and Elena's tumor could have been on any one of us. Mr. President, last week we honored our country's fight for independence, our nation's brave founders, and all who have sacrificed to build our nation by working towards a more perfect union to ensure America is the land of opportunity for all. The health care bill Republicans have written goes against the very values that we honor and that we cherish. It does not bring us closer to opportunity for all. When the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office concludes that the Republican bill will leave millions of people uninsured, that should send a strong signal to all of us that we need to go back to the drawing board. About an hour ago, my Republican colleagues released additional last-minute changes to their health care bill intended to win over a few more votes within their party. Changes that were drafted behind closed doors and without input from the American public, the very people that we represent. In their rush to get this bill done quickly, my colleagues have not fully considered how this proposal will impact their constituents. Healthcare stakeholders and our nation's insurers have told Republicans this latest change will still cause premiums for older Americans and those with pre-existing conditions to skyrocket. It will still increase the number of Americans without health insurance by millions. We should be working on bipartisan legislation that will truly improve our healthcare system by increasing insurance coverage while bringing down cost, not forcing a vote next week on legislation that is seriously flawed. I ask my Republican colleagues to listen to their fellow Americans, Americans who are scared of what this bill will mean for them and for their families. I ask my Republican colleagues to listen to the people calling their office every single day and even traveling here to Washington, D.C. to speak out against this bill. I ask my colleagues to listen to the independent experts and healthcare stakeholders that have said in no uncertain terms that this bill will cost millions of people their health insurance and could cost thousands of Americans their very lives. I ask my colleagues to remember why they came to Washington in the first place. I ask my colleagues to step back and ask themselves some tough questions. Will this bill help people or will it hurt people? What will this bill mean for rural hospitals in their state, for life-saving addiction treatment centers, for preventative care that saves lives and taxpayer dollars? Does this bill hold true to the important American values of fairness, freedom, and equal opportunity for all? If the answer to any of these questions is no, we should scrap this bill, start over, and work together in a bipartisan way to bring down health care costs and improve the quality of care available to every American, no matter who they are or where they live. Thank you, Mr. President.
Closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Hagerty nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of State, William Francis Hagerty IV of Tennessee to be Ambassador of the United States of America to Japan.
The Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I won't take much time of the body. Let me begin by reviewing the threats that the United States is facing around the world today. Campaign against ISIS is far from over. We must build on the success of retaking Mosul and ensuring an enduring defeat of terrorist threats in Iraq and Syria and throughout the region. Every day we learn more about Russia's asymmetric capabilities, from cyber attacks to disinformation campaigns, even as they modernize their military, occupy Crimea, destabilize Ukraine, and threaten our NATO allies. China continues to militarize the South China Sea and modernize its own military at an alarming rate. North Korea gets ever closer to developing the capability to strike the U.S. homeland with a nuclear-armed missile. I could spend a lot of time going through all of the threats we face. And we're at war. We're at war. The brave young men and women serving in Afghanistan as I speak, some of them have been wounded and killed. We must always ask ourselves, are we really doing all we can to support them? Our military is facing a crisis. Years of budget cuts from this Congress have failed our men and women in uniform. In order to rebuild the military, the Pentagon needs to ramp up readiness programs and embark on an ambitious plan for modernization to make sure our service members are given the training, resources, and capabilities that they need. To do that, the Department of Defense must have senior leadership. They must have senior leadership. The position of Deputy Secretary of State is one of the most critical positions in our government. It's essentially the chief operating officer of the largest, most complex organization in the world, the department that is entrusted with ensuring our national security. Patrick Shanahan is a well-qualified nominee who passed out of the Armed Services Committee on a voice vote. This body voted overwhelmingly 98-1 to confirm General Mattis as Secretary of Defense. He had our overwhelming support to lead the department during challenging time, and yet we've not given Secretary Mattis the senior leadership he needs to help him do his job. Tomorrow I say to my colleagues, the current Deputy Secretary of Defense, Bob Work, will leave his office tomorrow. There simply is no more time to delay in moving the nomination of Patrick Shanahan. You can choose to vote no, you can choose to vote yes, but let's just vote. The obstruction has gone on long enough and it has to stop. I'd like to say that I understand the frustration that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle feel with the process that we have been through, particularly on the issue of health care. The issue of health care should have gone through the relevant committees. It should have had amendments. It should have had debate. It should have had discussion. And maybe we could have passed something going through the regular order. And we didn't. And I understand my colleagues on the other side of the aisle feeling of frustration. I felt the same thing in 2009 when we did Obamacare, basically on the same basis. And yet, amnesia seems to have set in here, or new members are not remembering or care. So what's going on in this body, unfortunately, these days is plagued by partisanship and politics. This is a time to put aside all that for the sake of our national security and come together as Republicans and Democrats to move this nomination. Our men in uniform, men and women in uniform, deserve no less. And let me just say again to my friend from New York, who I have enjoyed doing battle with for many years, he's a man of honesty and integrity and a man of his word. And I understand his frustration. And I understand the frustration on the other side of the aisle because we felt the same thing. So I would again ask the indulgence of the leader of the Democratic Party on the other side to at least consider this unanimous consent agreement. I ask consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of Executive Calendar Number 157, the nomination of Patrick Shanahan to be Deputy Secretary of Defense, that the nomination be confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. I ask consent that at 5 p.m.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
reserving
the right to object. First, there's no one I have more respect for on either side of the aisle than the senator from Arizona. he said some nice words about me, I'd send them back to him 5 times over. He's a fine man. He has great integrity, great courage, great service to our country, and no one has helped defend America, both when he was in the armed forces and here on the Senate floor than the gentleman. So I respect that, and I respect his always try to put yourself in the other person's moccasins. That was one of the great Indian proverbs, and I know he's doing that as he mentions his remarks. I just make a couple of quick points. First, our Republican leader has chosen this week to proceed with 3 nominees under regular order. He could have advanced this nominee and a few others from the DOD, but instead chose the district court judge in Idaho, nominee to OMB, ambassador to Japan. And so I'd say to my good friend from Arizona, given the frustration that he remarked about that our side has on health care, which as is so important to so many, as is keeping a strong and fully staffed Defense Department, that I would say to the gentleman that we'd be happy to consider the nominee in regular order, and maybe once things change a little bit in health care, we can, with the consent of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, we can move a lot of things quickly. But at this point, despite my great respect for my dear friend, I must object.
The objection is heard. Senator from Arizona.
Before the Democratic leader leaves, could I ask one more? I ask consent that at 5 p.m. on Monday, July 17th, the Senate proceed to executive session for consideration of executive calendar number 157. I further ask that there be 30 minutes of debate on the nomination equally divided in the usual form, and that following use or yielding back of time, the Senate vote on confirmation on the nomination with no intervening action or debate, and that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider to be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. Before I ask for a ruling on that, can I just say the senator from New York has a legitimate comment. Why in the world we would be wasting time on the ambassador to Japan when we have Department of Defense nominees in line is something I can neither account for nor can I condone. So I understand the senator from New York's frustration, and maybe sometime after our 2 weeks, after our 2 weeks in August, perhaps some of us ought to sit down and talk and work out an agenda. We've got a train wreck coming. The senator from New York knows. We got the debt limit. We've got no appropriations bill passed. We've got all of these things are piling up, and we got about 30 days to do it in. And so far, I have seen no plan to address these challenges. And the only way we're going to address some of these challenges, I say to my colleagues, with their partisanship and anger and dislike of anybody who lives over there, the fact is that we need out, and we can do it without betraying principle, but we can also do it by understanding the priorities and the dedication and patriotism of those on the other side of the aisle. And so I understand the senator from New York. I don't agree with the senator from New York, but I understand his frustration, and so I renew my consent request.
Is there objection?
Reluctantly, again, I must object, but I would say to my colleague from Arizona, I would like to very much sit down and work out these other problems. I think if he and I were sat in a room together, we could figure these out ourselves pretty well, and it will be our job, both of ours, to persuade our colleagues to try and do the same. I understand I spoke a little bit, used the same words, train wreck, earlier this morning, and if we don't come to a good agreement, for instance, on appropriations and budget, the defense forces that he so dearly holds, so many of the issues on our side would be hurt dramatically. The country would, and so I promise him I will endeavor to work these with him in the most good faith way.
The objection is heard.
Could I just ask one more question of the Democratic leader? When would Mr. Shanahan's nomination be in order?
Well, I think if it's filed, then it'll be up to the Republican leader, but if it's filed tonight, it would be voted on, the cloture motion would be voted on Monday night, and then maybe we could talk about, with the permission of my colleagues from the other side, speeding it up after that.
I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I am speaking today because proponents of Trump Care have their heads stuck in the sand. Many of the Republicans in this chamber clearly are in denial that we live in a country where 91 Americans die each and every day from an opioid overdose, where 1.3 million Americans went to the hospital for an opioid-related issue in 2014, where 2,000 Massachusetts residents died from an opioid overdose just last year. 69% of those cases had the illicit opioid fentanyl in their bodies. 69% of those who died had fentanyl in their systems. If people across the country were dying from overdoses at the same rate as in Massachusetts, that would be 100,000 people per year. 2 Vietnam Wars worth of deaths every single year. Over 10 years, that would be 1 million people who died if they were dying at the same rate as they are in Massachusetts. 1 million people over 10 years dying from opioid overdoses in our country. If these Republicans took their heads out of the sand, they would hear the near unanimous calls from the experts and the pleas of mothers and fathers to stop this machete to Medicaid, which they have brought with their new health care reform bill. They would hear the alarm bells Americans across the country are ringing against this cruel and heartless and immoral legislation. These desperate voices should be enough to get Republicans to abandon their efforts to rip away insurance coverage for treatment and recovery services for Americans struggling with substance use disorders. But instead of accepting the truth and listening to their constituents, they've decided to take a cynical path and replace these life-saving services with a paltry opioid fund of $45 billion over 10 years. Now, there's been a lot of talk from the Republicans about so-called fixes that they can work on with Democrats. But this opioid fund isn't a fix. It is a falsehood. It's a false promise to the people suffering from opioid addiction. It's a false future that won't include critical Medicaid funding for treatment and recovery services. It's a false bargain that Republicans will make at the expense of families desperate for opioid addiction treatment. This opioid fund is a politically craven effort to buy votes from Republicans whose states are being ravaged by the prescription drug, heroin, and fentanyl crisis. But the American people will not be fooled. This opioid funding is nothing more than a public health pittance, a wholly inadequate response to our nation's preeminent health care crisis. In fact, the amount included in this latest version of Trump Care is not even half of the amount that the Affordable Care Act would have spent on covering opioid use disorder treatment if we just left that law alone to work as intended. Here are the numbers. The Center for American Progress has estimated that the Affordable Care Act would spend $91 billion for opioid coverage alone over the next decade, compared to the $45 billion which the Republicans
are putting into their bill, which they announced today. We already know that access to treatment is a challenge. Only 1 in 10 Americans with substance addiction receive treatment. Only 1 in 10. There are estimated to be 2 million people with an opioid use disorder who are not receiving any treatment for this disorder. It should not be a surprise to anyone that the epidemic of opioid abuse will only get worse as long as we have a system that makes it easier to abuse drugs than to get help for addiction disorders. And the paltry GOP fund that provides less than half of the funding of the Affordable Care Act is only going to accelerate the death sentence for the millions of people with substance use disorders. And sadly, we know that my Republican colleagues attempting to jam this immoral and callous Trump Care bill through this body actually are aware of the crisis facing their states. They speak to the same constituents. They read the same newspapers. They see the same obituaries of Americans who lost their lives to the opioid overdose epidemic.
All right, everyone, here is a live look at the Capitol. That is where a lot of activity is taking place. We are being told that the goal is for senators to vote on the proposed health care bill by next week. So that is why even when the Senate is addressing an issue not related to health care, many of the Democrats are taking this opportunity to speak about health care. Bernie Sanders was on the Senate floor moments ago, and this is what he said.
The entire country. What will this bill do to our ability to prevent and treat the opioid crisis, which is decimating this country from one end of America to the other? What happens if you cut $800 billion in Medicaid? How will people get the treatment that they need today, which is inadequate? In my state, it's inadequate. I don't think there's a state in the country which today is providing the necessary treatment or prevention capabilities to deal with this opioid and heroin crisis which is ravaging America. What impact will $800 billion cut on that? I understand there's some money going into, additional money going into opioid treatment here, but how do you do that without the framework of allowing people the access to get health care? What happens if you're thrown off the health care you had? What will the additional opioid treatment money mean? And I think not a whole lot. Madam President, in this bill, there are still hundreds of billions of dollars, several $100 billion in tax breaks to large health insurance companies, to drug companies, to medical device companies, and to tanning salons. As a nation, are we really interested in giving significant tax breaks to large insurance companies and then throwing children who have disabilities off of the Medicaid they currently receive? Is that what the American people want? I don't think they do. And I have to tell you that this legislation, Republican legislation, as you know, has been opposed by almost every major national health care organization in the country, by the American Medical Association, by the American Hospital Association, by the AARP, the largest senior group in America, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Pediatrics Association. Virtually all of the major health care groups are saying that this legislation would be a disaster for the people that they serve. I was, just last night, we had a teleconference town hall in Vermont. We had some 15,000, 16,000 people on the phone. And the calls that were coming in were very painful calls because I didn't almost even want to be honest in answering the calls. A woman calls in and she says, my son has a very serious medical illness and we spend a fortune on prescription drugs. What's going to happen if this bill passes? What was I going to tell her? That perhaps her son would die? You know, it's just not something that I feel comfortable even talking about. But the truth is, and this is not Bernie Sanders talking, this is study after study after study that says that if you do as they did in the House, throw 23 million people off of health insurance, including people who are struggling with cancer, people who are struggling with heart disease, people who are struggling with diabetes. What does common sense tell you? If you're struggling with cancer and you lose your health insurance, what do you think is going to happen to you? And what study after study has shown is that thousands of people will die. It's not that any Republican here wants to see anybody die, but that is the consequence of what happens when you throw, as the House bill did, 23 million people off of health insurance. We should not be giving tax breaks to insurance companies and then throwing disabled children or people with terrible illnesses who are fighting for their lives off of health insurance. Madam President, the AARP is very strongly opposed to this legislation. And the reason is pretty clear. And that is what every person in America should understand, and I'm not sure that many do, is that Medicaid now pays for over 2/3 of all nursing home care, 2/3. Now, what happens to the seniors and persons with disabilities who have their nursing home coverage paid for by Medicaid today? What's going to happen to those people? What happens if your mom is in a nursing home? You don't have a lot of money, your mom is in a nursing home paid for by Medicaid. What happens if Medicaid is slashed? What's going to happen to your mom? Is she going to be thrown out on the street? Is she going to end up in the basement of your house? Are you going to have to make the choice about whether you take care of her or whether you put away a few bucks to send your kids to college? And if suddenly a daughter or a son is going to have to care for a mom or a dad thrown out of a nursing home, how do they go to work to earn the money that their families need? These are legitimate questions, and it would be nice to have had a hearing or two in order to answer those questions. The bottom line is that we have legislation before us which is widely rejected by the American people. The last poll that I saw was done by USA Today, suggested that 12% of the American people supported this legislation, 12%. Virtually every major healthcare organization in America opposes this legislation. And there's nothing that I have seen today, none of the tweaks that have been put into this, that make this legislation in any way, shape, or form acceptable. Now, it is no great secret that the Affordable Care Act is far from perfect. I don't think you hear anybody here say, hey, the ACA is great, it doesn't need any changes. It does need changes. Deductibles are too high in Vermont. Premiums are too high, co-payments are too high, and the cost of prescription drugs in Vermont and all over this country is off the charts. Talked to a woman, I was in West Virginia actually, talked to a woman after I spoke, and she said she's taking care of her older brother. She said the medicine that her brother, he has seizures, the medicine that her brother was using went up by 900% over the last few years. 900%. Why? Because that's what the drug companies could get away with. And tomorrow maybe 1,000%. They could charge any price they want. Anybody in America think that makes sense? Anybody happy in America? People in Missouri happy? People in West Virginia? People in Vermont happy that we are paying by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs? I don't think so. And there are ideas out there about how we can significantly lower the cost of prescription drugs in this country, about how we can lower deductibles, how we can lower co-payments. Now, I happen to believe, as I've said many, many times, that while it is important that we improve the Affordable Care Act, at the end of the day, this country must do what every other major country on earth does, and that is to understand that health care is a right, not a privilege. Right now, we have 28 million people who have zero health insurance. if this bill, at least the House bill, were to go through, there'd be another 23 million on top of the 28, over 50 million people without any health insurance. Does that make sense to anybody? Our job is to join the rest of the industrialized world and make sure that every man, woman, and child has health care as a right, no matter what your income is. When you get sick, you go to the doctor.
All right, everyone. So that was Senator Bernie Sanders on the Senate floor from earlier today. We are now going to take you live to the Senate floor for the latest live activity. I just wanted to go ahead and show you guys what happened earlier as Bernie Sanders spoke. We have our live Senate floor feed here on News Now. All right, as you can see, based on the graphic on your screen, the nomination of Patrick Shanahan to be Deputy Secretary of Defense is the pending business there at the Senate, on the Senate floor. Periodically, different members of the Senate take the opportunity to speak. Looks like no one is speaking now, but let's stay tuned. There should be some activity momentarily. All right, everyone, looks like the Senate floor is pretty slow right now. Here's a quick look at Phoenix once again. We'll go back to the Senate floor if there is any actual activity there. In the meantime, though, I do want to show you this event. We weren't able to show you Speaker of the House Paul Ryan's weekly press conference. Let's listen in on what the Speaker of the House had to say earlier today. Heads up.
Sorry. I had pens in my office. Morning. First, I want to take a moment to talk about some flooding we've got right now in southeastern Wisconsin. Heavy rain has led to extensive flooding throughout our community. I've spoken with Governor Walker. He has declared a state of emergency in Kenosha, Racine, and Walworth counties. There's already been extensive property damage to the homes and businesses, but so far, thankfully, no loss of life. I want to commend all the state and the local officials who are working around the clock to address this emergency, particularly the people at the dam in Burlington. I intend to return home today to see firsthand and to respond to recovery efforts on the ground and to just assess the damage. Second, the House continues to take action on issues that affect people in their everyday lives. Yesterday, the House passed 3 more bipartisan initiatives to combat human trafficking. Today, the Ways and Means Committee is holding another hearing on tax reform. This one focuses on the struggles that small businesses are facing under the current tax code. Under this crazy system we have, successful small businesses pay a top marginal tax rate as high as 44.6%. They cannot compete like that. This is one of the reasons it is so important that we reform our tax code to level the playing field for more jobs and for more growth. This is essential if we're ever going to get our economy growing at its potential. Then tomorrow, the House is set to take action on our annual national defense bill. This is the next step in keeping our promise to rebuild our military for the 21st century. And this will give our troops a well-deserved, fully funded pay raise. So these are just a few big issues we're making progress on this week. Finally, quickly over the break, it came to my attention that there was an issue about dress code. I'll be honest, this is not something that was covered in my new speakership orientation ceremony. The Sergeant of Arms was simply enforcing the same interpretation of the rules as under my predecessors. This is nothing new, and certainly not something that I devised. At the same time, that doesn't mean that enforcement couldn't stand to be a bit modernized. So that is why we will be working with the Sergeant of Arms to ensure the enforcement of appropriate business attire is updated. Decorum is important, especially for this institution, and a dress code in the chamber and the lobby makes sense. But we also don't need to bar otherwise accepted contemporary business attire. So look for a change on that soon. Questions? Yeah.
You were chief negotiator for Republicans a few years ago on a big budget deal, the Ryan Murray deal. With the number of financial deadlines piling up and we're about to head into August recess, there's some thought that some similar kind of deal will be necessary at the end of September. Is that something you're open to?
It is. Yeah. Who are you with?
For the Washington Blade. My name is Chris Johnson. A question on the Hartzler Amendment to the Defense Authorization Bill. This marks the first time ever that the House of Representatives has voted on a measure specifically targeting transgender people. Do you support the amendment and predict it will pass as part of the bill?
Yeah, I think it's important that we work closely with the DOD on this. As you probably know, Secretary Mattis is under review on this right now, and so I want to make sure that what we do is in close coordination with them.
Well, how can you, if that,
We'll see what happens with the Hartzler Amendment. And she also is concerned about this, but again, I think it's important that we coordinate closely with DOD as they review this.
My question though is, if you want to coordinate with them, why are you passing an amendment that...
Because it's a free process. It's an open process. She can bring an amendment to the floor if she wants to. Yeah.
Question about Obamacare taxes. You said in last month that if the Senate bill fails or for some reason doesn't repeal Obamacare taxes, those will be left in place. They're obnoxious taxes, but you're just going to put them on.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. They are obnoxious taxes, yeah. Yeah, so you want to know what happens to the baseline?
Well, no, so you said before that you were just going to put those off to the side and they wouldn't be addressed in tax reform. I'm wondering if that's still the case or if you would consider addressing those taxes in tax reform.
Well, I guess I'd say one of the taxes that affects tax on capital income is something that is a critical part of tax reform itself. Other taxes that affect health care, like the HIT tax and those taxes, those we see as part of Obamacare. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. On the budget deal, why not push harder now? And what guarantee do constituents have that the appropriations process means anything when the spending levels violate current federal spending?
Because we believe the House should make its position. This is why Diane Black has done such a tremendous job getting all of the House on the same page and the House Republicans to agree on what we think the right numbers are. You see the NDAA being marked up at the number that the Appropriations Committee is working on, that the Budget Committee is working on. So this is the classic legislative process. The House moves with its position, the Senate moves with theirs, and then we negotiate a compromise at the end of the day. But we believe it's in our interest to move forward with our plan, with what we think is the right thing to do. And at the end of the day, we'll find a solution.
But is time running out? I mean,
No, I think we're doing fine. We're actually well ahead of schedule. I especially as you've heard me always say, I think I said this the other day, a new presidency, you have a delayed budget process. So that's the case. It was the case when we had Clinton and Bush and Obama. This is the first year of a new presidency with a delayed budget process. But with a delayed budget process, I'm very impressed that the appropriators are all but done with their work. So they've moved so quickly in the month of July, with their deadline being 2 months from now, that we're getting their work done. And now we're talking with our members about how to process that through the House. Yeah.
So Senate leadership's supposed to come out with their health care bill today. Apparently, Lindsey Graham and Bill Cassidy are introducing their own health care bill. And the president's still saying if Republicans can't get a deal on a bill, they should do repeal and replace separately. I guess my question is, did the House go back and look at any of these other options? Or now that you've passed something, do you sort of think you've done your part in that?
As tempting as it is to comment on the Senate's deliberation and their process, I want to give them the space to get their job done. We have a promise to keep, and we kept that promise in the House. I look forward to seeing the Senate do the same.
Can I follow up?
Sure.
Would the House stay in session through
Yes.
August if they
Yeah, if the Senate is going to give us a health care bill, we're going to stay and finish the health care bill.
Speaker Ryan, Senator Grassley is sending a letter to John Jr., Donald Trump Jr., asking him to testify about his meeting. Should the president's son testify
I think any witness who's been asked to testify before Congress should testify.
in public?
I'll leave that up to the witness and the Senate to decide that, the committees. But anybody who is asked to testify to the Senate should do that. Yeah.
The bill to authorize the FAA to come to the floor as soon as next week. There's been some changes to it from the effort last year, but the crux of it is the same, to remove air traffic control operations from FAA. You didn't bring it to the floor last year. What's changed this year that makes you support that?
Well, I'll defer the specific questions to Chairman Schuster, but this bill is changed substantially. That's why I think you see so much more support for this bill than you did last year. We're going through the conversations with our members on this bill right now. It's a big change. Look, here's the problem with the FAA. We're in the 20th century. We have a 20th century system in the 21st century. We need to upgrade the entire air traffic control system for lots of reasons, for safety and for efficiency. Chairman Schuster put together a very impressive effort with a lot more support than we had last year, and he's now educating members and getting their feedback on how to do it. I don't even think we've whipped it yet, so I think we're whipping it probably today is my recollection. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I think the president's support did help. Yeah. Yeah. Who are you with?
On the human trafficking bills, do you think local law enforcement agencies are well equipped to take on the online aspect of human trafficking?
Well, I think that's part of Chris Smith's effort, and the broader effort is to make sure that they are well equipped with it. That's the whole point, is to give all levels of law enforcement the tools they need to be able to enforce these laws.
Last question.
Carrie.
Since the Alexandria shooting, we've seen a number of Second Amendment concealed carry type bills come in from your conference. What kind of movement will we see over in your chamber right now?
I don't actually know the full extent of that question. I support reciprocity, but I don't know if all of our members support reciprocity. There are issues that conservatives have on federalism grounds on that. My own view with respect to the members of Congress, we get that question, we've got to be treated under the same law like everybody else. No special exceptions for a member of Congress as far as I'm concerned. So, thank you.
All right, everyone. So that was the end of Paul Ryan's weekly press conference. That was the Speaker of the House. We are going to switch gears now and take you to Ohio. We have these live aerials coming in of flooding in Ohio. Some serious flooding there. We're going to work to get you guys more information on the flooding. All right, well, there has just been quite a bit of flooding throughout the Midwest, not just in Ohio. We know that flooding in the Midwest closed roadways and knocked out power to thousands of people, including a suburban Chicago hospital that was forced to close. But residents in the Wisconsin city of Burlington appeared upbeat even as portions of streets remained submerged by water this morning. We know that 4 bridges were closed in Burlington, Wisconsin because of the waterway was 5 feet above the flood stage. Almost every business in the city was waiting for power to be restored. Authorities said that nearly everyone there is dealing with some type of flood damage in that city in Wisconsin. We know the governor of Wisconsin declared a state of emergency and that the flooding was widespread, flooding throughout the Midwest from Wisconsin, to Illinois to Ohio. Again, gusty storms hammering the mid-Atlantic region, resulting in heavy downpours and some serious flooding. Severe weather has caused flash flooding around Columbus and Franklin County. The National Weather Service issued a flash flood warning for Franklin County earlier today. That warning expired a couple of hours ago. We know that roads have closed and some bus routes have been rerouted. More showers and thunderstorms are expected later today as well as into the evening. Due to frequent rain this week, the moist environment could produce heavy rainfall and additional flash flooding. Again, heavy flooding reported in several areas around central Ohio after heavy rains moved through the area. Over 30 residents in one neighborhood of Hebron had to be rescued from their homes by boat. The American Red Cross opened an emergency assistance center to help people affected by rising floodwaters and are working to open a second location. Most of the area is under a flood watch warning now until yet tomorrow morning, with some counties under flood warnings, not just flood watches. Now, the Red Cross offering the following safety tips for people in Ohio. When a flood or a flash flood warning is issued for your area, head for higher ground and stay there. They also tell people to stay away from floodwaters. If you come upon a flowing stream where water is above your ankles, stop, turn around, and go the other way. 6 inches, even 6 inches of swiftly moving water can sweep you off your feet. And if you come upon a flooded road while driving, make sure to turn around and go another way. If you're caught on the flooded road and waters are rising rapidly around you, get out of the car quickly and move to higher ground. Most cars can be swept away by less than 2 feet of moving water. The American Red Cross also reminds people to keep children out of the water. Again, they're curious and often lack judgment about running water or contaminated water. So these are some live images coming in from central Ohio, dealing with some severe flooding out there. And looks like the Skyfox chopper there has now left the scene of the flooding. We are now just looking at the fields of central Ohio, but there are areas of severe flooding. I'm wondering if Skyfox there is just going to another flooded area to give us another view, as we know that there are areas dealing with severe flooding there in central Ohio. Again, these are live pictures coming in of the severe flooding in central Ohio. You can see some people carrying a raft or small kayak there, perhaps using it for a rescue. We don't know at this point, but again, there is some severe flooding there in central Ohio. Some of you in other parts of the U.S. may be wondering just how bad the weather is there in the Midwest in Ohio. I do want to read to you this AccuWeather update from earlier today. Storms from the middle Mississippi and Ohio valleys to the mid-Atlantic and throughout southern New England will unleash torrential downpours and gusty winds through the end of this week. There is a surplus of moisture. Again, this is not affecting just central Ohio, but we have thunderstorms taking place in Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, parts of Iowa, New York, Pennsylvania, D.C. In fact, New York is in an area where there is severe thunderstorms that could result in flash flooding and damaging winds. You can already see the floods there in central Ohio. We know a large portion of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois will be in the risk for severe weather into the night today. We also know that a smaller number of storms will be producing strong wind gusts and even hail. A couple of the strongest storms may produce a brief tornado. Now, according to AccuWeather, this is the type of setup that can leave people stranded for a while, where rain quickly inundates small communities, portions of cities, and stretches of major highways. Again, this could greatly elevate the risk of flash and urban flooding. AccuWeather says airline delays are also likely as storms approach the major hubs. Now, other areas that may be affected include western Pennsylvania and the northern West Virginia panhandle. In this part of the area, a mere 1 to 2 inches of rain in many hours can even trigger a flash flood warning. Storms may become locally severe over a heavily populated area from Philadelphia to New York, Hartford, Connecticut, and Providence, Rhode Island into tonight. According to the AccuWeather spokesperson, some areas of the central and northeastern states will experience this heavy rain for a period of 2 days. That's right, 2 days of severe weather. Now, we know tomorrow the main threat for locally violent storms will actually focus more on the mid-Atlantic region. So right now, Ohio dealing with a lot of it, but by tomorrow it'll be more of the mid-Atlantic. So DC, Philadelphia, going to be dealing with some severe weather tomorrow. Some of you may be wondering, oh no, DC, will the president be okay? But if you were paying attention closely, you will know that President Trump is not in Washington, DC. Right now, President Trump is spending today and tomorrow in Paris, France. So he will not be dealing with this severe weather. However, other politicians there on the Capitol, including all the senators we've been watching, will indeed have to prepare for some serious potential flash flood warning. Now, more weather updates from AccuWeather. We're learning that areas from the Chesapeake and Delaware Bays will be at an elevated risk for severe weather tomorrow. And in some cases tomorrow, streets could become fast-moving rivers. Storm drains may be overwhelmed and small streams could rapidly overflow their banks. Torrential rainfall could even flood some subway tunnel entrances. AccuWeather reminds motorists not to drive through flooded roadways. They're also letting people in this region know that sporadic power outages are possible, while tree limbs could break and trees could be uprooted by highly localized strong gusts. Now, right now, those of you just joining us, you are looking at some flooding there in central Ohio. You can see this park, this playground, what once was a playground, completely flooded. You can see the slides there, an unfortunate scene at that park in central Ohio. Now, according to AccuWeather, just another reminder, at the first clap of thunder, it's important to move indoors and away from windows. Again, this is in an effort to avoid being hit by any trees breaking or any other potential danger. You can see that sign says Samsbury Park. I think that's what it says, but again, complete flooding in the park. You see people, trying to enjoy the flooding there on your screen. There's some severe flooding, and people just have their floats out, and they're just, taking advantage of this unfortunate situation, trying to make the most of it there in central Ohio. It looks like they have now cut away from the Ohio feed, and we're now back to looking at the White House. Here is a quick look at the Capitol building as well. We are now going to take you back inside the Capitol building, where the Senate continues to have a discussion on the Senate floor. Let's listen in.
I'll remind my colleagues, too, that the state of New York
Officers raced around trying to help the best.
Has 650,000 people in New York on a very, very affordable insurance plan. And we think that those are the kinds of things. We think if you're an individual in the individual market, you should be able to get the same clout as somebody who works for a large employer. You should be able to go in and buy in bulk as a class, as a group of people, and when you buy in bulk, you should get a discount. And that's what we think will help us in the individual market drive down these costs for what has been 7% of the marketplace. So I urge my colleagues to reject this latest proposal. Let's get serious about fixing the things that we know we can fix and improve upon, but let's keep, for the American people, for the over 22 million Americans who are very nervous about this proposal because they know they're going to get cut off of care, let's not do that to them. Let's improve where we need to go in affordability in the healthcare arena and not think that a junk insurance program or cutting people off is the solution for the future. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank my friend from Washington State who has been such a leader on health care, and looking at her chart, looking at the junk insurance amendment and all the groups opposing it, it reminds me of the calls I used to get prior to the Affordable Care Act from someone who was healthy and young and had a policy for years that was only $50 a month, and they thought it was great. And then all of a sudden they got sick, or their child got sick. And they called me up and said, I paid into insurance all these years, and they'll only cover 1 day in the hospital. I remember having that conversation with somebody. Or no days in the hospital. Well, that's what you call a junk insurance plan. And the idea that this latest version of the bill, the health care bill, would allow that to come back so that somebody has the false confidence that if they pay $30, $40, $50 a month and think they have insurance, and then something happens and they found out it's just a bunch of junk and it doesn't cover anything, that's going to be legal again. Right now it's not legal to do that. With health reform, we stopped that. But that would be legal again under this proposal, and I am deeply concerned about that. I'm obviously rising to talk about the Republican health care bill. I don't believe it's a health care bill, but that's what we're debating, is health care, or whether or not health care will be taken away. What I'd rather be doing is working with my friend who's in the chair on lowering the cost of prescription drugs. We work on many things together on health care and mental health and addiction services and so on. I'd rather be doing that than debating what we're debating. I'd rather be focused on how we lower the cost of prescription drugs, which is the cost I hear about the most from my constituents, or other out-of-pocket costs for people that are in the private insurance system, individual insurance market, because we do have situations where co-pays and deductibles are too high in the private insurance market. Gutting Medicaid will do nothing about that, nothing. Just take away health care for tens of millions of people. It won't change the private insurance market at all, which is where I believe we need to focus, and I am anxious to do that. I'm working across the aisle to do that. I want to make sure that we are talking about building on health care coverage, lowering costs, tackling prescription drug costs. But instead, this bill would take away health care for millions of Americans. We know that from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. We don't know yet how many millions under the current version, but we know that at some point we'll get a score on that from the Budget Office, and we'll know, and it will be a lot of people that are going to lose their insurance, and they don't need to lose their insurance in order to tackle bringing down the costs of insurance. So what do we know about this proposal? And the versions keep changing, but it's like the same old song over and over again. A little bit changed, a little bit of different refrain, but it's the same old song in the end. And what we know is that doctors don't like it, and nurses don't like it, and hospitals don't like it, insurance companies don't like it, people in Michigan don't like it. They've called and written, told me in person. People approaching me at 4th of July parades. People are scared. They're concerned. I had a woman approach me whose mom's in a nursing home, has Alzheimer's disease, and she was panicked. I mean, 3 out of 5 seniors in nursing homes in Michigan are there with the help of Medicaid health insurance, and others who are deeply concerned about their family members, their children, themselves. This is called a Better Care Act, but there's nothing better about it. Democrats have ideas to actually make our health care system better by stabilizing our insurance markets and making premiums more affordable. My friend Senator Shaheen of New Hampshire introduced the Marketplace Certainty Act. It would ensure cost-sharing payments that were part of health reform, that they would actually remain in a stabilizing way so they could be counted on. This would offer peace of mind to families and stability to the markets. Senators Carper, Kane, Nelson, and Shaheen introduced the Individual Health Insurance Marketplace Improvement Act, which would create a permanent reinsurance program, which we had before it was changed 2 years ago, to stabilize the market and bring down premiums. I mean, there have been things that have been happening to destabilize the market in the last 2 years ago. There was an action, and then now with the new administration, we need to stop that and reverse it and stabilize the markets. Senator Heitkamp has a proposal to help more families afford health insurance by smoothing out the individual market tax credit cliff that's there, the tax credits that help low-income, moderate-income people be able to afford insurance, to fix that in a way that's more beneficial to families. And Senator McCaskill's Health Care Options for All Act would allow people who live in a county without an insurer on the exchange, they don't have anybody in this private individual marketplace exchange, no insurance company, so they could sign up for the same exchange plans that we have. There are people being covered. We hear a lot about Iowa, for instance, even though there may be no private insurance companies doing a private marketplace option. Senators, representatives, our staffs who are required to be in, as they say, Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act, have an exchange. So to help people immediately, we could allow the people of Iowa to get the same option that their members of Congress in Iowa have and that their staff have. That would be possible as a way to address this issue in the short run and to help people. I don't know why somebody who's in Iowa or Michigan or any place else shouldn't be able to get the exact same coverage that a member of Congress can get. Now, here's what we do know in terms of the ideas in the bill. Our Republican colleagues know how unpopular the bill is. A new poll found that only 12% of Americans support this bill. It's so unpopular. They've been trying to rewrite it and get enough votes to pass it, and we keep hearing about changes, but unfortunately, none of these amendments make it better. And in some cases, like the junk insurance policies that will be allowed, they actually make it worse. Now, the proposal that would provide $45 billion to tackle opioid epidemic, an amount of money even Republican Ohio Governor John Kasich said would be like spitting in the ocean. It's not enough, he said. I mean, I appreciate the focus on that. It's a horrible epidemic. It's an epidemic in Michigan, across the country. But it's certainly not enough to make up for the huge cuts to Medicare.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of the Senate floor really quickly and take you to Mississippi because we have an update on that plane crash that took place earlier this week, that military plane crash. They're giving us an update now.
I just saw the Sheriff Banks for a moment and thanked him. Joint working between both Sunflower and LaFleur counties has been amazing. And so what we're doing just now is, one, I've issued 2 executive orders today. One, an executive order declaring an emergency area within the affected area. There are a number of reasons for that. One, to make sure that we keep people out of that area. This is, again, is I would refer to it as not only a crash scene, but it could be a crime scene, is in my law enforcement memory, but also a secured scene. So we have to keep people out of there. They need to understand that there are still potential threats that could exist if they're in and about picking up items from the affected area. So we want to keep everyone out of there. So it is an official area of declaration for an emergency within that area. Secondly, we will lower all flags in the state to have staff tomorrow beginning at 8 a.m. until the end of the day and honor the 16 servicemen who lost their lives in this tragic accident, 15 Marines and 1 United States Corpsman. And finally, we are here to continue to assist the United States Marine Corps and United States Department of Defense in any way that we can. I can assure you the state agencies that have been involved, MEMA, Department of Public Safety, Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks, that has done such a remarkable job here in the very early stages. I am so proud of what they have done. The Marines have, as always, shown up. This is their own, and they have done an outstanding job. The last Marine was found this morning and in the process of being returned for burial. As difficult as it is, that is a fortunate act that all the remains have been identified, all have been recovered, and all are being honored. In the future, we will be here for some time until all of the work is done. We will continue to provide all necessary equipment, assistance, manpower, personnel for as long as the Marines need us here. The Mississippi Delta is a very special place. I was born just a few miles from here, and I can tell you, as Senator Jordan joins with me today, these are family, and they will respond as they were family to each of these servicemen. I would ask, and I have asked through our tweets, and we'll on our Facebook, for every leader of every denomination and every church on Sunday to remember these fallen warfighters and their families, and that as we hold services on Sunday.
Governor, there's been a big showing of support from the state. Why is it so important that we see that?
Well, I think if you look at the lives that were lost here, this is an incredibly tragic incident. As I said, 15 Marines and a Navy corpsman lost their lives in Mississippi in a tragic accident. That just, thank God, doesn't happen very often. And so we want to respond with every ability that we have to help. These are our men and women in uniform. This tragic circumstance indicates that their job is always dangerous. And so we want the world to know that Mississippi is going to honor their memory, honor their service, not only now but into the future.
I know it's very important to preserve that crime scene. It seems that we had some people maybe take something from that. Will you talk about that a little bit? Well,
and I want to issue a warning. I did so on Tuesday. Anything that might be found in and around a 5-mile area, and this crash scene, this incident scene, perhaps would be a better way to refer to it. This incident scene could expand over as large as 5 miles. And so anything that's found, if someone accidentally finds an item that appears to be related to this crash, they need to be able to return that immediately. It could be a federal crime, particularly if it's ordnance, a weapon. And so anyone looking for souvenirs should understand that they may be violating a federal or state law. We intend to prosecute them. This is sacred ground, and we should stay away from it.
Did you get to see the crash itself as you got here today?
I saw. I did. I saw both where the fuselage and other parts of the airplane came to rest, and I do not want to interfere. And my entire thought up to this point is not interfere with the stages that are under the command and control now of law enforcement and the military. And so my purpose here today is thank those that all have been, everyone that has been involved. I will say that if anyone were to find a weapon or ordnance, they could call 1-800-ATF-GUNS. It's 1-800-ATF-GUNS, and to return it. And believe me, professionals will respond immediately to make sure that you are safe and to return any of the ordnance or weapons that may be accidentally found.
Any timeline on how long this investigation might be taking?
I don't think there's any hurry. The families want to know what happened, and they deserve an answer. A final determination may never be made. I investigated fire scenes for 16 years. Sometimes we'll just never know. But I can assure you that the Marines, the Department of Defense, is going to do everything they possibly can to determine what went wrong, make sure it never happens again, and let the families know the circumstances surrounding the loss of their loved ones.
Of course, we've seen that heartbreaking scene from the air, from our skycopter, but as a person walking upwind, what were those feelings?
Just heartbreaking. Just heartbreaking to know these brave men were living their last moments here in this great state. And their eternal souls left, I believe, to a better place from here in the Mississippi Delta.
Governor Bryant, we want to be respectful of your time. In closing, anything you want to say to those victims' families?
We just will do everything we can to make sure that your loved ones are honored. We have very carefully worked with the Marines to make sure that has occurred thus far. But a day will come when we will identify this crash scene in some manner, a monument, a plaque, in some way that when generations hence see it, they will remember that 16 of America's finest lost their lives in that bean field, and we will honor their memories forever. Thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, everyone, so that was the governor of Mississippi. In case you missed the story earlier this week, a military plane that was headed to Yuma, Arizona, actually, carrying 16 people crashed there in Mississippi. Everyone aboard that plane unfortunately died. The crash was in a rural area about 85 miles from the capital of Mississippi, Jackson. And there was debris scattered everywhere. According to witnesses, bodies were even seen on a nearby highway. A really unfortunate situation there. An unfortunate loss for everyone. Again, a military plane crash update just wrapped up here on News Now. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the White House. This wraps up my session here on News Now, but Mary Kate will be joining you in just a few minutes with more News Now ahead. Stay tuned.
Okay, everybody, we're going to have a reporter soon giving us an update about this Bucks County situation.
Governor Phil Bryant and his team flew up here to Lafleur County about 2 hours ago, and they're just now about to head out. They first went to the scene of that accident where he said it's just heartbreaking, before coming here to the development center to offer condolences to family members and announce the two declarations, emergency declarations that have been made. Tomorrow, flags will fly at half staff, and so far, investigators tell me the south side of the crash has been combed through. Now their focus is north of Highway 82, where possible ordinances could still be on the ground. Now, we also today had nearly 100 Marines brought here in the same exact model plane that did crash here in Lafleur County. They will be staying at the dorms at Valley State as they help investigators over the next few days preserve that scene, clean up, and pick up any more debris. Now, we'll continue to follow this investigation. For the latest details, you can visit our website, msnewsnow.com. Live in Lafleur County, Morgan Wagner, 3 on your side.
Okay, everybody, so my mistake. That was not about Bucks County. That was about the military plane crash that happened earlier this week. We are keeping an eye. Let me change this camera a little bit for you guys here. Thanks for joining me live here on the Fox News Now stream. We are keeping you updated live about that situation in Bucks County as well. Just received some push alerts to my phone here. Man arrested in connection with the 4 missing men has confessed involvement in their murders. So I was telling you guys last night, if you were watching with me here on the stream, that they did arrest a man who tried to sell one of their vehicles only 2 days after they went missing. That man who's arrested has now confessed. Let me pull up another alert that better explains. Person of interest admits killing 4 missing men in Pennsylvania, tells authorities location of their bodies. And last night, if you guys were watching with us here on the show, they already have the location of their bodies. They were able to find the remains of at least one of the victims, and they said that there were other remains in this 12-foot deep hole in Bucks County. So, yeah, that person of interest that we were talking about last night that was trying to sell one of their vehicles only 2 days after they went missing has now admitted to this crime. So hopefully we'll get another press conference about that later this evening, since that's a new development and we haven't gotten a press conference yet into the newsroom. It does look like Chopper is heading to a car into a canal. Happened off of Priest Street. Tempe Fire Medical Rescue units responded to a vehicle in a canal. So that is where our chopper is heading right now. So let me plug that in really quickly here. So I'll take you to Chopper as soon as they get to that event. But since we were just discussing Bucks County, we did have a press conference about this earlier this morning that we didn't get a chance to stream for you. They have a press conference every time that there's a new development. So I want to have you guys hear the latest in this development. And then hopefully we'll get another press conference later today, since they just had this person of interest admit killing these 4 men. So let me pull this up for you guys here, the press conference. Let me just get this up really quickly. And again, also, if you guys missed President Trump meeting in France today, head to the video section on our YouTube page. You can find it clipped there in full if you want to check that out. But right now, I do want to take you to this press conference about these 4 missing men in Bucks County. So let me make sure that this works for you here. Okay, let's take you there.
Sorry, Matt Weintraub, Bucks County District Attorney. Just here to give you a briefing at 11 a.m. I just want to start off by remembering last night. It was pitch black. The heat was incredibly stifling. Our law enforcement brothers and sisters were still working just as hard as the day that they arrived, which was now many days ago. They work in shifts due to the exhausting conditions, the heat, the dust, the humidity. But they actually have to be ordered to stand down from their shift so that they can be replaced by new and fresher law enforcement brothers and sisters. They have to be ordered out of the hole and off the line so that they can be replaced. A fresh shift of law enforcement personnel was coming in at midnight while many of us were getting ready to go home. And I'm talking about 40-year veterans of law enforcement working side by side with second-day cadets who have yet to even start the job. Women and men in blue, the cop right up the street, paired with the state police, paired with the FBI, who has given us invaluable assistance in our efforts to find these 4 men. Fire and rescue have helped us shore up this hole time and time again, and they've been in there yet again this morning. Evacuation crews, network of victim assistants who have been there with our victims' families as they mount this round-the-clock vigil. They're side by side. They're combing through vast fields and buildings. They're down 12 foot deep in a hole that's getting deeper by the minute. They're tenderly, painstakingly, reverentially recovering the remains of people that they do not even know, that they never even met. They don't do this for glory or recognition. They do it because it's their job. They're our unsung heroes, but our heroes nonetheless. I spoke to an older cop yesterday on the job, on the site, in the dust-choked, sweltering heat. And I said to him, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Just because I was surprised to see him, not because he didn't belong. He had no connection to the case, and he said to me immediately, "How could I not be here?" So please continue your public support. I urge you to continue to help and honor their work by giving us your tips. And I have a new tip line information. The FBI has set up a tip line for us, and I hope to have this certainly on our social media after this press conference, and I might even have it in broader letters and something that I can hold up at 3 o'clock. But the tip line is 1-800-CALL-FBI, and you hit option 7, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can go to tips.fbi.gov. You can also go to Crime Watch, as you know, buckscrimewatch.org. I do have one other thing that one of the families of the 4 missing men asked me to distribute, and this is just a biography of Jimmy Taro Patrick. I believe this will also be put up on our social media after the press event this morning, but we do have some hard copies. If people wish to have it, we'll have it for after the press conference. I will be back at 3 o'clock, I hope, with new developments, but at this time I'll take a few questions if anybody has questions. Progress in identifying the other remains? I am very, very pleased, paradoxically, with our progress, but I'm not prepared to acknowledge that at this time.
Can you tell us how many remains?
I cannot comment on that at this time.
Can you tell us if the bodies are full?
I can't say. I can't comment on that, but if last night could serve as a protocol of sorts, I would hope to be able to repeat that at some point.
Is there an update with the DiNardo family?
Not that I can comment on.
Is there any more on the relationship of the 4 and how they're connected to?
I know more than I'm sharing on the relationships, and I have to keep it that way, unfortunately, to maintain the integrity of the investigation, Jim.
Is Cosmo DiNardo a murder suspect now?
He remains a person of interest.
Do you believe that DiNardo had help from someone else? Is there another player that assists him?
It really doesn't matter what I believe. It only matters what I can prove, and we're not there yet, Jeff.
Do you have evidence at all that he is another person involved?
I can't say. I couldn't comment even if I could say. I couldn't tell you that, but I don't know the answer. I think you've all seen some aerial views of the apparent hole, and I'll let you draw your own conclusions.
Any characterize how close you are to charges?
Pardon me? Not at this time. I've not even named a suspect yet, but certainly not at this time.
How close are you to charging anyone here?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that, Jeff.
Any other search sites that you're looking
Well, we're currently investigating a number of sites, yes. I'll take one more question. No, not yet. I can't tell you that yet. I certainly won't be able to tell you that at 3, but I might be able to give you at least a little more information germane to that question at 3 o'clock. All right, thank you all. If you want a copy of this biography, you can have it.
So the bodies are there and the tank is on top.
I can't comment on that, Jeff. I can't.
Can you talk a little bit about the structure of this hole? You talk about how people are shoring it up. Was it already there since the hole found?
No.
So this hole needs to be shored up and keep digging.
For safety purposes.
Okay, everybody, so that was the latest update. That was a press conference from earlier today. Hopefully we'll get another one soon because, again, that's breaking news that this person of interest has just confessed to killing those 4 men who were buried 12 feet underground and found last night. They've confirmed the body of one of the victims, and they say that there are other remains in this 12-foot hole that they're pretty sure belong to the 3 other men as well. This person of interest was arrested because he tried to sell one of their vehicles only 2 days after they went missing. Obviously, that's suspicious, and then today he just confessed. So we'll probably get an update from them soon, another press conference, because that one was from earlier this morning before we got this news. So I'm sure we'll hear soon about that. But right now I'm going to take you to a local breaking news event where there is a car into a canal. Let's take you to the scene here where they're trying to get this car out. The latest information that I have is that the Tempe Fire Medical Rescue units are responding to a vehicle in a canal when our units, their units, I should say, this is a message that they sent to us, when their units arrived on scene, they found the patient was able to exit the vehicle and was located on the canal bank. The patient is being evaluated, and we are unsure if they will be transported to the hospital. So hopefully they're okay. That's always good news if we know that they don't necessarily need to be taken to the hospital. But again, this is in Tempe right now where a car has crashed into a canal. Hopefully we'll be able to show you live pictures of that car in the canal. There it is. So that gray truck that you're seeing right there, that is the vehicle that's crashed into the canal. They do say the driver should be okay, but let's see how they try to get it out. Again, if you guys are just joining us here live on Fox News now, you can see several fire vehicles at the scene right now. Tempe, Arizona is where you're seeing this breaking news event where a car has crashed into a canal today. We are told, though, that the driver was able to exit the vehicle safely. Medical teams there are trying to figure out how exactly this happened. They're also working to get this vehicle out of the canal today. It's about 3:20 here in Phoenix. This just came through about 20 minutes ago here in the newsroom. When units arrived on the scene, they found the patient was able to exit the vehicle and was located on the canal bank. The driver is being evaluated, and they're unsure if they'll need to be transported to the hospital. Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. We'll keep you updated. Again, you're looking at a car that has crashed into a canal in Tempe, Arizona today. Now, we've streamed for you guys before when a car has crashed into a pool. In that situation, they have to tow the car out. So I'm sure that's the same thing that they have to do here, where they've got to get a tow truck, hook it up, and tow this car out of this canal here. Now, in regards to the driver was found on the canal bank. So the driver was able to exit the vehicle, but was found on the canal bank. So that driver is being evaluated right now by medical teams, and they're unsure at this point if he needs to be transported to the hospital. So we'll keep you updated on that. But again, take a look at this, gray truck that has completely crashed into this canal today. unsure how this would happen. Obviously, you can see this is not a place that you would even drive right next to it there, but it looks like there's kind of some construction possibly going on the other side here, as well as some buildings. So it looks like maybe the truck driver was coming from that way and ended up, somehow crashing here in this canal. We don't know the details yet, but we're still working on finding out more information as we stream this live here on the Fox News Now stream. It's about 3:25 here in Phoenix, 107 degrees. You can see several fire emergency vehicles are at the scene right now. So we'll keep you guys updated on the driver's condition and how exactly this happened. Thanks for watching. Okay, everyone, it does look like Chopper is leaving the scene, so if we get any more information about this story, we'll be sure to keep you guys updated. Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Taking you to a live look of the White House right now while I pull up the next top story. All right, everybody. So I do have the next top story for you here in the show. Thanks for joining me live here on the Fox News Now stream today. This video is of protesters being escorted out of the Capitol building today. Viewer discretion is advised. There might be some curse words in here, but let's play this for you guys and see as these protesters are being escorted out of the Capitol building today.
Hey! Hey, how are you? How are you? Stephanie, you don't remember. I'll do one as well. Thank you for reminding me.
I think it's close,
to do my job.
Thanks.
I got 4.0, but yeah.
I got
Thank you.
How do you feel about your arrest? Did you accomplish what you came came here for today?
God bless everybody. Universal health care for all. Universal health care for all. Universal health care for all.
Down with the man.
God bless you all.
Did you accomplish what you came here for?
Stay strong. Healthcare for all. Stay strong. Healthcare for all.
Is that the final arrest?
Well, you get your point across. Capitol Police are used to dealing with this, and they don't want to hurt anybody. They just want to allow the affairs of the state to continue. I know the difference between them and Colin. Colin's probably never been in the Colin. Just because
The confusing thing is it says near McConnell's office.
so you can't block the ball when it's back. He only cares about himself.
No, cannot go down this way.
Woe unto those who legislate evil. Healthcare is a human right.
How do you feel about your arrest?
The other day, they were dragging him out by the throat. No, I mean, the officers were, handling him appropriately, but he was going dead weight.
Back up, man. For your hallway. Scotty, sir.
Yes, what can I do for you?
Can I get on your left?
Well, there's a gentleman from Telemundo over here, but I don't own the real estate. He lets me come in, and I just try to watch out. I just try to watch out for his right.
We need health care now. We're going to have to back up. We need clergy the moral punch to descend from Washington, D.C. on the Capitol in a non-violent way. But it's time to come out of the pulpit.
No, sir, back
come
up.
out of the synagogue.
On the other side, back.
Bring your moral conscience to Washington, D.C. If we don't stop this bill, people will die. Stop the bill. By the thousands, people will die. Kill the bill. Stop the bill. Kill the bill. Save the lives of
How
the
do you
people.
feel about your arrest?
Stop the bill. Kill the bill. Save the lives of the people. Stop the bill. Kill the bill.
Is that our final arrest, guys?
I don't know. You know that gentleman?
What was the total number of arrests?
Kill the bill. Let the people live. The poor, the broke, the sick, the working poor, they will die. The bill must die. The people must live. The bill must die. People must live. The bill must die. The people must live. Kill the bill. Let the people live. Kill the bill. Let the people deal. Let the people live. This is a moral moment. This is a moment of justice, a moment of righteousness, a moment to stand up. It's our time. Heal the deal. Let the people live. Let the children live. Let the women live. Let the sick live. Let the disabled live. Heal the deal. And let the people live.
Reverend Barber is here.
Stop right here, guys. You guys
Okay, everybody. Well, that was a video from earlier today. Protesters being escorted out of the Capitol building. Taking you now to the next top story here in the show. Thanks for watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream today. We're streaming live out of Phoenix, Arizona, but we cover events from all over the United States. So if you're new to the stream today, stick with us because we cover national stories, international stories, and all of our videos are unedited, raw footage. We can show you a live look of the White House, the Capitol building. We've got our chopper going somewhere right now, so that's what's kind of cool about our show. No commercials, unscripted. So it's pretty exciting stuff. And right now I do want to take you to this event right now. This is live, where former President George W. Bush and former President Bill Clinton are speaking. So let's take you there.
Congressman, and you lost. Did you say I'm out of politics, or what made you say I'm going to go?
No, well, I got a break in a way. I think about one that in the House, the Democrats did really well in 1974 in the House races because it was after President Nixon resigned. But I ran against a congressman who was one of his father's best friends.
You ran against John Paul?
Yeah, John. Yeah. He had an 85% approval rating and 99% name recognition.
That's called suicide.
Right. And I was 0-0, and he beat me 51-48, by 3 points. And it's the best thing that ever happened to me. We wound up being friends too. But this district we ran in had the highest amount of gasoline used per registered vehicle in America because it was so rural and all on hilly roads. And you had to do stuff people don't do anymore. Your television ads didn't amount to anything if you didn't do retail campaigning. And I learned 75% of what I know about politics in that first race.
Now, it was at that time, Hillary Rodham then came down and was helping you in that campaign. Did you really think that at that time that she was going to stay down in Arkansas and marry you? Because, Arkansas was not considered, in her world, the place that was the center of the universe, exactly?
I did not know. I had wound up having it one step at a time. I'd already asked her twice to marry me, and she'd said no both times. Smart girl.
Right.
So the third time I said, well, just come down here. And they liked her so much at the law school, they offered her a job teaching. And so she didn't have anything else to do. Her other job was she was working with the House Judiciary Committee. So when that whole thing was over, she just took the job, and it worked out pretty well.
Well, when you got married, you said to your wife, or she said to you, I don't want to ever make any speeches, and you kind of implied you weren't going to get into politics, and then...
No, not true.
Okay.
We got married in November, and the next year I campaigned for Congress.
Okay.
But I said she'd never have to give a political speech, and then she did.
And she was pretty good at it, I guess?
Good speaker, yeah.
So when you lost for your House, you ran the House seat,
yeah,
and you lost.
1978, sure did.
Did you say, I'm out of politics? And
for a while, but it turns out, like Bill said, it's the best thing that happened to me. As Ken Hance, the guy who beat me, said, if I hadn't beat Bush, he'd still be on the Agricultural Committee.
Well, when you decided to run for governor against an incumbent, Ann Richards, your mother and father said you have no chance of winning.
The father didn't say that, the mother did.
And what did you say to her when you won?
I said, are you going to come to the inauguration? No, look, you know my mother. You never, you like, pop off to her like that, otherwise...
Yes. So
she'll floor you.
So when both of you became president, your father had been president, you had not had a father who had been president, but you've been around government. What was the biggest surprise? The first day you're in the Oval Office, you've learned the secrets, the nuclear codes, you learned all the crises that we might be getting into. What was the biggest surprise that you found, and when did it hit you that you're president of the United States all the power. You're the most powerful man in the world. When did it first hit you? The first day, the first week, the first month?
Well, you know, Harry Truman said that the most amazing thing about being president is you spend so much of your time trying to talk people into doing things they should do without your asking them in the first place. But what surprised me, maybe because I was, and one of his dad's best gigs on me is I was the governor of a small southern state. That was factually true. And was that you're so far removed from the American people that it's hard for them to see you as a three-dimensional person. And I had to learn all over again. Even when he's governor of Texas, as big as Texas is, I think you had a much more personal relationship with the people. Like Bob Bullock, his lieutenant governor, was a Democrat, a very good friend of mine. He loved George Bush. And I think he helped him be a better governor. So, you know, we were just used to being people and dealing with people. And it really surprised me how easily I could be turned into a two-dimensional cartoon instead of a three-dimensional human being. And you have to discipline yourself about what to talk about, how to talk about it. And you have to keep remembering there's all these layers between you and people that didn't used to be there. And that surprised me. I thought I was a pretty good communicator. I thought I could, you know, and I just fell on my face 4 or 5 times till I figured out how to do it.
You became president at a very young age. You were 46 years old. So if you had been president at 56 or 66, you think it would have been different? Or you would have less energy at that age, or with more experience? How would you?
I think I would have been better in some ways if I'd been older. But I think I would have been not as good in some ways, because sometimes you get a bunch done because you're too dumb to know you can't do it. You show up and you keep trying to do it, and something happens, you know.
So now, when your father was president, so you obviously were in the White House. You saw what he did right or what he might have done wrong. Did you take any lessons from that, or were you trying to separate yourself from your father?
No, I learned a lot from watching him. And I wasn't interested in separation from him, and he wasn't interested either. We've got a great father-son relationship. And yeah, I learned a lot from watching him. My most startling moment came right after the inaugural parade. I decided I was going to go in the Oval Office to see what it felt like. And unbeknownst to me, Andy Card had called upstairs in the residency and asked Dad to come in. And so I was sitting in the Oval Office at the desk there, kind of just taking it all in. And in walks my dad, and I said, "Welcome, Mr. President." He said, "Thank you, Mr. President."
Well, that must have been something. What was it like when your mother walked in the Oval Office the first time and you're the President of the United States?
She started laughing out loud. I mean, it was so ridiculous, you know. I mean, the idea of it, that it could have ever happened. And but on the other hand, when I started running, she was the only person that thought I had a good chance to win. Nobody else did. Hillary and Chelsea were undecided at the beginning. Right. But it made me feel good because, you know, my mother had a pretty tough life. She was widowed 3 times, and she had a pretty tough life. And she got up at 5 o'clock every morning and got herself ready and was at work by 7 and then did everything she could to take care of me. And so I was proud to be able to show it to her. And she was ill then, but she lived another year. Just a little more than another year, about the time, and or excuse me, a little less than another year. She died the next January the 6th.
So what's it like to live in the White House?
You want to know what my mother said?
Well, I guess so.
Yeah.
Can imagine.
Get your feet off the Jeffersonian table.
But your mother was proud, of course. I mean, think about this.
Yeah,
She's the only. There's only one woman who ever had a son become president of the United States whose father had also been president of the United States, Abigail Adams, but I don't think she was alive when John Quincy Adams became president. So your mother was the only person who saw her husband be president and her son. Pretty unusual.
Yeah, it is.
So today, when you were living in the White House, is it, some people call it a kind of a prison because you really can't get out very much, or do you really enjoy it? It's a great thing. You got all these servants there, and you go to Camp David when you want. Is it a pleasure to live there or not so much?
I think if you've been if you've lived an informal life, even though I spent, almost a dozen years in the governor's mansion in Arkansas, it's very different. I mean, if you've lived, if you've been, like I basically was self-supporting from the time I was 19, and it took some getting used to. But I developed a real respect and affection for the people that work there, and I developed an enormous amount of respect for the Secret Service and the risks they take, and I've adjusted myself accordingly, and I love living in the White House. I remember very vividly the last time I got off of the helicopter, Marine One, and walked into the White House as president before I would soon be gone, and he would be there. And I was consciously aware that I was going in there more optimistic than I was about America than the first time I walked in. More idealistic. I never got tired of it.
And did you like living in the White House?
Yeah, I did. It's great. It's really, they pamper you. And we knew a lot of the staff. They were the same people that worked there when Bill was there, and many of the same when Dad was there. So we had gotten to know them when Laura and I got to know him when we went to visit. But it's great. It's really a historic place. It is comfortable. I loved every minute of living there.
So what about Camp David? Most people have never been to Camp David. So tell us, what's it like at Camp David? Is it a great place to have a retreat and relax, or is it really overrated?
No, I liked it. I mean, it's a great place, particularly I loved it most at Thanksgiving, because I'd bring all our family in, and I liked it when Chelsea could bring her friends up there. And you have a little more, at least you're under the illusion that you have, while you're on the grounds, more freedom of movement, more wandering around time. It's great just to get away.
I went there a lot, we went there a lot, and probably used it more than any president. Maybe Ronald Reagan did more. But the reason we went a lot is, one, we could invite our friends. One of the great delights of the presidency was to invite friends we grew up with in Midland, for example, and show them the Oval Office or show them Camp David. But the other thing I liked about it a lot is that I love exercise. And the place is set up for a lot of hiking, running, mountain biking. There's a wonderful gym there, and I found it to be liberating.
Now, mountain biking is a dangerous thing, and you've fallen a couple times, maybe?
Yeah, it's true.
But you haven't given it up, or you're...
No, I still ride it.
Okay, you don't worry about breaking things?
No.
Okay. And...
Remember the risk thing she was talking about?
So your form of exercise...
Dad was jumping out of planes at 85 or 90.
Your exercise is, you play golf, but you obviously have lost weight since you left the presidency. You've gone on a vegan diet. Isn't that hard to do? And
less burgers.
How did you do that?
Not when you have quadruple heart bypass and you want to live to be a grandfather. I didn't give it a second thought. I said, I realized that I was highly prone to arterial blockage, and I thought I'd cut my chances. I literally wanted to see if I could live to be a grandfather. Unlike him, who comes from great genes, I am now the oldest person in my family for 3 generations, man or woman.
Wow.
And so I thought I said, I think I'd like to hang around. I'm kind of having a good time being alive. And it'll be over soon enough, and I think I'll just stretch it out as long as I can.
So if you could run for President of the United States or former President of the United States, what would you recommend? What's a better job, to be President of the United States for 8 years? And you two were there are only 13 people in our country's history who served 2 consecutive terms. And you're 2 of the 13. So if you could serve 2 consecutive terms, would you rather do that or be a former president for 30 or 40 years? What do you think is more enjoyable?
Well, first of all, I think depends on how you keep score. But I think you got to live a long time as a former president to have the impact on as many people as you can as president. And I've tried to do as best I could on that, but if you gave me the choice, I'd serve as 2 terms.
Yeah, me too. Yep. And the reason why is the decisions you make have got monumental effect on a lot of people. And it's exciting to be in that kind of environment. It insists that you use all your skills and your energy in order to affect policy in a positive way. The interesting thing about the presidency is it's often defined by the unexpected. and which makes the job doubly interesting.
It's very interesting, though. A lot of our most successful former presidents served one term. John Quincy Adams, went back to Congress for 16 years and one of our most important anti-slavery advocates. William Howard Taft became Chief Justice. Herbert Hoover came out of retirement and wrote the Civil Service Act.
Right.
They did a lot of good things. And I feel that, George and I have been blessed because we were reasonably young, and Barack Obama's young. And so can be double lucky. You can serve 8 years as president and then do some other good things.
So I assume you would recommend the job to people if they wanted to be president of the United States. John Kennedy was once asked at a press conference, what do you think about this job, and would you recommend the job? And he said, well, not to others right now, I guess, because I'd wait till I'm finished my tenure. But would you recommend the job to people, young people, young leaders, presidential scholars, if they want to be president of the United States? Would you say it's worth the aggravation factor and all the hard work to become president, or would you recommend they pursue something else?
In a heartbeat.
Same.
You would?
Yeah.
Not.
There's a good chance we're looking at a future president amongst the 60 graduates here.
Right. So you would recommend it. The highest calling of mankind, I've often thought, was private equity, but you would say that being president of the United States is better than private equity, right?
I don't know.
So
we make $200,000 a year in pension. What do you make?
Well, money isn't everything, but yes.
Look, if we could just say one serious thing, I think there are a lot of really big questions floating around right there. Carlos Slim, the Mexican multi-billionaire, is a really smart guy, gave a speech during the campaign, and the campaign being what it was, obviously nobody was interested in asking about it, but he said, I believe that this will be the first technological revolution that will kill more jobs than it creates. And therefore, I believe we will either have to have people with money pay even higher taxes to just subsidize people living who don't, or the richest countries are going to have to start planning first for a 4-day and ultimately for a 3-day work week because of automation, robotics, and artificial intelligence. Now, no one knows the answer to that. Nobody knows if he's right or not. But that means that it's not going to be boring. It's not boring figuring out how to deal with all these climate change issues, to do it in time and do it in a way that helps the economy, not hurts it. It's not boring figuring out whether we can have a more broadly shared prosperity and still have growth. These are very significant questions. And it's also not boring figuring out how to navigate a political world in which the nation-state's borders are porous, not just in terms of vulnerability to terrorist attacks, but cyber terrorism and all this. This is going to be, it's a fascinating, sobering, but exhilarating time to be alive. And also, I told George once a year or two ago, I said, I hope you're not the first Republican, not the last Republican president who's not afraid of immigrants. In other words, we agree with it. We could go to South Texas and have a discussion about what immigration reform should look like. But if you look at America, we're only having a 2.1 replacement of our native-born population from natural births. We can't continue to grow this economy unless we grow more diverse and take in more immigrants. So we got to be comfortable about it. Aren't you glad that a Cambodian woman found her way to Louisiana to help people over?
So as you look,
my only regret is she didn't find her way to Texas.
Okay. So as you look, both of you, you look back on your presidency, you both served 8 years, and as I tried to say earlier, our country's had roughly 550 million people in our country's history have been Americans. 550 million Americans over the course of our history. 45 of them elected president, but only 13 people have served 2 consecutive terms, and you were 2 of the 3, 2 of 13. So what would you say in your 8 years you were most proud of having done?
I was most proud that when I left office, we had the broadest period of shared prosperity in 50 years. That is, where the bottom 20%'s income in percentage terms increased more than the top 20%, and nobody was mad at anybody else over it. It was shared across racial and religious and regional lines. Did I abolish inequality? No. And you can't in a market society. But at least we found a way to have more shared prosperity, and including 3 budget surpluses. But I wanted, because I think if everybody's got a decent job and something to look forward to in the morning, about 90% of the other problems go away. So whatever argument we might have, let's say about health care policy or any other social policy, it will all become less significant if people think they can start a business and keep a job and educate their kids. Then families are stable, communities are more stable, and all the other problems get smaller.
What would you say in your 8 years?
Well, my daughters love me.
Right?
As Bill will tell you, it's a challenge to have teenage daughters when you're the president, and it's a challenge any time to have teenage daughters. And thanks to Laura's guidance and love, our little girls, our family unit strengthened, and I think that's a great accomplishment.
Me too. You know what I think? This is what I think a lot of people don't believe about people like us. If you take it seriously, your most important job until your kids are out of the house is being a father or a mother someday.
Wasn't it hard when you're president of the United States? You really have the time to be a parent as much as you might want? Is it kind of hard when you've got all these people coming at you, or is that?
It was hard. Our girls, one was at Yale, one was at the University of Texas, and so they weren't handy, as we say. And yeah, it's hard. But thankfully, Laura spent a lot of time nurturing them and helping them out. The hardest thing, I knew what it's like to be a child of a president, and the criticism is harsh, regardless of who's president, and it stings if you're the child of somebody you love getting criticized. And so I was real worried about our girls reacting to the criticism that I got, and Laura was very good at comforting them, and I tried to do my best.
What's it like when you have a daughter and she goes out on a date and the father is greeting the young man, and you're president of the United States or you're governor or president of the United States? What is that? It's kind of intimidating for the young man, I assume.
Well, at the time, I certainly hoped so.
Right.
I like Chelsea's boyfriends. You know, and she never went out with more than one boy at a time, but the chapters got shorter and longer depending. But I remember she had one boyfriend in high school I really liked, but he wouldn't take his baseball cap off inside. So finally he sat down at dinner one night and I said, "I really like you, you know that, don't you?" He said, "Yes, sir, I do." I said, "You can't wear that cap at dinner. I'm an old-fashioned person, take the cap off." This guy goes on to become an architect, and when you put your dad to me to work on Katrina, he was a young person, just started out, and I ran into him in Biloxi working with 3 of his friends. They got leave from their job, and there they were, just 3 young people down there trying to help people put their lives back together. So I treasured knowing my daughter still brings somewhere between 18 and 25 or 26 people home for Thanksgiving every year. All their foreign friends who don't celebrate Thanksgiving or people who can't go home for Thanksgiving. And Hillary and I, we feed them, and they go around the table and say what they're grateful for every year. And if you cannot be pessimistic about the future if you hear young people say that.
Well, that's the thing about tonight. I told people earlier that came through that you're not going to believe how tonight's event will lift your spirits about the future of this country.
And today, what makes you both most optimistic about this country today, the future of our country? What makes you most optimistic?
Well, tonight, you'll see why I'm optimistic. We've got people of good heart, good skills, willing to serve others. And one of the most unique things about our country are the armies of compassion that exist throughout the United States, that exist in spite of the government. These are people that say, I'm going to try to improve the community in which I live. And tonight we're going to meet leaders who do just that. And any nation with that kind of compassion is a nation that in which the citizenry ought to be optimistic.
Now, when you became former president, one of the things that you are now famous for doing is taking up painting
Correct.
People were a little surprised because you weren't thought to be a artist before. So why did you take up painting?
You didn't think I was sensitive, David? I mean, please.
So how did you decide to pick up painting, and why does it give you so much
pleasure? Well, one
pleasure?
thing I hope people do is go down and look at the paintings in the exhibit after dinner tonight, or it's right behind here. The reason I do it because it heralds our vets. I painted because I was bored. I mean, this foundation and institute takes up time, but not enough. My exercise program wasn't taking enough, and so I read Winston Churchill's essay, Painting is a Pastime, and I basically said, if that guy can paint, I can paint.
Okay, all right. President Clinton, since you left the presidency, you've changed your diet and other things. What have you spent the most time now that gives you the greatest pleasure now? Is it the Clinton Global Initiative, or?
Yeah, building my foundation and trying to fund it. You know, it's just it got so big so fast that it just took up all my time. And I'm trying to make it more entrepreneurial. That is, I'm trying to, once something gets really big and can fund itself, I'm trying to spin them all off now. But our health initiative now gives AIDS medicine to over half the poor people in the world who got it. Thanks in no small measure to him passing PEPFAR, even though we never took any American money, it meant we could help drive the price of all medicine down everywhere. And the Clinton Global Initiative, which we don't have anymore in its previous incarnation, but I'm working on some specific things. You know, we help 400 million people with that. But it's a lot of trouble. You have to just keep at it all the time. And at first I thought, oh, I don't want to do this. But I did. You know, I'm a workaholic, and I didn't think I could be a gifted painter. But I admired him for doing that. And, you know, I think he would tell you the best thing can happen to you when you're in politics is to be consistently underestimated.
I was pretty good at that.
Yeah, and you made me, he made me a genius, because I look like a genius, because when the presidential race in 2000 started in 1999, I turned on TV one night at the White House, and I saw him sitting on a bale of hay in a tent in Iowa, and as far as I know, it's the first time he made that compassionate conservative speech. Wow. And I got on the phone and I said, you guys better pay attention to this. He could beat you. There's a big tension against giving any party 3 terms in a row in the White House. And what he said to people who could go either way is compassionate conservative. I'll give you the same thing Clinton did, but I'll do it with a smaller government and a bigger tax cut. Wouldn't you like that? Right. And I said, and as we know, starting with me, we Democrats are not as good as bumper stickers. And it was brilliant. And I thought, they're going to underestimate this guy. I also saw him beat Ann Richards, who'd been a friend of mine for 20 years, and she had a 60% approval rating, and he won anyway, because he understood that politics was about candidates, conditions, and culture, and not just what position you were taking on the issue. And he constructed a campaign that fit with where Texas was at that time. It didn't have anything to do, you didn't have to dislike Ann Richards to vote for George Bush. So he maximized the number of people he could get.
So how did the two of you come together to create the presidential leadership program, presidential scholarship?
Well, one of the real problems with these presidential centers is that they become irrelevant pretty quickly unless there's something that captures people's attention. And Margaret Spellings, Ken's predecessor, said we ought to think about using these platforms to call young people together and encourage them through a leadership education program. And it made a lot of sense. And Bill and I talked together, and it fit right into our view of how to be useful. And that's how it got started. And then, of course, inviting dads and LBJs made a lot of sense. Most people focus their attention on these libraries on the coast and stuff like that. He said this is a valuable resource for people in what we call the heartland.
I also think, you know, you just talk to these young people here. They basically, you know, it's a nice thing to go to our libraries. We give speeches and everything. I bet you anything that the thing they get most out of is being with each other. And one of the things that's wrong with America today, that bothers me more than anything else about our future, is that we have separated ourselves into like-minded communities. We may be less racist, homophobic, and sexist and other things, but we don't want to be around very many people who disagree with us normally. And we get news in silos. And the truth is, in an interdependent, complex world, diverse groups make better decisions than homogenous ones. And so these people would make better decisions. And everybody knows that, but they almost can't help themselves, because when you get in national elections, it gets more abstracted, and we all vote for the gridlock we say we hate. So I think this is great. I was telling George before he came out here, I just came from Lake Tahoe, where we both, I started and he finished, a plan to save Lake Tahoe. It's one of only 2 blue water lakes in the world, and the Republicans and Democrats on the ground made it possible because they had the end in mind, and all we did was say yes. Well, I just came from Columbia, where I started, but he mostly finished, Plan Columbia, which gave the country back to its people. It was a total bipartisan deal because we started with the end in mind. We got to get back to that in America. This is killing us, all this fighting over nothing, instead of saying, what the heck are we trying to get done?
We have time for one more question, and now let's ask, finally, both of you could answer this. For those who are presidential scholars or other people watching, if somebody wants to be president of the United States, is the quality that is most important hard work, intelligence, optimism, luck? What do you think it takes for somebody who says, I want to be president, I want to be like you, I want to be like you?
Humility. I think it's really important to know what you don't know and listen to people who do know what you don't know.
I also think you have to begin with the end in mind. That is, you have to say, yeah, you got to win the election, but why in the heck are you running? That's the other thing I noticed about him. When he ran for governor against Ann Richards, he didn't say Ann Richards is a klutz. He said, I want to be governor because I want to do 1, 2, 3 things. A couple of them I didn't agree with, but he had an agenda. If you want to be president, realize it's about the people, not about you. And when it's over, and that's what a lot of these people who are real arrogant in office, they forget. Time passes, and it passes more quickly than you know. You want to be able to say, people are better off when I quit. Kids had a better future. Things were coming together. You don't want to say, God, look at all the people I beat or the people I worked over. I think the most important thing is to be humble, to listen, to realize everybody's got a story. All the things I learned as a kid.
Listen, the only thing you disagreed with in my platform was that Texas ought to take Arkansas.
Now, what I disagreed with is he wanted to get all of our water and not pay very much money for it.
That's right.
So, President...
and I would have swapped it out for Texas oil. I told him, barrel for barrel.
President Clinton, President Bush, I want to thank you for your service to our country and to thank you for the leadership you've given to so many people, and thank you for what you're doing in your post-presidency. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Good evening, everyone. I'm David Jones, and I represent the George H.W. Bush Presidential Library in College Station. And we are very proud partners in this program, Presidential Scholars.
Bear with us, guys. Some technical difficulties right now. Seeing if we can fix this for you as we continue to watch live here on the Fox News Now stream. Okay, everybody, it looks like we did lose that feed, but that's okay because it was the end of that live discussion anyway. So taking you to the next top story here in the show, I want to pull it for you guys. Vice President Mike Pence participated in a listening session earlier today at the White House. So let's take you there and see what he had to say.
First and foremost, on behalf of President Trump and the First Family, welcome to the White House. We are delighted to have you here. And I want to thank you for what all of the members of the Philanthropy Roundtable mean to the life of this nation. For 30 years, the Philanthropy Roundtable has mustered the power of private charity to advance liberty, opportunity, and personal responsibility. And the contributions of the foundations represented around this table are immense and have changed lives across this country in incalculable ways. So thank you so much for all that the institutions that you represent have done. Today you have a membership of some 630 organizations and individuals. The causes you support make a difference in communities large and small. The President and I are particularly grateful for your support for school choice and advancing those principles, as my friend Fred Klitsch has done from Indiana, Hoosiers for Quality Education for many years. It's emblematic of the leadership that we have all around this table. You represent the best of the American tradition of generosity, and I'm grateful to have a chance to talk to you about policies that we're advancing under President Trump's leadership here in our nation's capital, from tax reform to health care reform, and I look forward very much to your input. It's important to say that America is far and away the most generous nation on earth and in the history of the world. Our people have given a record $373 billion to charitable causes last year alone. More than 2/3 of American households give to charity each and every year. So I say thank you. Thank you on behalf of your president. Thank you on behalf of the American people for the generosity represented around this table. Now, each of us knows that charitable giving is fueled by generosity and by economic growth. And this administration is all about growth. I can assure you of that. From the first days of this administration, President Trump and our entire team have been working with the Congress to roll back excessive regulations, expand access to American energy, and the results speak for themselves. 800,000 new jobs created since January of this year. And so important to these foundations that are gathered around here, managing the portfolios that many of you manage, there's been almost a $3 trillion increase in stock market value since the outset of this administration. The American people are more confident in many quarters than ever before, and you see that reflected in the stock market and investments that Americans are making. A more prosperous America can be a more generous America. So I want to assure you that the President and I, our entire administration, are anxious to get your counsel on how we might continue to promote economic growth. But with that said, let me say that in addition to tax reform that we want to talk about today, President Trump and I truly believe that one of the keys to spurring economic growth in America today is to keep our promise to repeal and replace Obamacare. And the President and I are very pleased that just a few hours ago, the leadership in the United States Senate released an updated version of the Senate health care bill. The President and I are truly grateful to Leader Mitch McConnell, and we urge every member of the United States Senate to roll their sleeves up and get this bill to the President's desk and get it there soon. As I saw again in Kentucky just yesterday, American families and American businesses are hurting under the collapsing weight of Obamacare, and it's time for Congress to act. This legislation, President Trump and I believe, is the right bill at the right time to begin the end of Obamacare, and we would be grateful to have your support. This legislation will put American health care back on a path toward more freedom, more choices, and more affordability for working families. The Senate health care bill repeals Obamacare's individual and business mandates. It cuts taxes on working families and small businesses and restores freedom, and we believe it will create jobs. The bill expands health savings accounts to pay for insurance premiums. It also offers tax credits to Americans to help buy coverage at a more affordable price. provides $45 billion for states across the country to combat the scourge of opiate addiction, and also ensures that every American with a pre-existing condition has access to the coverage and care that they need, no exceptions. And lastly, surrounded by so many great advocates of American personal responsibility and federalism, I can tell you that this legislation gives states all new freedom and flexibility to reform Medicaid in ways that it'll better meet the needs of the most vulnerable in those states. We truly do believe that the Senate health care bill is the beginning of the end of Obamacare. It will return American health care to a system based on our time-honored principles of free market competition, personal responsibility, and state-based reform. And above all else, it'll give the American people more freedom when it comes to the choices that they make in health care. President Trump and I look forward to the Senate voting on this bill as early as next week. And we believe that together, with Republicans in the Senate and soon considering this bill again in the House, that we will begin the end of Obamacare, and we will finally give the American people the kind of world-class health care that they deserve, built on the American principles of freedom, free market choices, and state-based reform. And we'd be grateful to have your support. With that, let me express my appreciation to all of you who are gathered here, but most especially to the leadership of the Philanthropy Roundtable. And Adam Meyerson, if you'd like to make a few remarks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President, for your leadership as a champion for charity and for economic growth. And thank you and Mark Short for taking the time to be with us today. America, as you said, Mr. Vice President, is the most charitable country on earth. No other country comes close. Voluntary private giving is central to our character as a people, and it is central to our freedom. Independent private giving sustains the independence of private institutions, our churches and synagogues, our universities and colleges like Hanover, our think tanks of left, right, and center, our health clinics for veterans, our crisis pregnancy centers, and the charitable deduction is an indispensable guardrail against the intrusion of government into our lives and into our communities. The deduction tells political leaders that money given to charity is not theirs, but belongs to civil society. We're in a great national debate now about whether the federal government is exercising too much control of our lives. And our country faces great crises, such as the collapse of the family, the failure of schools to teach our children. And these are crises where the answers are not to be found in Washington, but from churches, neighborhood problem solvers, and other institutions of civil society. Now is the time for more charitable giving, not less. Now is the time to increase charitable giving from 2% to 3% of GDP. And now is the time to make the charitable deduction universal so it is available to all Americans. We're so honored to be here and grateful for your leadership, and I look forward to the exchange of ideas.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, will you be making calls this weekend to senators about?
I was on Capitol Hill today.
How was the meeting?
Very encouraged by the action that Senate leadership has taken. We believe the Senate health care bill is the right bill at the right time. It's important that the Senate move forward next week to bring this bill forward, send it back to the House, and put it on the President's desk.
Do you think the leader will be able to get his 50 votes?
Well, we're going to work very hard. The President and I have already talked today, and President Trump and I and our entire administration strongly support the Senate health care bill. We believe it represents the beginning of the end of Obamacare, and the introduction of reforms in this legislation, we believe, will once again put the American people back in charge of their own health care and give states all new freedom and flexibility to ensure that Medicaid works in each individual state particularly when it comes to the most vulnerable.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you. All right, everybody, so that was Mike Pence holding a listening session in D.C. earlier today. Coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have my co-host Mike Page up here with me to discuss a very interesting story. So that's coming up in just about 5 minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to take you to one short event here before Mike comes up with me. So I'm going to take you to this event. Let me pull this up for you guys. I want to give you the latest on this flooding situation. This is coming live out of Chicago. Here we go.
Yeah, so what we had volunteers here last night. We were sandbagging. We probably had over 100 volunteers in total, setting up sandbags, Jersey barriers, trying to protect the businesses and homes here, mainly on the Old Grand area. So this is the area that backs up to the Des Plaines River. It gets hit the hardest, usually when the flooding starts to come over the banks. So what we're seeing right now, the river height, the gauge says it's about 10.8 feet according to the National Weather Service. It's predicted to crest at about 12 feet, either on Friday or into Saturday. If that happens, that is a new record high, is the highest we've ever had since 1980s was the last time it got up even close to that. So we're experiencing quite a high level of flooding here.
How many homes and businesses have been affected by flooding?
So directly, there's two different types of flooding we had. The first one came from the flash floods yesterday when the high rainfall came. That impacted a lot of homes. So that went right into people's basements. It didn't really matter if they were near standing water or not. A lot of people had sewer backups. You know, a tremendous amount of the community. We don't even have numbers yet on how many that is. Where we do start to know is kind of the ones along the river. So the ones that are back up to the river, homes, businesses. We have about 8 to 12 businesses right here in the Old Grand area. These ones are heavily impacted whenever the river level starts to get up. But we also have homes backing up, and some, if it gets up to 12 feet, that maybe usually are okay, might be at more at risk this time.
Based on that previous record level, is this going to be enough?
We're going to get more volunteers out hopefully this morning. We're going to kind of schedule another time and another plan for volunteers to start sandbagging more. But we'll have to keep watching and watch as the levels continue to increase. It's something that we'll definitely worry about. It's frightening. So it's something that we watch, and we're making sure that we're on top of it. But as we see it start to continue, it's a trend that we hope reverses and it goes back down.
So how is the village mobilizing as this water keeps rising?
Yeah, so yesterday we established our emergency operations center in the morning just to kind of get prepared, get everything together. We started getting all of our crews on the same page between fire, police, public works, making sure we're all together, making sure that we're working with everybody. So that's kind of how we start to operate. We bring in Jersey barriers, which are kind of walls, so sort of like sandbags. We get sandbag operations in place. Luckily and unfortunately, we've been through flooding before, so we're pretty well versed in how to deal with it. So we have resources here. We have kind of a plan in place. We practice for this type of situation. The public is helping too. We have volunteers helping.
All right, everybody, giving you a live look of the White House right now. Mike Page coming up next with me to discuss a very interesting story. Stay tuned. All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I have my co-host Mike Page up here with me today. We're both in blue, by the way.
Hey, we got the hue of blue on a Thursday.
I love it. We match our logos. So we didn't do this on purpose, I swear.
We blend in a little bit. Sometimes, you know what, we like it because sometimes when the bosses come by, we kind of blend in.
Yeah, they can't see us.
Yeah,
they walk by and
so
where's Mike and Mary Kate?
We definitely have less questions.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about this story. You actually brought this up to me this morning. Really interesting story about a man that was stuck inside an ATM.
Can you imagine this? You're taking out money at an ATM, and then you hear a faint little, "Help me," help me, I would be like, okay, what's going on?
I cannot believe this happened. And it's okay to laugh a little bit because he is okay.
He's okay, but this is just a bizarre story in Texas. It was out of Corpus Christi, and he was just a repairman who was inside the building that was connected to the ATM.
Right.
So it was the small, like, little storage area, if you could imagine it.
That you go through to get in the back of the ATM?
So he was trying to work on the ATM in the back end of it, and, well, he got stuck in that room. He couldn't get out. He didn't even have a cell phone.
Or the device to unlock himself.
No, he was definitely stuck. So he's like pretty much in a panic mode, as you can imagine.
Oh, absolutely.
And then this is the best part. So people are getting their receipt. They're not getting their bank receipt. He's feeding a little piece of paper that says, "Please help me. I'm stuck in here. I need help. This is, something like this isn't a joke here. Please call for help." Please call my boss is what he said here. Yeah, pull it up, Mary Kate. Give him a great look here.
Yeah, take a look at the picture. I mean, this is obviously a picture of the ATM, but these are the little notes that he was sticking through. As people were expecting a receipt, they would see notes like this: "Please help. I'm stuck in here. I don't have a phone. Please call my boss," and then, leave the boss's number. So what do you think about this?
I think if it happened, if I was getting the money out,
right,
I would think I was being punked somehow. And I thought this may be some kind of hidden prank, show.
Yeah, it would be hard to imagine that would be real, although how couldn't you hear him? I mean, if he's yelling, was he yelling?
He was trying to yell, but they said it was a faint. What they heard from the other side was it was faint.
They called it a little voice they heard. So, I mean, and again, you guys, he's okay. And this was
he made it.
A robber. This was a guy trying to fix this ATM. The issue was the lock door that he came to work on.
It got stuck. And
poor guy. I want to pull up some video, too, for you guys just to show you the scene here in Texas. This just happened yesterday.
Poor guy.
If you can believe it.
I mean, this is the epitome of having bad luck.
Oh,
when you think, okay, so that was the door. Okay, now this is the ATM. It's a Bank of America ATM. And he's stuck behind there.
Yeah. He's trying to fix the lock door. It closes on him. It locks him in. So that's where they needed to enter to get this guy out.
Oh, look at that.
And, obviously, you receive these notes. You might assume it's a joke if you don't hear someone yelling. I mean, what do you do? But one person, thankfully, did call his boss.
Yes, good thing.
So thank you, finally.
Look at, there it is.
He wrote dozens of these notes until someone finally took it seriously. So we want to hear from you guys. Let us know in the live chat section of our YouTube stream. Would you call if you received a note like this, or would you assume it's a joke?
And shout out to him for not even taking any money, right?
Yeah, this guy deserves a raise. Seriously, props to you, man, for dealing with that. I mean, I'm claustrophobic. I don't think I could handle being stuck in there for almost 2 hours.
2 hours being stuck in there, and it doesn't seem like anybody's coming to your avail, right? No one is trying to help you.
Yeah, I mean, this would be seriously scary. And again, no money missing.
Yeah.
What a good guy.
Usually when we go to the ATM, you stick your card in, you put your PIN. This guy needed more than a PIN, right? This guy needed someone. You know what the PIN he needed was 911. Right?
He needed help. And yet, he wrote dozens of these little letters, and people would just think, oh, funny, and leave. I mean, come on. I think I would look at it for a while and kind of think about it. I'd probably call. I wouldn't assume.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Now he's always going to have that phone on him now, right? He might have 2 on him.
Yeah, there's no way this is going to happen again. But I think the only part that really makes me laugh a little is imagining him trying to stick the little note just in time for them to grab it, And they don't hear him, but he's trying to
Please take this along with your receipt.
So poor guy, and we're so glad he's okay. And I really hope he gets a raise or some sort of award or something at his company for doing this.
Here's a reward for not dying in that room.
Yeah, so again, we want to hear from you guys. Tweet me at Mary Kate TV or Mike Page Fox 10 and let us know your thoughts.
There we go, guys.
Okay, everyone. Well, I appreciate you guys watching our segment there. I'm going to clip that and put it on the video section of our YouTube page if you want to watch it over. But I'm going to take you now to the next top story here in the show. I thank you guys for watching with me live here today on the Fox News Now stream. Taking you to this event here. Let me pull this up for you guys. This is out of D.C. So let me get this up and ready for you here. This is a press conference addressing the indictment of a man accused of murdering a Bowie State University student. And you guys have heard about this story throughout the year here, but let's take you and listen to the update.
Has returned an indictment in the case of Sean Urbanski. They have returned an indictment for common law murder, which covers first and second degree murder. We will continue to investigate in this case now that we have to some extent concluded the aspect of our investigation regarding the murder. We are continuing to investigate regarding the motive involved in this crime. We are receiving support from the FBI. We have a number of digital devices that are in the process of being reviewed and investigated. And when we have concluded that part of our investigation with the assistance of the FBI, we will make any further announcements that are necessary. Again, we would like to offer our continuing condolences to the family of Lieutenant Collins. We are working very hard to make sure that we bring justice to this family. This case, of course, is one that has caused quite an outcry in our community, a young man who had so much promise and who really represented the best of our community, and so we are continuing to work to ensure that we represent him well in court.
Has any evidence turned up that there may have been a hate motive here in addition to the all-congratulations Facebook post?
There's quite a bit of evidence to go through. We have multiple digital devices, and so it is difficult at this point to say what the evidence has uncovered. But what we know is that the defendant was in possession of multiple digital devices that will take time for the FBI to analyze, and we will make an assessment after we've had an opportunity to consider all of the digital evidence in the case.
Any additional, anything else like all-congratulations popped up so far?
Not to my knowledge, no. Nothing else at this point.
Why is it such a challenge to make the hate crime charge from the point of view of the state?
Developing a motive is always a challenging aspect of a case, and in this case and in every other case, you can't get it wrong. It is, we believe, the best that we can do to make sure that we are thorough in analyzing the evidence when we try to determine a motive. That is often the most difficult aspect of any homicide investigation, is determining why.
What will it take to charge this or any other as a hate crime?
Well, after we have reviewed all of the devices in the case, then we'll look at the statute and determine whether or not the facts as we find them meet the hate crime elements. And so far, based on what we have to continue to investigate. We didn't have enough today.
What, if anything, can you tell us about the evidence presented to the grand jury today at this conference?
The evidence presented to the grand jury in this case, the part of it that we've been able to discuss, has been simply consistent with what the witnesses have said, which is that Lieutenant Collins was standing at a bus stop, that he had no relationship whatsoever, is what we know so far from the evidence, to the defendant in this case, that he was simply standing with friends when, completely unprovoked, he was repeatedly stabbed right there was stabbed at the bus stop, and that's essentially the evidence that we were presenting.
Can you speak to what Mr. Urbanski's attorney addressed in terms of drugs and alcohol possibly being involved in this case?
You know, and those are still aspects of our investigation that we're not prepared to discuss, but they are certainly things that we have to consider.
Did the grand jury see video evidence?
I'm going to turn it over to Joseph Ruddy, who is the prosecutor in the case, and let him.
What was your question?
Did the grand jury see video evidence?
They received information concerning the video evidence that was captured
concerning the incident that took place on May the 20th.
Could you characterize the video evidence for us, please?
Well, the best way to characterize the evidence is there's video evidence that captures the entire incident that occurred and the stabbing of Lieutenant Collins.
Yes, it is. What do you say to the community, to those in the community who have made an assumption based on information that they got, perhaps from social media, and feel like that's important? It's not there yet.
Right. I understand that it's important. It's important to us. To understand exactly why this happened is important to us. And what we say is because we appreciate and respect that this family deserves to know as best we can why this happened to their son. It's important to us to get it right, that we not rush to announce something before we're able to. What we can announce now is that we have charged him with first and second degree murder, and that we will seek as well an enhanced penalty in this case, a penalty of life without parole, and that we will fight as hard as we can to honor their son and to ensure that justice is done. But why is something that we all want to know. I think we all want to understand why this happened, but again, it is so important in these cases that to the best of our ability, we are able to be thorough, and we intend to do that.
Did Advance belong to any on-campus groups, attorneys that are part of this investigation?
No, not that I know. Any further questions? Thank you all so much. I'm sorry.
All right, everybody, that was an update out of D.C. today, taking you to the next top story for you here on the show. Thanks for watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. Taking you now, I want to pull up for you guys this press conference out of Minneapolis. So this is a press conference about, so the Crystal police chief confirms a man has been shot, or confirms that he shot and killed his wife. Sorry about that. Again, this is out of Minneapolis. A man shot and killed his wife last night. So let's hear what they have to say about this event.
Okay. At approximately 6:23 p.m. tonight, we were dispatched to the area of 4800 block of Yates Avenue on a domestic situation. The reporting party called our dispatch and informed them that his father had killed their mother. We went to the scene and dealt with the father, who is the suspect, who is in custody at this time, and unfortunately the female wife is deceased. At this time, this case is under investigation, so there isn't much more that I can say at this point.
How long was there between when you got to the scene and were able to actually go inside, make contact with the man, and find out about what happened?
It was about 2.5 hours.
What went on in that meantime?
We were negotiating with the suspect at the time to come out.
Did he originally call 911 or the son called 911?
No, the reporting party.
Excuse me, the reporting party.
Correct.
And was the son inside the home or?
Reporting party was not inside the home.
What happened during that, I'll call it a standoff, but what happened? Were there threats to other people? Was there anyone else inside the home?
No, nobody else was inside the home. We were just negotiating with the suspect to come out, and he finally did.
And were there evidence of gunshot wounds? I mean, that
Yes.
that was accurate?
Yes.
Alcohol?
So just the man and a woman were in the home?
Correct.
Agents?
I don't have that information at this time.
Was alcohol or drugs involved?
I don't have that information either at this time.
Can you tell us anything more about their family situation or anything you may have learned?
No, unfortunately, this is a very fluid situation right now. We're still trying to figure out some more information about the family.
So neighbors said the police have been called to that scene before. Can you verify that? Have you been to this address before?
Personally, I have not been. I believe we may have been here, but I can't verify for sure, so I don't want to for sure say.
How would someone outside of the home know that something had happened? So how did the son learn about that?
His father called him.
Okay.
And neighbors were evacuated?
Correct. Neighbors were evacuated.
Were there any injuries to the man himself?
No.
How difficult is it? I know you see a lot of things, Chief Revering, but
when you're coming up to a domestic situation that's as fluid and obviously as dangerous as this one, what is this like for you?
Well, for the whole department, I mean, this is horrible for the police officers that have to go to these types of calls, mainly because they don't want to have to, unfortunately, see something like this, and they feel horrible for the tragedy for the victim.
Was this man threatening to take his own life or to potentially shoot officers? Like, what happened during that 2 hours? And did somebody, if that was the case, did somebody talk him down?
Yep, somebody actually talked him out of the home, to come out of the home. He initially did come out when we first arrived on scene, but then went back inside, and then we negotiated him to come back outside.
When he came out, did he have the gun?
Not at that time.
Okay. No. No, was the gun in the home or on him when he came out?
That I can't comment. We're still investigating.
Who talked him out? Was it a family member or was it a police negotiator?
No, it was a police officer.
Was it a dispatcher or a police officer?
No, it was a police officer.
Okay, here at the scene.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, neighbors had mentioned that this man had threatened to kill his wife before. Did you hear anything about that at all?
That I have no idea.
Can you just take us through fluidly kind of the steps of you were called, you negotiated for 2 hours, what the son told you? If you just give us that in one statement, that'd be helpful.
Sure. Sorry, I thought it.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
No, I get it.
All these little questions.
I get it. I get it. I get it. So at 6:23, we were dispatched to 4800 block of Yates Avenue. The reporting party called our dispatch and told them that his father called him to tell him that he killed his mother, shot and killed his mother. That's when that reporting party called dispatch to tell us, and that's when we were called to the scene. When we got to the scene, we asked the suspect to come out. He did.
Phone?
Yep, correct. Via the telephone. He came out for a brief moment, went back inside, and continued to not cooperate with us and did not want to come out, and told us that he did not want to come out. After a few hours of negotiating, he finally did come out.
So is it accurate to call this a 2.5-hour standoff? Is it a standoff? I mean, the terms have been thrown around. I just want to be clear.
I wouldn't say that it's a standoff. Yes, he had a gun, but he was not ever threatening us with a gun at all.
Did he have any injuries?
No, he did not.
And this was a husband.
Is that what took so long?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge.
No.
Was he drunk to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
And this was a husband and wife.
Correct. Husband and wife.
And they've lived here a long time.
They have.
Yeah.
Do you have any other children?
Yes.
Besides that one?
Yes.
How many?
3.
Ages, roughly? Kids? Adults?
No, they're all
children?
adults. They're all adults.
3 children.
3 children.
This is a silly question. I understand they have 2 dogs. Are they still in the house?
The dogs?
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, we got to take this.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you. No. Just no.
Yeah, we appreciate you taking us.
Absolutely, I will.
All right, everybody, that was an update out of Minneapolis where a man shot and killed his wife. Okay, everyone, taking you to the next top story here in the show. Thanks for watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream tonight. Let me pull up for you guys the next event that I wanted to take you to here. So let me just get this one up for you guys. So this was a court case from earlier today. I want to pull this up for you really quickly. Let's see if they still have it. So it does look like we do have the video. So this is Daniel Clay, sentenced to life in prison without parole for felony murder in the death of 22-year-old Chelsea Bruck. He had told the court she died during rough consensual sex. So let's pull this up for you guys and hear what they have to say.
Investigation report. Her supervisor, Lori Lehman, and our victim director, Melissa Nichols, is back there. She worked hand in hand with the family for so many hours and developed a great relationship with them. So I think I've covered everybody.
Hold on, you guys. Let me see if the footage gets any better here. Sorry about that, guys. It just looks way too blurry to stream, but I thought that was a pretty crazy story, so I did want to take you to that. But it looks like the footage just isn't really streamable. Sorry about that, you guys. If we do fix that feed, I'll be sure to bring it back to you. So let me move on to the next story here in the show that I wanted to bring you guys to. Let me pull this up. This is Paul Ryan speaking earlier today. Let me make sure that this is correct. Okay, here it is. Perfect. So we didn't have a chance to stream this for you earlier today. This is House Speaker Paul Ryan holding a press briefing as we await the Senate's release of the revamped health care bill. So obviously you guys received that coverage earlier today, but I do want to take you to what Paul Ryan had to say. So here we go.
There's already been extensive property damage to the homes and businesses, but so far, thankfully, no loss of life. I want to commend all the state and the local officials who are working around the clock to address this emergency, particularly the people at the dam in Burlington. I intend to return home today to see firsthand and to respond to recovery efforts on the ground and to just assess the damage. Second, the House continues to take action on issues that affect people in their everyday lives. Yesterday, the House passed 3 more bipartisan initiatives to combat human trafficking. Today, the Ways and Means Committee is holding another and to respond to recovery efforts on the ground and to just assess the damage. Second, the House continues to take action on issues that affect people in their everyday lives. Yesterday, the House passed 3 more bipartisan initiatives to combat human trafficking. Today, the Ways and Means Committee is holding another hearing on tax reform. This one focuses on the struggles that small businesses are facing under the current tax code. Under this crazy system we have, successful small businesses pay a top marginal tax rate as high as 44.6%. They cannot compete like that. This is one of the reasons it is so important that we reform our tax code, to level the playing field for more jobs and for more growth. This is essential if we're ever going to get our economy growing at its potential. Then tomorrow, the House is set to take action on our annual national defense bill. This is the next step in keeping our promise to rebuild our military for the 21st century. And this will give our troops a well-deserved, fully funded pay raise. So these are just a few big issues we're making progress on this week. Finally, quickly over the break, it came to my attention that there was an issue about dress code. I'll be honest, this is not something that was covered in my new speakership orientation ceremony. The Sergeant of Arms was simply enforcing the same interpretation of the rules as under my predecessors. This is nothing new, and certainly not something that I devised. At the same time, that doesn't mean that enforcement couldn't stand to be a bit modernized. So that is why we will be working with the Sergeant of Arms to ensure the enforcement of appropriate business attire is updated. Decorum is important, especially for this institution, and a dress code in the chamber, in the lobby, makes sense. But we also don't need to bar otherwise accepted contemporary business attire. So look for a change on that soon. Questions? Yeah.
You were chief negotiator for Republicans a few years ago on a big budget deal, Ryan deal. With the number of financial deadlines piling up and we're about to head into August recess, there's some thought that some similar kind of deal would be necessary at the end of September. Is that something you're open to?
It is. Yeah. Who are you with?
The Washington Delay. My name is Chris Johnson. A question on the Hartzler Amendment to the Defense Authorization Bill. It's not the first time ever that the House of Representatives has voted on a measure specifically targeting defense tender people. Do you support the amendment if it will pass as part of the bill?
Yeah, I think it's important that we work closely with the DOD on this. As you probably know, Secretary Mattis is under review on this right now. And so I want to make sure that what we do is in close coordination with them.
Well, how can you,
We'll see what happens with the Hartzler Amendment. And she also is concerned about this, but again, I think it's important that we coordinate closely with DOD as they review this.
my question though is that if you want to coordinate with them, how are you bypassing an amendment that...
Because it's a free process. It's an open process. She can bring an amendment to the floor if she wants to. Yeah.
You said in last month that if the Senate bill fails or if the Senate doesn't repeal Obamacare tax
Yeah, thank you for saying that. They are obnoxious taxes, yeah. Yeah, so you want to know what happens to the baseline?
Well, just so you said before that you were just going to put this off to the side and it wouldn't be addressed in tax reform. I'm wondering if that's still the case or if you would consider addressing those in tax reform.
Well, I guess I'd say one of the taxes that affects tax on capital income is something that is a critical part of tax reform itself. Other taxes that affect health care, like the HIT tax and those taxes, those we see as part of Obamacare. Yeah, go ahead.
On the budget deal, why not push harder now? And what guarantee do constituents have that the appropriations process means anything when the spending levels violate current federal spending?
Because we believe the House should make its position. This is why Diane Black has done such a tremendous job getting all of the House on the same page and the House Republicans to agree on what we think the right numbers are. You see the NDA being marked up at the number that the Appropriations Committee is working on, that the Budget Committee is working on. So this is the classic legislative process. The House moves with its position, the Senate moves with theirs, and then we negotiate a compromise at the end of the day. But we believe it's in our interest to move forward with our plan, with what we think is the right thing to do. And at the end of the day, we'll find a solution. No, I think we're doing fine. We're actually well ahead of schedule. I especially as you've heard me always say, I think I said this the other day, a new presidency, you have a delayed budget process. So that's the case. It was the case when we had Clinton and Bush and Obama. This is the first year of a new presidency with a delayed budget process. But with a delayed budget process, I'm very impressed that the appropriators are all but done with their work. So they've moved so quickly in the month of July, with their deadline being 2 months from now, that we're getting their work done. And now we're talking with our members about how to process that through the House. Yeah.
So Senate leadership's supposed to come out with their health care bill today. Apparently, Lindsey Graham and Bill Cassidy are introducing their own health care bill. And the president's still saying if Republicans can't get a deal on a bill, they should do repeal and replace separately. I guess my question is, would the House go back and look at any of these other options? Or now that you've passed something, do you sort of think you've done your part of it?
As tempting as it is to comment on the Senate's deliberation and their process, I want to give them the space to get their job done. We have a promise to keep, and we kept that promise in the House. I look forward to seeing the President, the Senate do the same.
Can I follow up?
Sure.
Would the House stay in session?
Yes. Yeah, if the Senate is going to give us a health care bill, we're going to stay and finish the health care bill. I think any witness who's been asked to testify before Congress should testify. I'll leave that up to the witness and the Senate to decide that, the committees. But anybody who is asked to testify to the Senate should do that. Yeah.
There's been some changes to it from the effort last year, but the crux of it is the same for moving traffic control operations from the FAA. You didn't bring it to the floor last year. What's changed this year that makes you split?
Well, I'll defer the specific questions to.
All right, everybody, we're going to cut out of this to take you to a live look of the White House right now. Mike Page coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show, and I'll be back on again at 7. See you then. Stick with us. Live here on the Fox News Now stream. Mike Page coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, everyone. Welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be here with you for the next 2 hours on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Hope everyone's having a great evening already. It is 8:04 out on the East Coast, 5:04 right here in sunny Arizona. What is it right now? 107? Yeah, it's sunny and hot. That's what I'll tell you right here. Coming up next here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, going to take you to a Senate hearing. Really want to show this to you because I think a lot of you will find this interesting. This is examining the problem of visa overstays, a need for better tracking and accountability. This is the subcommittee on border security and immigration. So we'll bring that to you right now on the Fox 10 and News Now stream.
People in different circumstances. Recently, for the second year in a row, the Department of Homeland Security released a report estimating the number of visa overstays in the previous year. This report found that in fiscal year 2016, last year, more than 739,000 people overstayed their visas in the United States. What this tells us is that an obsession with building a big, beautiful wall won't come close to solving our immigration challenges. It doesn't even address the issue of overstays. Even if we build a wall across the entire southern border at a cost of $70 billion or whatever, hundreds of thousands of people who come to our country legally would still be overstaying their visas. We can't talk about visa overstays without considering the reality of Teresa Lee, who I mentioned earlier, and many others who came here years ago, have made a life, started a family, become pillars in a community. All of those should not be treated the same as those who made a conscious effort to deceive the federal government. It's clear we can't fix our broken immigration system on a piecemeal basis. So a few years ago, a group of us got together, 4 Democrats, 4 Republican senators, so-called Gang of 8. We sat down and for 6 months decided to write a comprehensive bipartisan immigration reform bill. We sent it to the floor of the Senate after going through lengthy hearings in the Senate Judiciary Committee, entertaining hundreds of amendments, many of them from our current Attorney General. And then we brought it to the floor for a vote, and it passed 68-32, comprehensive immigration reform in 2013. We were pretty proud of ourselves. Unfortunately, many Republicans didn't support it, and the Republican leadership in the House of Representatives refused to even consider it when we sent it over there. Let me tell you what our bill would have done when it came to visa overstays. We required electronic tracking of visa overstays. And it wasn't an unfunded mandate with no teeth. The bill would have appropriated millions of dollars to implement electronic tracking of visas. And at the insistence of my Republican colleagues in the Gang of 8, we would have required an integrated electronic exit system to be in use at every international air and seaport in the country before undocumented immigrants could obtain lawful permanent residence under the bill. This trigger would have forced those who support a path to citizenship to ensure that electronic tracking of overstays actually came to pass. We weren't soft on this issue. We were tough, and we put money behind our toughness. Critically, our bill also would have addressed other components of the broken immigration system, dedicating billions of dollars to strengthen border security, including funding for additional technology, fencing, and border patrol agents, reducing the job magnet for undocumented immigrants by requiring employers to verify the immigration status of workers and create new avenues for legal immigration, provide a tough but fair path to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who do not pose any threat to our nation and who would go to the back of the line. Only a comprehensive plan like this can secure our border and our nation and really remain true to our heritage as a nation of immigrants. That's why I'm ready to work again on a bipartisan basis to fix this broken immigration system, and it ought to start in this subcommittee. It is refreshing that at least today we're talking about a real problem instead of obsessing about vulnerable refugees who come to the United States, the most carefully vetted and investigated visitors of all those who come to our shores. I strongly supported legislation that has provided up to $1 billion for DHS biometric entry and exit tracking by increasing fees for H-1B visas. Fees increased especially on outsourcing companies that take jobs out of America. This provision was based on bipartisan legislation Senator Grassley and I have co-sponsored for years. But there's much more that Congress and the administration could do. Consider the visa waiver program. Now think about that. We have 38 nations that we allow to send their visitors to the United States without a visa. According to the recent DHS report in fiscal year 2016, more than 147,000 travelers who entered our country using the visa waiver program overstayed as well. Overstayed, I should say. 20 million people from these 38 nations travel to America every year under the visa waiver program. That's a third of all the visitors to the United States. These people come in without a visa to the United States at American airports without undergoing any biometric checks or consular interviews. Zakaris Moussaoui, the so-called 20th hijacker, 9/11 co-conspirator, tried to enter the U.S. through the visa waiver program. So did Richard Reed, the shoe bomber. Every participant in the 2015 terrorist attack on the Bataclan Theater in Paris held a passport from a visa waiver country. Each of them could have traveled to the United States without a visa. If we're concerned about protecting America's security, why don't we strengthen the visa waiver program that accounts, as I said earlier, for 20 million people coming to this country each year? How about strengthening this program by requiring biometric checks of travelers before they reach America, so we know who they are before they get on the airplane? And Congress should also close the loophole. Listen to this. The loophole that lets people who enter the United States through the visa waiver program to buy guns here in this country, even assault weapons, even if they're on the FBI terrorist watch list. Think about that for a second. Does that make any sense? In closing, let me say that it continues to amaze me that we haven't had a single hearing in this immigration subcommittee on President Trump's travel bans and changes to our immigration system. In just his first week as president, Mr. Trump signed multiple immigration executive orders that have roiled our nation so he could keep his campaign promise of launching mass deportations and banning Muslims from our country. The Supreme Court of the United States has found the time to consider the president's travel ban. This subcommittee is not. During the previous administration, the Republican majority conducted sustained, multiple oversight hearings of the executive branch immigration policies of President Obama. I had hoped this subcommittee would be just as vigorous when it comes to the Trump administration. Not yet. Finally, I want to note I'm disappointed that the Trump administration decided not to send a witness from the State Department for this hearing. The State Department plays a critical role in the visa process, and our subcommittee would have benefited from that testimony.
Thank you, Senator Durbin. And I'd have to acknowledge your long-standing efforts in this regard, even though you and I have some differences on what's attainable and what's not. I've come to the conclusion that a comprehensive immigration reform bill is not possible, and I know that is disappointing to you and some others. Unfortunately, our philosophy has been we want everything or we want nothing, and we end up getting nothing, in my view. And so I'm happy to try to work with you where we can to try to address some of the issues that you've addressed. And while there's a lot of other topics we could talk about on the subcommittee, I think this is certainly worthwhile. At this point, Chairman Grassley, the chairman of the full committee, has asked that his full statement be included in the record, and it will be done so without objection. If I can ask the witnesses please to stand, and I'll administer the oath. You'll raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat. What we'd like to do, Mr. Doherty, we'll start with you and then go down the line to Mr. Wagner, Mr. Rohde, and Mr. Roth. And please, if you will give us your opening statement in about 5 minutes or so, and then I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions.
Thank you. Chairman Cornyn, Ranking Member Durbin, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today to discuss the work in progress at the Department of Homeland Security to identify, report, and address overstays. Some 50 million non-immigrant visitors enter the United States each year. They enter for business, to study, to see family, or to vacation here. The United States welcomes these visitors while recognizing that it's imperative they depart the country when their visas or period of authorized admission expires. Our ability to identify foreign nationals who overstay their visa is important for numerous reasons. Chief among them, we need to determine whether or not individuals pose a threat to national security or to public safety, and we need to protect the integrity of our immigration system by removing those who are present in violation of law. I'll use my time to focus on the fiscal year 2016 entry-exit overstay report and steps that we are taking to address the findings in the report. As you know, DHS released the FY16 overstay report in May. It's the second such report issued in over 20 years, and it contains important data not available in the FY15 version. The 15 report covered visa waiver program travelers and visitors for business or pleasure, B1s and B2s. The 16 report has been expanded to include foreign students, exchange visitors, and other classes of non-immigrants. Our ability to add these classes to our analysis is the result of investments made by the department to expand its data collection and analytical capabilities. The 16 report reflects that nearly 99% of in-scope non-immigrant visitors departed the United States on time and abided by the terms of their admission. Despite this high level of compliance by visitors to our country, an unacceptable number of individuals overstayed their visas or period of authorized stay. Approximately 39,000 of them were calculated to have overstayed by the end of fiscal year 16. We ran those numbers again in July, and by our calculations, 426,000 of those non-immigrant visitors are still here and in an unlawful status. Clearly, overstays are a significant problem. To get a better understanding of the challenge presented by overstays, DHS has to continue to make improvements to its IT infrastructure and to its architecture so that agents and other operators have rapid access to the highest quality data available. DHS has undertaken a number of systems enhancements to reinforce immigration and overstay enforcement by aligning requirements across our systems to support the exchange and operational use of immigration and traveler data. We've also been working on identifying national security overstays through increased collaboration with the intelligence community. And finally, we are automating processes that are currently done by hand. DHS is addressing the areas for improvement identified by the DHS Office of Inspector General in his recent report. In particular, the DHS Office of the Chief Information Officer is building an enterprise information sharing platform that will be able to mitigate many of the issues that are identified in the OIG report. It will provide analysts and mission operators with near real-time access to consolidated Homeland Security data in classified and unclassified environments in a manner that is consistent with law, policy, and privacy requirements. DHS has to implement the biometric exit to increase the quality and availability of overstay data, while implementation of a robust and efficient biometric exit solution will take time and poses significant technical and physical challenges. DHS is aggressively identifying or advancing the development of a comprehensive biometric exit system for air, land, and sea. This conforms with long-standing congressional intent and is a priority for the administration as well. DHS also acknowledges and appreciates the support that Congress has given it and that this committee has given it in favor of implementing that system. As stated in the President's executive orders, the need to enhance vetting and screening to identify individuals who seek to enter the United States on a fraudulent basis is a priority, as is the concern that those who overstay or otherwise violate the terms of their visa might pose threats to national security and to public safety. DHS will continue working hard with its partner agencies, particularly with the Department of State, to address the problem presented by overstays. DHS will both seek out innovative solutions and work with governments of countries whose travelers overstay at high rates because they need to be held accountable as partner countries. Chairman Cornyn, Ranking Member Durbin, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for this opportunity to testify today on this important issue, and I look forward to your questions.
Mr. Doherty, forgive me, of course, you're the Assistant Secretary for Border, Immigration, and Trade Policy at the Department of Homeland Security, and of course no stranger to this committee, having served as a legislative counsel for Senator John Kyle of Arizona and of course staff member with the Subcommittee on Terrorism, Technology, and Homeland Security. Let me just briefly also introduce our other members. Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security, John Roth, confirmed on March 6, 2014. and who served most recently as Director of the Office of Criminal Investigations at the Food and Drug Administration, and was nominated to lead the DHS Office of Inspector General by President Obama. Mr. Wagner is the Deputy Executive Assistant Commissioner of the Office of Field Operations of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection since 2014, and he's been assigned to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection at headquarters in D.C. since 1999, and has worked on numerous policy issues. And of course, Mr. Rohde is the Deputy Assistant Director of Homeland Security Investigations within the National Security Investigations Division and Homeland Security Investigations. And we appreciate, again, all of you being here and present. Let me turn to you, Mr. Wagner, for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Cornyn, Ranking Member Durbin, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss Customs and Border Protection's work on biometric exit and the recent overstay report. First, let me start with the overstay report. This report accounts for 96% of all Air and Sea non-immigrant admissions for fiscal year 2016 at our Air and Sea locations. We've expanded the report this year to include additional categories of visitors, such as foreign students, exchange visitors, and certain worker classifications. Last fiscal year, there were approximately 50.4 million in-scope non-immigrant admissions through the Air and Sea locations who are expected to depart. Of this number, we calculated the total overstay rate at approximately 1.47%, which is about 739,000 individuals. At the end of the fiscal year, when the report was compiled, there remained about 628,000 of these visitors still in the U.S. Due to continuing departures, that number is currently at about 425,000 today, which is about 0.84% of the total. Now, these figures are generated using CBP's Arrival and Departure Information System, where we use our travel data and commercial carrier manifest to identify potential overstays. The data is correlated against other DHS systems to eliminate individuals who have received extensions or adjusted status and remain lawfully in the U.S. The overstay lists are then run through our automated targeting system, which applies ICE-defined criteria to prioritize these records, and the information is provided to ICE daily. Adding biometrics to this exit process will provide even greater validation of the data. This committee is familiar with the many challenges we've discussed in developing a feasible biometric exit solution, as well as the many pilots we've conducted over the years. I recognize your frustration with our pace at this. I also recognize that Congress has made up to $1 billion available over the next decade to support funding and implementing this program. As I've said publicly before, we're out of time and we're out of excuses. So the good news is we figured out a very feasible solution. We've had extensive discussions with private sector technology experts and stakeholders to ensure that our solution is easy for travelers and avoids adding yet another independent stovepiped process. It utilizes existing airport infrastructure and can be compatible with existing airline business practices. And most importantly, it uses data already provided to the U.S. government. The biggest factor in our struggle to find a solution was really relying too much on finding a single piece of technology that was magically going to solve this problem for us. And previous efforts never really took a comprehensive look at re-engineering the processes behind how our data systems function. So we figured out a way to better position the data we already have on travelers, which is photographs, to make this inspection process a lot more efficient. In non-technical terms, we moved the photographs we already have of travelers from their passports and their visas. In advance of the flight, we move it out of the main database, which contains about 1 billion photographs, and stages it in a single database just based on that manifest. By doing this, when the person goes to board the plane, we can take their picture and only search the pictures on that manifest rather than against the 1 billion photographs that reside in the database. This makes it quick, simple, and efficient, and you don't have to actually read the passport first to do this. All the other systems around the world, you have to read the travel document first. That adds time, that adds infrastructure, and that adds complexity. We can skip it by doing this. So we put this to test in Atlanta with a flight with Delta Airlines. We pre-positioned the photographs in the gallery. We compared a live photograph of the person boarding to the traveler boarding a plane, and we created a biometric record of the departure. So this validated our concept on how to use the data. We did not slow down the boarding of the plane, and it fit with the boarding process and the operational model of how the airline boards their passengers. This is easy for travelers to use. Everybody knows how to take a picture. So to date, we've processed about 35,000 travelers through this demonstration over the last 10, 11 months. And we're at a matching rate of about 96 to 98% of travelers we have photographs on. So we've had extension discussions with the air travel industry. This summer, we started rolling out additional demonstrations of this capability. In addition to the Delta flight in Atlanta, we have a single flight we're using this on at Dulles, Chicago, and Houston, with additional locations to come this summer. And we're also working with JetBlue in Boston on using the same process, not only for biometric exit, but for the purposes of replacing the paper boarding pass with the same picture taking of the person confirmed by us. So it'll serve two purposes. We're also working closely with Delta Airlines on similar issues. So there's a great opportunity here for us not only to complete the biometric exit requirement, but also to support airline and airport modernization efforts so we're all aligned in a single vision. My final point is that while facial recognition will be used, we will continue to collect fingerprints from foreign nationals upon initial encounters. Both biometrics will be fused together in our systems, and the fingerprint results are returned by matching the photo associated with them. So we're getting the same vetting results, just a different pointer and a quicker pointer to the same data. So thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Mr. Rhodey?
Chairman Cornyn, Ranking Member Durbin, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today on how ICE Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI, investigates visa overstays, and to highlight the improvements that HSI has implemented in overstay enforcement. HSI's Counterterrorism and Criminal Exploitation Unit, CTCEU, focuses on identifying and prioritizing its enforcement efforts on overstays who remain in the country and who may pose a concern to national security or public safety. On a daily basis, HSI ingests approximately 3,000 potential overstay leads. These leads come from U.S. Customs and Border Protection's Arrival and Departure Information System, ADIS, HSI's Student and Exchange Visitor Information System, SEVIS, and from other referrals on foreign nationals who may have overstayed or otherwise violated the terms of their admission to the U.S. The leads received by CTCEU undergo both an automated and manual vetting processes based on prioritized risk-based framework. CTCEU then creates lead packages that include all available information, which are sent to HSI field offices nationwide for further investigation. CTCEU's vetting process is designed to detect and identify individuals exhibiting specific risk factors based on intelligence reporting, travel patterns, and in-depth criminal research and analysis. To further support this process, HSI chairs the Compliance Enforcement Advisory Panel, or CEAP, comprised of subject matter experts from other law enforcement agencies and members of the intelligence community who assist CTCEU in maintaining targeting methods in accordance with the most current threat information. The CEAP convenes quarterly to discuss recent intelligence developments and update CTCEU's targeting framework in order to consistently focus targeting efforts on overstays and status violators who pose the greatest concern to national security. In fiscal year 16, HSI reviewed approximately 1.2 million unvalidated overstay leads. Numerous leads were closed through the aforementioned vetting process due to subsequent departures from the United States, a change in status, and/or pending immigration benefits. Those leads that did not meet HSI's threat criteria were referred to ICE's enforcement and removal operations for further action. Of the fiscal year 2016 overstay leads remaining within HSI's purview, 4,116 lead packages were sent to HSI field offices for further investigation. Of those leads, as of June 30th this year, HSI special agents had made 1,622 arrests. Those subjects who cannot be located are cycled back into continuous monitoring for further research as new information is revealed. I would also like to state that we've sent out 1,000 more leads this fiscal year than were sent out in the entire fiscal year 2016. Additionally, we at HSI are committed to always improving and advancing our capabilities as technology progresses and as resources allow, and overstay enforcement is no exception. I'd like to take a moment to highlight two recent pilot programs in overstay enforcement and our efforts to improve our IT systems and capabilities. First, our overstay lifecycle pilot is an effort to ensure continuous vetting. Last year, HSI started tracking non-immigrant visitors who file visa applications at certain visa security program posts from the time they apply through their departure from the United States. This continuous review allows HSI to take swift action should derogatory information be uncovered at any point in the visa lifecycle. Second, HSI implemented the Domestic Mantis program to identify non-immigrant students who enter the United States to study in a non-sensitive academic field and who subsequently transfer to a sensitive academic field, or who attempt to work in areas posing concern to national security or public safety. In addition, HSI has been an integral partner in improving the data interfaces between DHS systems to refine our ability to identify overstays. Through modernization of LeadTrack and SEVIS, we are advancing DHS information sharing and expediting overstay vetting. A number of ongoing initiatives at DHS are streamlining and enhancing systems to provide person-centric rather than event-specific data, which will allow us to better prioritize our cases. Before concluding, let me emphasize how seriously we take the recommendations from OIG and GAO reviews. When the latest OIG report came out, immediate action was taken in response to the concerns raised about field training and overstay investigations. The CTCEU Overstay Handbook and guidance were redistributed to all HSI field offices and agents. This handbook provides detailed instructions on how to conduct overstay investigations, including what systems to check. Furthermore, HSI has reinvigorated regional training efforts to ensure that all our agents and officers are equipped to effectively and efficiently investigate these leads. One such training session has already occurred, and 3 more are scheduled for this fiscal year. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to explain HSI's critical role in the overstay enforcement process. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Mr. Roth?
Chairman Cornyn, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me here today to testify to discuss our work relating to visa overstays, including our most recent audit report. The result of our audit revealed that DHS's information technology systems do not effectively support ICE's visa tracking operations for a number of reasons. First, identifying and investigating potential visa overstays requires pulling data from dozens of systems and databases, some of which are not integrated and do not electronically share information. This is necessary because 4 different DHS components, ICE, CBP, USCIS, and the National Protection and Programs Directorate, as well as numerous entities outside of DHS, are all involved in managing the overstay issue. Much of the data is not stored in easily retrievable fields. As an illustration of the disjointed nature of the IT systems involved, ICE investigators need to retain up to 40 different passwords, each with different access restrictions and expiration dates. Second, access to real-time data is hampered by system access restrictions. ICE personnel sometimes are unable to gain access to USCIS systems despite having a need to do so. Some data is retained in paper-based files, which can take considerable time to access, and some systems are not frequently updated. Third, ICE personnel did not have the training and guidance they needed to effectively identify and utilize the numerous systems used for visa overstay tracking. ICE personnel in the field are not always sure which systems to use to perform their specific job functions. Personnel we met with at multiple locations expressed concerns that they were unaware of all the systems available to them across DHS components and agencies, potentially limiting their effectiveness in carrying out their visa tracking responsibilities. Lastly, in the absence of a comprehensive biometric exit system at U.S. ports, DHS relies on third-party data, such as passenger lists from airlines, which is not always accurate and fails to capture land departure data, which accounts for the vast majority of visitors leaving the United States. These deficiencies have a significant real-world impact, including a backlog of 1.2 million visa overstay cases, an inability to estimate with any degree of confidence the number of individuals who are actually overstaying, which results in a poor understanding of the problem and incomplete reporting. Considerable resources are wasted investigating thousands of leads that could have been ruled as not leads, such as individuals who already left the country or received immigration benefits. In fact, we found that HSI agents spent 40% of the caseload investigating individuals they should not be investigating, largely because they were in compliance with the law or had already left the country. Part of the problem is that the department has historically done a poor job of requiring IT integration, which results in a fragmented and decentralized system. The DHS Chief Information Officer should provide greater oversight and centralized management of DHS IT systems. This has been a long-standing issue that we have repeatedly reported on. Additionally, the ICE Chief Information Officer must provide adequate training and guidance to personnel in the field about how to properly use the current data systems. Finally, CBP must continue to work on moving forward on the biometric entry-exit system, which will assist in streamlining ICE's investigative efforts. We made 5 recommendations in our audit report, which we believe will assist in making the process more efficient. Pleased to report that the Department has agreed with each of our recommendations and is implementing corrective action. We will monitor the progress of the Department and make reports as needed. Additionally, we intend to audit the Department's efforts to implement the pilot biometric exit program you heard described today. This concludes my testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions you or members of the committee may have.
Thanks to all of you for that. I'll start out with the 5-minute rounds questions, but I wonder if anybody can give me their best estimate of how many people are currently in the country overstaying their visa in violation of our immigration laws. Can anybody come up with a round number estimate?
Sir, I just hazard that the 40% rate that Senator Durbin referenced earlier. It's one, as you know, sir, that we've mentioned for a long period of time.
Thank you, Mr. Dougherty. I know the 40%, I'm just wondering 40% of what is kind of what I'm trying to get my head around. And Mr. Wagner, isn't it true that some of the statistics that we've been talking about that are contained in your written testimony and elsewhere, this is just for land and seaports, correct? We don't have really reliable figures for land port of entry or exit, do we?
Correct. It's for commercial air and commercial sea arrivals, but most of your land entry and exits are populations that are out of scope of the collection of biometrics. Actually, a small fraction of the in-scope population we would even track on biometric exit.
Well, I appreciate the good work that you've been able to do and the good news, frankly, in terms of airports and seaports, but to me that seems like a huge gaping hole in our data. That's what happens at land ports, and frankly, coming from a state with 1,200 miles of common border and about 5 million jobs depend on binational trade with Mexico, we want to make sure that we continue to have legitimate commerce and travel between our countries because it's good for both of our economies. But we've got to come up with perhaps some of these technology solutions you're working on, whether it's facial recognition or the like, that ultimately is going to help us identify people as they leave the country and enter the country so that we have a reliable figures. And I know that's something that you continue to work on, but frankly, in the years I've been here in the Senate, since we've been talking about the implementation of the U.S. Visit Program, this has already been a matter of policy by the United States government, but we've never quite seemed to get the solution where it needs to be. So just to put some more meat on the bone here, there are about 50 some odd million visitors to the country every year, and about 8 million of those, to the best of my estimate, come in across land ports of entry. And so that gives us some idea of the whole in our data in terms of the overall scope of the problem. I'm aware that some countries, when students come study, for example, in their countries, they require the student to produce evidence of financial support so they don't become a burden on the host country. They may even require them to produce health insurance to demonstrate that they won't be a burden, again, on the healthcare system of the host country. And they'll require them to check in on a periodic basis to make sure they maintain their current status that as a legitimate visitor. What things do we do in the United States, or what things might we do to help address this problem? Because my sense is we really don't do it unless somebody commits a crime and comes into contact with the criminal justice system. That's probably the only time we catch people who overstay their visa, and even there we have spotty cooperation. Everybody's familiar with the idea of sanctuary cities, and some locations decide they're not going to cooperate with federal law enforcement. So I'd be interested to hear from you, what mechanisms do we need to put in place? For example, how about more frequent check-ins in the United States that are for visas or for longer than 6 months? Would that help?
Sir, there was some press recently about the Department of Homeland Security looking at the potential to determine whether or not students need to be checked every year to make sure that they are in status. In other words, they are in fact attending classes and they are sort of remaining in that student status. As you know from the numbers that are in the back of this report for the F visas, for the student visas, the non-compliance is markedly rather high. So that's a thing that's being considered by the department. It's not a policy at this point, as no decisions have been made. The ability of the department to keep track of folks without impeding trade and travel, and as you know, the overwhelming number of people coming here are leaving on time. If we can do more to cover that gap in our capability of knowing where people are, we'll take reasonable looks at that, but we want to also be conscious of people's privacy concerns, and also we want to be conscious of what the cost would be and how it might inhibit our travel and trade.
And I do agree with Senator Durbin that the idea of visa waiver countries is another whole issue. But in order to comply with the visa waiver program, they have to have a very low rate of overstays, is my understanding, as part of that criteria by which those countries qualify. But it is a vulnerability. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Doherty, if you're going to check on student visas, is it not a requirement of these students on visa to notify our government if they change address?
Sir, my understanding is under SEVIS right now, it's the requirement of the school that you're attending that there is an officer there that's responsible for notifying DHS that you are still in status.
I'm asking about change of address, though, change of residence or address of student.
I apologize, sir. I don't know the answer to that.
I think it may be a requirement. The only point I'm getting to is when I think back of all the flop house apartments I stayed in and moved in and out of, there could be a technical violation of a real student, and that's, I guess, is a concern that I have going in.
I understand, sir, and I think that's one of the things that, as I said earlier, all these systems need to be pragmatic. They need to reflect reality. Students move around. Students are young. A lot of them, in terms of when you think about overstays, they may not take the thing as seriously as other people might. But, yeah, you want a system that is one that is easy to use. The immigration system initially, I think, was supposed to be that kind of system.
I guess what I'm asking you, easy is maybe the word, but I'm looking for one that's sensible.
Yeah.
That really, if you're a student who just didn't notify the fact that my landlord evicted me and now I had to move to a new place and I didn't send the notice in on time, that I hope a technical violation like that wouldn't end your student visa. What about this whole aspect of visa waiver countries? 38 countries where if you just hold their passport, you can come into the United States for up to 90 days without going through getting a visa to do so. And I think someone came up with a number of 140,000 overstays among those. I don't know if that number is right. Mr. Wagner, did you mention that earlier?
It's about 147,000.
147,000. And then that's a group of 20,000 visa waiver program visitors, 20 million visa waiver program visitors each year to the United States. Then another 30 million coming in with visas for a variety of different reasons, and you think the overstay rate there is closer to 739,000? Is that out of the 30 million?
It was 739,000 includes both categories, the visa holders and the visa waiver.
Uh-huh.
The visa waiver rate is lower than the visa holders overall.
So we're talking 50 million visitors, some with visas, some without, and making sure they leave when they said they were going to, when they're supposed to. That's really our challenge, right? And we are trying to find, I think, Mr. Roth, I want to turn to you now. You took a look at our efforts. We've been at this a long time, haven't we? Talking about how we're going to track these folks and make sure they leave when they're supposed to?
That's correct. The biometric exit requirement had been in law for quite some time, but again, we're still in the pilot phase process.
How long have we been in the pilot phase? Senator Tilla says it's Kitty Hawk. How long have we been at this?
It is a requirement by law, but I don't, on the top of my head, I can't remember when that law was enacted. I will have to say that it was a department responsibility, and only recently has it become a CBP responsibility. Our perception is that CBP is moving forward expeditiously. We're going to be auditing what their pilot program looks like, so we'll be able to report back exactly whether or not we have forward momentum.
Senator Durbin, I'm advised the U.S. visit law passed in 1996, so it's been a matter of U.S. policy since then.
21 years. We're still working on it. Let me ask you this, Mr. Roth. I want to go back to President Trump's executive orders on travel, which are controversial. But Senator Duckworth and I sent the DHS Office of Inspector General a letter requesting an independent investigation into the implementation by DHS of President Trump's executive order. The Inspector General subsequently opened an investigation. Can you tell me the status?
Sure. We are done with most of our field work. In other words, gathering documents and conducting interviews. We're in the process of drafting a report. My best guess, again, it's not a promise, but it's an estimate that we will have that out by September.
Okay. Good. I want to see where that might go. And it was initially created to give the administration 90 days to establish extreme vetting for certain nations. Well, I think we're in the 6th month now since the initial designation of 7 countries, I believe initially was how they did it. So it'd be interesting to see what did happen. Is there any, can I ask any of you if you have any thoughts about biometric requirement on visa waiver visitors? Understanding that whatever requirement we put on visa waiver countries, they're likely to put on us. Understandable. So if I have to have my picture taken, Mr. Wagner, you were explaining that process. Is this feasible, recommended, to have those in the visa waiver program submit some biometric information before they arrive in this country?
Yeah, I think as we build out this facial recognition capability, that's one of the things we're going to take under consideration and see what usability or utility there could be. I mean, it's going to be unconfirmed information because we're receiving it directly from a person. You know, there's some value of what you can do with it to reaffirm later on that that's the same person you granted that authorization to. So let us work on it a little bit as we build out the biometric exit facial recognition capability, and I think, you know, we'll find out how we can implement it.
Just worry that you might put it in a pilot program. Thank you. Thanks to all of you.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and gentlemen, thank you for being here. I did want to say that Senator Durbin touched on some points that I happen to agree with in terms of other aspects of immigration that I won't bring up here. But yeah, we've got a little bit of a hairball here in terms of our visa programs. We've got serious issues with H-1B, H-2B. I could go down the list. We've got a mismatch of resources out there. We've got people making arbitrary decisions about who can come in and fill jobs, and they're shutting down industries. That's not the subject of this committee, but it does speak to the broader issue of us coming up with a rational, modernized, predictable overall visa system. Now, I think, Mr. Doherty, this may be a question for you. Has the methodology changed for calculating visa overstays between FY15 and FY16? To your knowledge?
Sir, I think it got a little bit more sophisticated in the sense that we were able to draw in additional data sets.
Does that mean we're more accurate or just more sophisticated?
Well, let's see. I think when we're able to get more, obviously, and we're trying to look at the entire population that's coming at us, whatever their visa status, which is why at the end of the day, if we got our biometric pilot finished, we'd be at a place where we'd see those land entries as well and the exits as well. So the intention, and it's fairly new for the department to have the capability. Again, we hadn't issued one of these reports in 20 years. It was done last year, and then, of course, it was done again this year. So the intention is to get a full view. The methodology remains very manual and hard to do. It's a lot of work to produce these numbers. We want to get past that.
Thank you. The 426,000 number that you all mentioned, are those in-country overstays? I think you gave that estimate, that the 2017 estimate is somewhere, was it 426,000? Did I hear you say that in your opening testimony or in response to one of the questions?
Yes, sir. That was in my, I believe, John, that was in my opening
And
statement.
those are in-country overstays.
That is our conclusion,
Can you
yes.
just, I know the answer, but just for the benefit of others, can you describe the difference between in-country and out-of-country overstays?
Well, when you're an out-of-country overstay, you're somebody who was supposed to have left at a particular time. You didn't, but then you left.
Gotcha.
And in-country overstays is you were supposed to have left and you didn't leave, you're still here.
Yep. Mr. Wagner, the discussion about the wall, I happen to be in the camp that thinks it's not a good idea to say we don't need borders, we need bridges, because there's a homeland security threat that needs to be dealt with. I'm also not in the camp that says we need a structure that goes from the Pacific to the Gulf of Mexico that can be seen from outer space, mainly because many of your colleagues have said that that would not be the best way to secure the border and to provide for their own personal security, the Border Patrol agents down there. So this is more of a statement. I have a related question. It seems to me when we're talking about the people, technology, and infrastructure to secure a border, a lot of that technology and infrastructure could be directed towards the land ports where people are coming in and stepping up resources and capabilities in those borders. Do you believe, or are you one of the people that think we ought to be able to view a wall from outer space? Or do you think that that money may be better spent to secure the border and know who's here and when they're coming and going, maybe through the use of PTF?
What I will say is we're working on the same facial recognition plan for the land border as well, too, to look at arrivals and departures and a similar approach using the facial recognition.
Do you agree, though, that that's part and parcel to an effort to secure the border? I mean, that provides an element of border security because we have a better, more accurate picture of who's coming across the border and who's not leaving when they're supposed to?
Yes.
Okay. The airlines, I know this was about a year or two ago when we had, I think, a hearing on this. I heard from a number of the airlines that at least at the time, they were concerned with the disruption in the terminals because, if you know, a number of international flights are commingled with domestic flights, and they were trying to get their head around how they could do this without it being kind of an unfunded mandate on their part. Is this pilot getting y'all to a point? It sounds like you're doing some things that may make it easier for boarding, so there could be a netting or a wash here. Are you getting a sense that the airlines are coming closer to embracing some of the strategies that you're testing?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. You know, we tried to build a process that could easily complement what the airlines are also doing. So like we saw with JetBlue wanting to automate the boarding pass and the boarding process using facial recognition, well, why don't we combine our efforts and just take one picture of the person and confirm with the data we have, because the airline tells us who's expected on the flight. We've got the photos, so just search against that. We confirm back, confirm biometric exit at the same time, confirm for the airline that the person boards, and they check off in their system what seat it is. You as the traveler don't have to go through a multiple gauntlet of cameras or processes to do this. So
that makes a lot of sense. Hopefully we'll see a pilot or an implementation in Charlotte sometime soon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing, which addresses a critically important topic for our whole nation, and certainly for anyone thinking about how to improve our immigration system. I take it all of you would agree with me that the lack of a biometric exit system is a gaping hole, a really deepening threat to our national security.
Sir, if I can venture an answer to that, which is a little bit off the bubble, but I'd like to express it. We talked about comprehensive immigration reform as we moved into the hearing, and one of the things that makes it very difficult to really do anything, including to feel good about your national security, is knowing who's come and who's left. Without those two things, you cannot have a guest worker program that is viable. You have great difficulty in being open to foreign nationals who want to come here to study or to just enjoy the country. And in terms of the security dimension of it as well, it does constitute a problem. If you can't count people in and you can't count them out, you don't have integrity in your system.
I'm going to count that as a yes.
Yes, sir.
And say further that we can pass all the great laws in the world, but if we don't know who's coming into the country and who's leaving, they are all for naught. Correct? You're shaking your head. Let the record show that indicates agreement. Let me just go on. The number, as I read your testimony, the number of overstays went from 739,478 individuals to 425,495 individuals as between 2016 and 2017. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what accounts for that drop?
People leave. That's basically how it goes. The way that the information is put together for this report is the bias is in favor of assuming the person is still here unlawfully unless we know better.
But
So
when you say people leave, and I apologize for interrupting you, but I have limited time. When you say people leave, what is the reason that they leave at a greater rate in 2017 versus 2016? Is it something you're doing, or is it
I think it's
climate change, or whatever?
Yeah, I think they just go. So this report concluded in FY16. So since if you go around the clock and around the calendar until today, until July, those are the folks that remain of the people who were expected to leave the country. So we expected 700 some thousand to go in 16 because that's how long they were entitled to remain. Then we come around to this point of time in the year, July 1st, and that's how many actually have remained past the time that the report terminated.
So that is an explanation of the numbers, but not an explanation of the reduced rate of overstay. I'm just wondering whether it is because people who are overstayers somehow are fearful they'll be apprehended, or whether there is a deterrent impact of all this talk about abuse of the system, or whether it's just that there's some kind of statistical quirk. And maybe rather than, press you on it now, you can get back to us about it. The other area that I want to explore is I note that the overstay rate is greater for the non-visa waiver program, correct? And why is that?
I think that many of the countries that are within the visa waiver program, as you know, they have to meet certain standards of information sharing. They also have to have a low non-immigrant refusal rate, non-immigrant visa refusal rate. So if, for example, country X came to you, foreign nationals wanted to come to the United States, and 25% of them you said, no, I think you're actually an intending immigrant, then that is a metric that comes out of the consulate experience. And so we basically don't allow those people into the VWP. So countries that are whose nationals are essentially compliant are the types of people that make visa waiver partners.
They tend to be more reliable in terms of staying only as long as they have a visa.
That's correct, sir. Yes, sir.
And forgive me if there's an obvious answer to this question, but we have these numbers on how many people have overstayed. Do you also have numbers, maybe I missed them in your report, on how long those overstays are as a median or an average? In other words, is it a couple of days? Is it weeks? Is it years? Do you have any numbers that reflect the severity of their overstay?
I don't believe we've chopped the data that way. We'd be happy to brief you on it if we have those metrics, sir.
I'd appreciate it. Okay. And here's another, maybe there's an obvious answer. You have the numbers on people who have overstayed. Those are just numbers. They're not identities. Do you also have a list of those people? In other words, in the computer that produces these numbers, do you also have names, dates of arrival, and apparent non-departures, and last known address, and all of that information?
I believe that that's true, but I would have to validate that, sir.
Could you check that? Because otherwise I don't know how you would know what the numbers are. You must know specific individuals who have not left, and that's the way the numbers are built. I'm just reasoning from common sense.
That would have to be correct, right? Whether or not we maintained a list and is a question that I don't have an answer to at this time.
And finally, if you would give me just another question, Mr. Chairman. In your testimony, you make reference to overstay enforcement, and you say that you prioritize violators, I'm quoting, who may pose a national security or public safety risk. End of quote. I can imagine what those factors might be. Perhaps you could tell us what they are. And I hate to ask another sort of question that may have an obvious answer. If you know they're a risk now, why were they allowed into the country?
If I could, sir, I'd defer to HSI on answering those enforcement questions for Interior.
Sir, we have an internal prioritization scheme that we use to prioritize potential national security concerns and/or concerns for national security as well as concerns for public safety. It doesn't mean that the person is necessarily a threat, but by our own internal prioritization scheme, as we look at the whole list of overstays or potential overstays that we receive, we have to, because we have limited resources, we have to come up with a prioritization scheme as to who may pose those type of risks for us. So we have a sliding scale of what we consider to be a concern. I don't want to use the word threat because we don't know if they're a threat until we do the investigation. So they're a concern. So those leads are then subsequently scrubbed through our system through an automated process first, and then it goes into a manual process where you determine whether or not a person meets that criteria, and a lead is generated for further investigation by the field.
I understand you don't want to use the word risk, or rather, you don't want to use the word threat. You'd rather use the word concern, but Mr. Doherty uses the word risk in his testimony. So I take it that is a little bit more than a concern. And if you could provide us, because I don't want to take more time, I'm already way above my time, and the chairman has been very gracious, as he always is. But if you could get back to us with an analysis of how you determine what the concern or the risk is, what the factors are, what the criteria, how you apply them. You may have done it already in your testimony, but I apologize that I haven't seen it.
Yes, sir, absolutely. We can get back to you with that.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen, if I can ask for your help to summarize what I think we've heard so far. Roughly 739,000 visa overstays from land and seaports, but no record of visa overstays from land-based ports of entry, where approximately 8 million people have come into the country over a year's time. So let's say 739,000 land and seaports. We know that the 9/11 attack was committed, 19 out of the hijackers, 5 of them were visa overstays. Surely not everybody who overstays their visa is a national security threat, to your point, Mr. Roddy. But just so we can understand, how do you identify those 739,000 people, to Senator Blumenthal's point, and what do we need to do in order to make sure that we're enforcing the terms of their visa and entry into the country and exit on a timely basis? My impression, Mr. Roddy, and maybe you're the one to take this question, is that we won't do that unless they, let's say, for example, commit an offense and get arrested. That would be one way to identify yourself as a visa overstay, right?
Sir, I'm very glad you asked that question. One of the things that we're doing to address that very issue is linking the vetting programs that we have both on the front end through our visa security program.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do appreciate all our fans watching worldwide with us here right now. And, well, we got Skyfox up in the air because up north we do have some storms in the area. You know, it's monsoon 2017 time, so we're going to see what we can get. I'll put in the upper right-hand corner a graphic for you, and We're going to get going, everybody. We're going to get going on the stream here. As you can see there is also a blowing dust advisory as well in that area. So, folks, stay right here with us. Welcome, everybody. And you know, we don't get much rain here in the valley, so when we even get close to it, we will try to bring it to you, especially during monsoon 2017 coverage, folks. Look at that. We are seeing some raindrops right there on the lens of that camera. Take a look at that. We're also seeing a rainbow as well. So it's a little nice treat here that we have for you. Now getting much darker there, much darker. And also, there was a severe thunderstorm warning, including in the Carefree, Arizona area as well. There was heavy rain also reported in the Tonto Basin area, which will likely produce minor flooding through 7 p.m. Also, severe thunderstorm warning for Bisbee, Douglas, Sierra Vista, and Tombstone. And welcome to our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live viewers. We're taking you to some Monsoon 2017 coverage up in Cave Creek area. You can see we do have in the top right corner of your screen as well a live radar that is happening. We're seeing some raindrops on that camera lens right there. Sky Fox up high for us this evening on this Friday Eve. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for Maricopa County until 6 p.m. here. You can see what I'll do also, take us full for just a moment. I'm going to take that lower third off so you can see some of the radar here and where it is relation to the Phoenix area. So that Tonto Basin picked up a good amount of rain. as it came from the north and had a north-south projection there. We're taking a little bit up north there near the Prescott area as well, Camp Verde. You're taking another live look here on our radar. Let's get back to Sky Fox near Cave Creek here. And let us know where you're watching from in the stream as well. Hit that share button if you are in Arizona or you know people that live in our great state. But also, folks, it's 2-for-1 coverage here today, because not only are we providing you with Monsoon 2017, but you're also taking, wow, some breathtaking images here of Sky Fox that's able to just really give us a good lay of the land here as well. Near Cave Creek, Arizona. Let's look at Sky Fox is panning that camera for us. A lot of people asking in the chat, okay, when is it going to hit Phoenix, Scottsdale, Tempe? We want the rain. I know there's been a couple times, folks, this week where you walk outside. I'll tell you this much. You walk outside, you think you're in the Midwest or the East with that humidity. You feel that moisture just on your face, and you're like, all right. And I know for all our lady friends out there as well, you're here. You're feeling it in your hair, too. Okay, we also got a blowing dust advisory there for all the way up until 8 p.m. as well. So we're covering this for you on the Fox 10 and News Downstream. And let me know also in the chat, folks, let me know when you think we'll finally get that big rainfall in Phoenix. What day you think it might be? Give me a date. I'm going July 24th. So we also got some people checking in with us. Susan Vick from Springfield, Missouri, but she has family in North Phoenix. That's great to have you here, Susan. You're taking a great look at that rainbow as well. And Susan, I used to work out in Joplin, Missouri as well. That was one of my first markets there, so not too far from Springfield. But there is the shot of the day, everyone. That rainbow over Cave Creek right now. If you're in the area, get your phones out, get your cameras out, and start snapping. Take you out full here just for a moment. You're getting a better look at the Fox Vision radar there. You're seeing Camp Verde as well, and we're going to get you another look at this radar in just a second. Let's go back now. Sky Fox live right here, and you're also getting the temps there in the area. Ouch. 108 still right now. Let me take that full for you here. Yes, Hector saying, hey, don't forget about Glendale, too. Yes, Glendale needs it. Mesa needs it. We see you, Jerome. Thanks so much, everyone, for commenting in that section there. That's what it's there for. That is what it's there for, and thanks to everyone for chiming in and letting us know where you're watching from right now on the Fox 10 and News Downstream. And Michelle is predicting a July 17th monsoon. So 4 days, she thinks it'll happen. There we go. Yeah, Renee saying, yikes, it's 108. Yeah, still 108, coming up on 620 out here. Shelly saying, yeah, South Scottsdale needs it. Absolutely, Shelley. That's where I live, and we don't get nothing hardly ever. I feel like we just get the wind with no rain to back it up. Yeah. Avondale Goodyear needs it too. Yep. Pretty much, guys. When you think about it, we need it. Come on, we need it. Boy, for everyone that's not in the Arizona area, and even I should just say the valley area, from outside the valley here, people just don't get it. You know, I came out here from Chicago 5 years ago, and I remember my first year here. They were making such a big deal about it in the newsroom when it was raining, and they were like, "Oh, we got to get video of it." I said, "Get video of what?" They're like, "It's raining," and I said, "Okay," and they're like, "You don't get it. It just does not happen here. When it does, we really, really talk about it." And yep, that's exactly what they do. But okay, we're finally seeing some more raindrops there on the lens of that camera. Monsoon 2017 coverage. Thanks so much for everybody joining us worldwide right here in the Fox 10 News Now stream. Also on Facebook Live for everyone as well. Hit that share button to alert your family and friends that, hey, we're finally seeing some raindrops, even though it might not be in your area. It's definitely coming in the Cave Creek area there. Vicky saying, yeah, Sun City needs it too. West Side hardly ever sees the best of it. Dustin says, you know what, guys? I feel left out. You never say anything from Prescott Valley. Well, there you go, Dustin. You're getting that shout out right there on the News Now stream. And yeah, look at there in the back. You could see that heavier rain there in the background. Also that beautiful rainbow as well. Kim saying she's watching from North Phoenix and waiting for our turn. Come on, North Phoenix. Let's go. Trudy saying, watching you from Long Beach, New York. Love watching you. Thank you, Trudy. Coming up there, 9:30 almost there, Trudy. Here's what I'll do for you, Trudy, really quick, guys. We're going to do this for Trudy here on the News Now stream. Take a look at that. Beautiful New York City at night. That's for you, Trudy. Thanks for being in the stream. Sabrina asking, is Apache Junction getting anything? I'm so ready. Well, unfortunately, nothing at this moment. But we're hoping for you. Kelly Marie saying, please, shout out, please. There you go, Kelly. Welcome to the stream, and welcome letting everyone know how social we are here on Fox 10 Phoenix, especially on our Facebook Live, especially on fox10phoenix.com. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. here in Arizona. And for our friends out there, out on the East Coast, like Trudy, we stream noon to all the way to midnight, Monday through Friday. Still seeing that rain on the lens. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be here with you for the next 30 minutes as well. Don't know how long Chopper will be up, but if Chopper does leave, I invite everybody to join us on fox10phoenix.com. Sometimes that shot goes a little bit in and out, but here's our 10-day Foxcast for people that are living out here in the valley right now. We're going to see 108 tomorrow, 108 on Saturday, and Sunday might be a good chance of some rain. They're thinking 60% right now at this moment, 105 for a Sunday, 102 on Monday, 103 that following Tuesday. And then you take a look at the rest at that following week as well. Going to go back now to Sky Fox right now. Still seeing that just awesome shot of that rainbow. Just doesn't want to go away, does it? let's keep it around here. It's a beautiful sight. Sandra saying Sun City West rain? No, nothing at this time. Nothing at this time. Yeah, James saying nothing in East Mesa either. You know, this stream is so fun, especially when we finally do get that good widespread rain that comes in every so often during the monsoon. Hopefully we get it more than a couple times. I felt like last year we only got a couple times where I felt like a good majority of the valley got some action. But this stream is so fun when we get some action going here with the monsoon. I mean, we have people then sending in all sorts of their photos, their videos. We're sharing it with everybody. So thank you all, and keep us in mind. Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. If you haven't already done so, maybe this is the first time that you're coming and seeing this stream. Why don't you hit that like button so you'll always be in the know when we're covering Facebook Live for you, or fox10phoenix.com as well. It's where you get your latest information. So just want to say hi to everybody here in the stream. I'm your host, Mike Page. It's so glad to be here with you this evening, and we're finally seeing some rain. I know it's not everything that you guys thought it was going to be. It's just a little drops here, but hopefully soon we're going to be getting that, good amount of rain where it's where we could see it for a little bit and also take that photo, take those videos as well, and of course send them right here into the station. That's what we like to see here. Beautiful rainbow as well. Once again, my name is Mike Pace, your host for this evening. Finally getting a little bit more raindrops in that area. Let me show you top right corner of your screen that live active radar as well. Wow, Paul's saying move to Buffalo, New York. We have almost 3 inches of rain today. Thanks so much, Paul, for checking in on the stream as well. We always appreciate our fans from all over this country. Let me take that radar off so we can see that rainbow, everyone. Mark saying, hey, Mike, we got a ton of rain up here in Flushing, Michigan. We live in Santan Valley, but are up here on vacation. All right, Mark, at least you saw it. So I'm glad you got to see it there in Michigan. Enjoy your stay. Have a great little vacation. And safe travels when you come back, Mark. Safe travels. Lori says, Mike, please say that rain will be coming our way soon, that 303 and Happy Valley Parkway. Wish I could right now, but we just don't see anything in that area there for you yet. I'll show you the live radar that we're seeing here. You can take a look for yourself. All the action right now seems to be on the east side a little bit more there. Tonto Basin got it good, but look at once again, Phoenix, nothing going around the Phoenix Scottsdale Mesa area yet, but hopefully we're thinking maybe that one cell will drop down from Fountain Hills and maybe get some Mesa and Apache Junction action in a little bit there. Hopefully. We're just hoping. We're just hoping, everybody, now. Taking a live look at that Fox Vision, though. Aaron is reporting that Buckeye is just dry. Yeah, I'm with you guys. I want to see that widespread rain, and nothing where it gets bad and things start flooding, because we don't want that. We don't want that for people living out here. But we need a good little, where it seems like everybody gets it for a little bit. That's what we need. Amy saying Yuma Foothills is checking in. Nicholas saying anything for Maricopa tonight. Oof. Don't know about that yet. Nicholas, right now it's a little bit too north right now. These cells could just break apart at any moment because it's so hot. 107 still. It's dry here in Mesa. Mark is reporting there. Yeah, nothing touching. Chris says, radar says in 20 minutes it's going to hit my area, 101 and Scottsdale Road. Hoping so. I'm hoping so there, Chris, for you. Get a little stuff going for yourself there. Rainbow action. We've been seeing it, though, all evening long here. Glad I could show that to you. Yeah, Patricia saying we had flooding here in Ohio. See, that's the bad stuff. I know the Midwest really got pounded there. I'm seeing, stuff home from Chicago. Ohio got pummeled. It was bad. Lisa says she is impatiently waiting here at the 101 in Cactus. I know. Let it come. If it's going to come, let it come. And it's 6:30 now here in Arizona, 9:30 out on the East Coast. My name is Mike Pace. I'll be with you for the next 30 minutes here. Hope everyone is having a great evening. We are part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com monsoon 2017 coverage. We see some raindrops in the area near Cave Creek, so we sent up Sky Fox to get us some video. And sure enough, we do see some raindrops there on that camera lens. And in your upper right corner, you're seeing live Doppler radar. Isaiah saying this monsoon needs to get Phoenix. Oh, yeah. It just needs to come down and cool us down a little bit, too. Cool us down. 107. That's, come on, folks. 6:30. Shouldn't be 107. Problem is when the Phoenix area, it's just pretty much all concrete. So what happens is that heat just sits. It just sits right above that concrete and doesn't really cool down for us that much. I mean, when you're talking about a low of 88, 90s in July, that's no relief. That is no relief, folks. But we're watching live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. I've been telling them at work that they need to give me some little background music here, some nice maybe jazz music that we could play right under this visuals that we're getting in. I think the nice little jazz music would be the perfect touch. And hi, everybody. Mike Pace here. We love doing these streams for you, especially on fox10phoenix.com and on our Facebook Live as well. Just a great way. And, you could watch this on your iPad, maybe your desktop, your smartphone. I know a lot of people love to watch it like a secondhand, experience. You have your TV on just for the noise, really, because then what are you doing the most time when you're on your TV? You're pretty much on your phone, you're on your iPad, and you're kind of just glancing at the TV. Isn't that funny how this whole world is kind of now shifted? It used to be, TV was everything. Now it's kind of just on for the noise for a little bit, And now everybody's watching those digital components. So thanks so much for being part of the stream, everybody. We love when you get there to be so social there in the chat area, because that's what it's for. We appreciate you guys watching with us all over the country, too. We love our fans watching from New York, Georgia, Florida, Ohio. Thank you so much for all being here, and we'll continue to provide coverage here for you. It's a great shot also of that rainbow just in the center of your screen there. Antoinette saying we need 7 days straight of rain. Well, that would scare me just a little just because of the flooding concerns. Maybe not 7 days straight, but how about one good day of some good action where it doesn't flood out anything? How about that? So once again, everyone, if you're just joining us and you're in the Arizona area, or hey, maybe you're watching from a different state, but you got family and friends out there in Arizona, hit that share button so they know, hey, at least there's something going on with Monsoon 2017. We're seeing a little rain there near Cave Creek, Arizona. Chad saying, I love the wet desert fragrance. Yeah, that is a nice smell to it, doesn't it? Can we bottle that up and sell it there, Shad? Let's find a way. Let's find a way to do that. Lexi is predicting that July 27th will finally be that good widespread monsoon rain. Here's what I'm going with, folks. If you're just joining us, I did ask the people earlier in the stream to predict when they think we would get our first widespread good soaking. And I went with July 25th. That's what I'm going with. Pretty much just picking a random day. Look at the rainbow, because that far out, you could only be guessing anyway. Jamie asking, I'm in North Scottsdale, looking a little brown out that way. This will probably turn into a haboob, or can we expect a full-blown storm? Well, right now, I was just talking to our meteorologist, Christy, right before she stepped out for some dinner. She wasn't expecting much action, though, this evening, unfortunately. You could see when I bring it up full, the cells just aren't big enough, and they're not coming together. If anything, closer south they come to the valley, they're dissipating. So you see they blow up there near the Cave Creek area, Tonto Basin. That was happening a little bit earlier this afternoon as well. And then they just kind of break apart. And that's what's going to happen when we're dealing with 107 temperatures right now, still at 640. That heat is just shutting down things. Amy is predicting July 22nd. We're going to get our first widespread rain. Philip saying July 27th is my birthday, and he's going with it. So not only are we all going to celebrate with Philip there on July 27th, but remember, if it is raining that day, go outside, everyone. Embrace the rain and start singing happy birthday to Philip. That'd be a nice touch. That would be a nice touch. Carrie saying, mine is July 28th. Lexi putting a little twist on things, saying, Mike, I feel like the rain is like Phoenix doesn't deserve rain. It's going completely around here. And maybe the vibes right now around Phoenix are saying, you know what? We don't really need you right now, rain. Go away. Thanks so much, Lexi, for checking in on the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right there, folks. Right back here with you all. I had to go and step away for just a second. Had to get some water. Talking for the last 40 minutes here, and sometimes you just got to replenish, right? Hey, we're in the desert too. We all need that water. I like to say, drink more than you think you need. All right, everybody. This just being put out right now by the National Weather Service in Phoenix that a strong storm was approaching central Scottsdale with wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour, and that's possible through the next 20 minutes. So all my friends there, central Scottsdale, south Scottsdale, going to be getting a little windy right now. Let me know if you feel that wind or if you're in that area. Jeffrey asking, when is it going to rain in central Phoenix? When you take a look at that, I don't think you're going to get anything today, Jeffrey. No action whatsoever. Shad saying, it's just still too hot right now. It needs to be 105 or lower for the good storms. Come on, Shad. It's 107 right now. 2 more degrees? All right, Shad. Now we're seeing it clear up and giving us just a great look of the Cave Creek area there with the rainbow in the back just behind those mountains, folks. That's what it is all about right now. Let me take up that screen there for you. What I'll do right now, take off that lower third. Well, folks, why don't you just take a couple screen grabs of that? That'd be a great background for your camera or your desktop computer there. Look at that. We're in the valley. Taking a live look there at the Fox Vision right now. And if people just joining us here, I said moments ago that from the National Weather Service there in Phoenix, saying that strong storms approaching central Scottsdale with wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour through the next 15 minutes here. All right, everybody. Well, you see it's clearing out there, and Sky Fox is going to have to go home pretty soon here. So we're going to say goodbye on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. You could always join us for 2 more hours of news and breaking news alerts on fox10phoenix.com. Hey, everybody. Here's Bernie Sanders from earlier today on the Senate floor.
What will this bill do to our ability to prevent and treat the opioid crisis, which is decimating this country from one end of America to the other? What happens if you cut $800 billion in Medicaid? How will people get the treatment that they need today, which is inadequate? In my state, it's inadequate. I don't think there is a state in the country which today is providing the necessary treatment or prevention capabilities to deal with this opioid and heroin crisis which is ravaging America. What impact will $800 billion cut on that? I understand there is some money going into, additional money going into opioid treatment here, but how do you do that without the framework of allowing people the access to get health care? What happens if you're thrown off the health care you had? What will the additional opioid treatment money mean? And I think not a whole lot. Madam President, in this bill, there are still hundreds of billions of dollars, several $100 billion in tax breaks to large health insurance companies, to drug companies, to medical device companies, and to tanning salons. As a nation, are we really interested in giving significant tax breaks to large insurance companies and then throwing children who have disabilities off of the Medicaid they currently receive? Is that what the American people want? I don't think they do. And I have to tell you that this legislation, Republican legislation, as you know, has been opposed by almost every major national health care organization in the country, by the American Medical Association, by the American Hospital Association, by the AARP, the largest senior group in America, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Pediatrics Association. Virtually all of the major health care groups are saying that this legislation would be a disaster for the people that they serve. I was, just last night, we had a teleconference town hall in Vermont. We had some 15,000, 16,000 people on the phone. And the calls that were coming in were very painful calls, because I didn't almost even want to be honest in answering the calls. A woman calls in, and she says, my son has a very serious medical illness, and we spend a fortune on prescription drugs. What's going to happen if this bill passes? What was I going to tell her? That perhaps her son would die? You know, it's just not something that I feel comfortable even talking about. But the truth is, and this is not Bernie Sanders talking, this is study after study after study that says that if you do as they did in the House, throw 23 million people off of health insurance, including people who are struggling with cancer, people who are struggling with heart disease, people who are struggling with diabetes. What does common sense tell you? If you're struggling with cancer and you lose your health insurance, what do you think is going to happen to you? And what study after study has shown is that thousands of people will die. It's not that any Republican here wants to see anybody die, but that is the consequence of what happens when you throw, as the House bill did, 23 million people off of health insurance. We should not be giving tax breaks to insurance companies and then throwing disabled children or people with terrible illnesses who are fighting for their lives off of health insurance. Madam President, the AARP is very strongly opposed to this legislation. And the reason is pretty clear. And that is what every person in America should understand, and I'm not sure that many do, is that Medicaid now pays for over 2/3 of all nursing home care, 2/3. Now, what happens to the seniors and persons with disabilities who have their nursing home coverage paid for by Medicaid today? What's going to happen to those people? What happens if your mom is in a nursing home? You don't have a lot of money. Your mom is in a nursing home paid for by Medicaid. What happens if Medicaid is slashed? What's going to happen to your mom? Is she going to be thrown out on the street? Is she going to end up in the basement of your house? Are you going to have to make the choice about whether you take care of her or whether you put away a few bucks to send your kids to college? And if suddenly a daughter or a son is going to have to care for a mom or a dad thrown out of a nursing home, how do they go to work to earn the money that their families need? These are legitimate questions, and it would be nice to have had a hearing or two in order to answer those questions. The bottom line is that we have legislation before us which is widely rejected by the American people. The last poll that I saw was done by USA Today, suggested that 12% of the American people supported this legislation, 12%. Virtually every major healthcare organization in America opposes this legislation. And there's nothing that I have seen today, none of the tweaks that have been put into this, that make this legislation in any way, shape, or form acceptable. Now, it is no great secret that the Affordable Care Act is far from perfect. I don't think you hear anybody here say, hey, the ACA is great, it doesn't need any changes. It does need changes. Deductibles are too high in Vermont. Premiums are too high, co-payments are too high, and the cost of prescription drugs in Vermont and all over this country is off the charts. Talked to a woman, I was in West Virginia actually, talked to a woman after I spoke, and she said she's taking care of her older brother. She said the medicine that her brother, he has seizures, the medicine that her brother was using went up by 900% over the last few years. 900%. Why? Because that's what the drug companies could get away with. And tomorrow maybe 1,000%. They could charge any price they want. Anybody in America think that makes sense? Anybody happy in America? People in Missouri happy? People in West Virginia? People in Vermont happy that we are paying by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs? I don't think so. And there are ideas out there about how we can significantly lower the cost of prescription drugs in this country, about how we can lower deductibles, how we can lower co-payments. Now, I happen to believe, as I've said many, many times, that while it is important that we improve the Affordable Care Act, at the end of the day, this country must do what every other major country on earth does, and that is to understand that health care is a right, not a privilege. Right now, we have 28 million people who have zero health insurance. If this bill, at least the House bill, were to go through, there'd be another.
All right, everybody, you're taking a live look here at the White House. Mary Kate, she's going to come up with you for the final 2 hours of the Fox 10 and News Now show. Have a good night.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, and I'll be taking you to the next few hours of the show here this evening. Happy Thursday, everybody. Thanks for joining me. I want to talk movies a little bit right now. Emmy nominations are out. Have you guys looked into this at all? I know we haven't really talked about this today on the show because we've had a lot of breaking news, a lot of politics throughout the day here, but I do want to talk about the Emmy nominations. I'm such a big movie fan, and I hope some of you guys that are watching are as well. I'd love to hear from you guys about what you think about these Emmy nominations. I want to pull this up for you guys. Let's see if I can get... Actually, let me put this... I want to go through these nominations. So let's see here. What did I just do? Bear with me. Okay, so this is the list of the 2017 Emmy nominations, which it feels like we just had 2016's Emmy nominations. And we're already out with the 2017 Emmy nominations. Best Comedy, Atlanta, Blackish, Master of None, Modern Family, Silicon Valley, Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, and Veep. Those are the shows up for Best Comedy. This is the Emmy Award that's honoring the television's best shows and performances this year. The awards will be presented in a September 17th ceremony. Pretty cool stuff. Out of Best Comedy, I really like Modern Family. I think that is such a good show, and I hadn't even really seen it until about last year. My sister would watch it all the time. There were hundreds of Modern Family shows TiVo'd, and I just thought, okay, I'll check this out. The dad is hilarious. You know, the whole dynamic of the family, the grandpa, everyone, I think it's so funny to me. Veep is funny. It just depends on what your type of humor is. Like, Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt to me is more, I don't know, it's funny, but it's sort of more of a new hipster type of funny. You know what I'm saying? So that's a great show, though. It's received a lot of positive reviews. You know, I've heard of Blackish, but I haven't watched it, or Atlanta. I haven't watched Atlanta. But Modern Family is definitely my favorite. Again, Best Comedy nominations for the TV show: Atlanta, Blackish, Master of None, Modern Family, Silicon Valley, Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, and Veep. So I want to hear from you guys. Which of those do you like? Metaphor saying he likes Veep. SOS saying Veep out. Karo Sato saying never heard of him. SOS saying Silicon Valley. So I need to check out Silicon because a lot of you guys are saying that's a pretty good show. Only one of you saying you like Modern Family. Maybe it's not as funny as I thought after all. But you should check it out if you haven't seen it. I think it's a pretty funny show. But again, I was watching some of the older episodes, so maybe their new stuff isn't as funny. You know, when a show first starts and the material is really fresh and hilarious. Metaphor saying, have you seen Silicon Valley? I haven't. So I really ought to check that out. I watch Family Guy a lot. That's really my show of choice that I watch after work in my free time. I love to watch Family Guy. You know, I grew up watching The Simpsons with my family every Sunday night and then just sort of moved on to Family Guy. And so I love to watch Family Guy when I go home at night, and I'll just put it on my Netflix. And it just always makes me laugh. But I do need to check out these other shows, you know, Blackish, Silicon Valley. These are up for Emmy nominations, so that's pretty cool. I do want to pull up, so Best Drama now. Better Call Saul, which, again, I've only seen a few episodes because I was such a big Breaking Bad fan, but haven't really gotten into Better Call Saul. What do you guys think about this? Did you like Breaking Bad, and if so, did you end up watching Better Call Saul? I mean, his character was obviously so good on Breaking Bad that they gave him his own spin-off, so haven't gotten into it, though. But maybe that's something I should watch. I liked Breaking Bad so much that I just want to leave it at that and not really want to watch the spin-off. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of, I just want to leave it at the Breaking Bad and how it ended, and that's the way it's going to be for me. Metaphor saying, what's your all-time favorite show ever? It's a tough question because I'm a 90s kid and I grew up on such wonderful shows like Cat Dog, Hey Arnold, Ed, Ed and Eddie. So it's really hard to say. Courage the Cowardly Dog, those were great cartoons growing up. And then, you know, HBO has a lot of great shows. I really don't know if I can say what my favorite show ever is. You know, I loved watching all that growing up and all of those Nickelodeon shows, Lizzie McGuire on the Disney Channel. Let me know, are you a 90s kid? Did you watch any of those shows growing up? And by the way, if you are, there's a Hey Arnold movie coming out. Check my Twitter. BuzzFeed wrote an article about it, and I am so excited about this Hey Arnold movie, and I want to know why it took so long to get this done in the first place. Because I think the Rugrats had a movie, even Eliza Thornberry had her own movie, so why didn't Hey Arnold ever have a movie? So I'm really excited that they're actually making one now. Reading some of your comments here. Cookies 2050 saying Curb Your Enthusiasm. That is a good show. I like that show. That's funny. Let's see what else you guys are saying here. Yeah, let me know what are your favorite all-time shows. I'd love to hear from you guys and read your answers here on the air. King of the Hill says Cookies 2050. That was a really good one too. James says Lizzie, LOL. Yeah, remember Lizzie McGuire? I loved that show. You know, it only came out every like Friday or something like that, so I would get so excited to see the new Lizzie McGuire. Corvus saying Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck. Yeah. Those are some old ones, but good ones. Okay, pulling up again, we're discussing the best drama nominations now. So Better Call Saul, The Crown on Netflix, The Handmaid's Tale on Hulu, which I've been hearing nothing but good things about. Even one of my male coworkers here talks about The Handmaid's Tale. My mom texts me about it all the time. So it's supposed to be a really good show. Have any of you guys seen this? It's on Hulu. I think I have a Hulu account, so I really should check out the show. Although I don't really love timepieces as much. You know, everyone's really into Game of Thrones. I'm not that much into it because I feel like I can't relate, and I don't like, you know, I was never really into Atonement or any of those movies that take you back to a time. I like more, I like court movies, true stories, dramas, not so much, you know, so, but again, let me know what you guys like here. Again, we're just breaking down the nominations for Best Drama. James says, I figured Mary-Kate would be a Friends fan. I never got into Friends because I just can't stand a laugh track on a show. I can't handle it. Even, what's that one that they have now? The Big Bang Theory. It's been nothing but popular. They receive millions of dollars for this show. I'm pretty sure it's an amazing show, but I can't stand the laugh track. I don't like being told when to laugh. It just, and it's on a time. It's like every 5 seconds, the laugh track. It's like a pattern. I can't handle it. So that's why I really never got into Friends. Hardcore Metaphor saying the O.J. Simpson series, so good. I totally agree with you. FX, right? That was an FX show. So good. But now you can see it on Netflix. If you have a Netflix account, you can watch it on Netflix. That show was so well produced and so well made. I love that show. Same creators of... didn't they do another one? I think it's the same creators of American Horror Story, and this is called American Crime Story, the O.J. Simpson series. And if you liked that Hardcore Metaphor, there's actually a new one coming out, American Crime Story Versace, and it's about the death of the Versace designer. So that's supposed to be really good. They're in production for that now, so I'm really looking forward to that one. And also, I think they're doing American Crime Story about Mommy Dearest, Joan Crawford. I think they're doing an American Crime Story on that as well. And if you guys don't know what we're talking about, look it up. American Crime Story, O.J. Simpson. The producers of this show make really cool 10-episode series of true stories about stars that have gotten in trouble. Obviously, O.J. Simpson, Joan Crawford, all these actors, the Versace murder, so pretty crazy stuff. And you're learning while you're watching it. It's a true story. Scrolling up here, Cookies 2050 says Gilligan's Island. I remember that show. Let's see what else. Hatchback saying Dexter's Laboratory has that superhero miniseries. I remember Dexter's Laboratory. Yeah, the laugh track, James. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Just like the recorded laughter in these shows. I'm surprised they still have it. It seems so old school to still have a laugh recording in shows. Like I said, The Big Bang Theory, I can't believe that they still have that. It's so obnoxious to me. But I've heard nothing but great things about that show. Cookies 2050 saying Twilight Zone is good. Still scrolling up. I'd love to hear from you guys what some of your favorite shows are, as we're just discussing the 2017 Emmy nominations. Can you believe they're already out? And this is for TV now. So we're talking about the best drama category now. So Better Call Saul on AMC, The Crown Netflix, The Handmaid's Tale Hulu, House of Cards Netflix, Stranger Things Netflix, and This Is Us NBC. Now, I've heard nothing but amazing things about Stranger Things. I'm always seeing articles on BuzzFeed about Stranger Things. It looks cool. I haven't seen it. I don't know. Is it worth getting into? I mean, do any of you watch Stranger Things on Netflix? I mean, I have Netflix. I could totally just spend my entire weekend watching that. So let me know if you've seen Stranger Things and if it's really worth checking out, because, I mean, I always see all these theories and articles written about Stranger Things. House of Cards for me, out of that. Let me know what your pick is. Again, this is the best drama category. Better Call Saul, The Crown, The Handmaid's Tale, House of Cards, Stranger Things, or This Is Us. Let me know, what do you guys like the best out of that category for best drama? I personally like House of Cards. I think that's an amazing show, very well produced, can't go wrong with the cast, and they sort of base each season off of whatever's going on in politics, so it's really a cool show. It's very cutthroat. I love it. Cookies 2050 says House of Cards or Handmaids. You're going to go with Handmaids. Okay, so again, this must be a really good show. SOS saying Kevin Spacey's overrated. I think he's so good. Okay, if you think he's overrated, look on YouTube and search Kevin Spacey impressions. He does the best impressions of so many different actors. You will love it. You ought to look that up before totally hating him, because he's very good at impressions. Cookies 2050 is saying Handmaids is going to win, mark my words. Yeah, maybe it will, because I'm telling you, even the guys here at work are talking about that being a good show, and I kind of thought it was a show just for girls, but still reading some of your comments here in the chat. Thanks for sharing your opinions here with me as we are streaming live here on the Fox News Now stream, talking about the 2017 Emmy nominations right now. This is for TV. So next category, also I want to mention I missed one in the Best Drama category. Westworld is also being nominated for Best Drama. A lot of you saying House of Cards. It's such a good show, right? It took me a while to get into it, because I realized, okay, you really have to pay attention to this. You really have to understand the political lingo here. It's something you can't just turn away for a while and come back and know what's going on. You really have to give yourself the time to actually watch it and pay attention and understand what's going on. And now that I have, I really love that show. A lot of you guys bringing hate to Kevin Spacey. I think he's a really good actor in that show. But, you know, to each his own. If you don't like him, you don't like him. Maybe you like a different show in that category. Let's talk about the best limited series category. Big Little Lies, HBO. Fargo, FX. Feud, Betty and Joan on FX. That's the FX show I was talking about. Okay, so it's not called American Crime. It's called Feud, Betty and Joan. And that's about Joan Crawford. And if you haven't heard about the stories of Joan Crawford, watch Mommy Dearest, and it will tell you how crazy her life was. It's a very interesting story about Joan Crawford. The movie Mommy Dearest is supposed to be about Joan Crawford and how she was as a mother and how she was to her children and how she sort of just lost her mind a little bit. You really ought to see that movie if you're interested in that story. But again, so best limited series is Big Little Lies, Fargo, Feud, Betty and Joan, Genius on National Geographic, and The Night Of on HBO. So those are pretty good suggestions there in the nominations list. I actually haven't seen any of these. Big Little Lies. Oh no, I was thinking of Pretty Little Liars. I was about to say that's a show for teenagers, but Big Little Lies. Okay, I have seen Big Little Lies. So Big Little Lies, you guys, if you have an HBO Go account, you need to see this show. I mean, it's really more for girls. So if there's any girls in the chat, you'd probably really like the show if you like dramas. Nicole Kidman, Reese Witherspoon, Shailene Woodley. You can't go wrong with this cast. And I'm so upset because it was only 10 episodes and it's based off of a book. And on the last episode, it's the closing of the book. So I'm wondering, are they going to make a second season? Because the show is so amazing. Nicole Kidman is beaten by her husband in this show. She does such a fantastic job playing her role, as well as the other actresses. So Big Little Lies, not Pretty Little Liars. I always get those two confused. Big Little Lies, HBO, Nicole Kidman, amazing, amazing show. Give it time though. The drama doesn't start boiling up until like the middle, but it's so good to me. It's sort of like a newer version of Desperate Housewives, but like a lot grittier, a lot more raw, a lot more drama in it. The Human Clone saying, Big Little Lies is an American dark comedy drama HBO mystery created and written by David E. Kelley based on the novel. Yeah, so it's based on that book. So, the one season covers the whole book. So I'm thinking they're not going to make a second season because there's no more to the story. But I wish that they would continue it because it was so good. But again, I don't know if guys would like it. It's more of I would think girls would like the story more. It's more of a drama and there's a lot of romance in it. So let me pull up for you guys the next category here. And if you're just joining us here in the show, we're talking 2017 Emmy nominations, people. Best Actress now for comedy. So there's Pamela Adlon in Better Things, Jane Fonda and Grace and Frankie, Allison Janney in Mom, Julia Lewis in Veep, Ellie Kemper in Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, and Tracy Ellis Ross in Blackish, and Lily Tomlin in Grace and Frankie. So Grace and Frankie actually nominated twice in this Best Actress Comedy. Then there's Best Actor Comedy. Again, Blackish, Master of None, Baskets, Atlanta, Shameless and Transparent. Best Actress Drama, How to Get Away with Murder, The Crown, The Handmaid's Tale, The Americans, Westworld, House of Cards. Robin Wright, I bet she'll win. I bet she will win that. Or Elizabeth Moss in Handmaid's Tale, because Cookies is saying that it's such a good show. Hardcore Metaphor saying, please not Amy Schumer. Don't worry, she's not on the list. Let's take you, though, to Best Actor in a Drama, which is This Is Us, Westworld, Better Call Saul, The Americans, Ray Donovan, House of Cards, This Is Us. So, of course, Kevin Spacey being nominated for House of Cards. Ray Donovan, that's a great show, too. He does well in that. Best Actress in a Limited Series or TV Movie. Carrie Coon for Fargo, Felicity Huffman for American Crime, Jessica Lange in Feud, Betty and Joan, Nicole Kidman in Big Little Lies, Susan Sarandon in Feud, Betty and Joan, so nominated twice, and Reese Witherspoon, Reese Witherspoon, Big Little Lies. Okay, so 2 shows nominated twice in this category. So again, you guys really should check out Big Little Lies. It's a good show. Let's see. Rika the Hopeful saying, I like Grace and Frankie. I do too. It's a sweet show. If you guys don't know that show, you can find it on Netflix. I think there's like 3 seasons now. It's a feel-good show. Yeah, I like that show too. Giving you guys the next category here. Television movie. Black Mirror. Dolly Parton's Christmas of Many Colors. The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. Sherlock, the Lying Detective, or The Wizard of Lies. Now, I did see The Wizard of Lies with Robert De Niro and Michelle Pfeiffer. And it's about the scandal of Rupert Madoff and all of this money that he stole from friends and family and investors throughout New York City. And it's such a crazy story. And I heard about the Rupert Madoff story, but I was really young when that came out. And it's this, this man who was taking money from all these investors, but he wasn't investing any of the money. So people were giving him $2 million, $4 million. He was just putting it in his own bank account and buying. They had a house in Manhattan, in Palm Beach, I think in France. They had boats, they had cars, they had so much money, and their family claims that no one knew about it, that he was the only one that knew about it. But, his son sadly hung himself, I think 2 years after his dad was sent to jail. And to me, that makes me think that there was some guilt going on. I'm not sure. But again, the family was really hounded after this happened. So again, that could have been just, the family feeling so upset after what happened. But it was such a crazy story. So I looked into it before I watched the movie, and I couldn't believe that this guy took millions of dollars from people, put it in his own bank account, and then if a customer said, hey, I really need my $1 million back, I want to pull out, he would just take it from his own bank account and give it back to him, but then he'd need to find a new investor quickly to get more millions to put back in his bank account. It was crazy. Really crazy true story. So that's being nominated for Best Television Movie. It's called The Wizard of Lies. Then there's supporting actor in a drama, there's supporting actress in a drama. So the categories go on, you guys, but I'm excited to see who wins what at the Emmys, everybody. Reality host Alec Baldwin. Tons and tons of different nomination categories. But I just wanted to go over some of those with you guys tonight, just because it's kind of exciting that these nominations are already out. And there's just so many good shows out right now. Space Tune saying, what's your favorite show that you watch regularly? Family Guy. I think I watched Family Guy. I watched Family Guy last night, and I watched it this morning before I came into work. So I watch that show pretty much every night before I go to bed, just to make myself laugh and to sort of free my mind of things and just get lost in a comedy. I really like just the raw humor on Family Guy, so that's probably a show I watch a lot. James says Stephen Colbert's nomination is 100% political, as is Stephen Baldwin's. Interesting. Hatchback saying, oh my god, Michelle Pfeiffer. Yeah, she's back, and she's in that movie. You should check it out. Thomas saying Bernie Madoff made millions. Yeah. I think I was saying Rupert Madoff, and I meant to say Bernie Madoff. Rika saying, I couldn't care less about the Emmys, but you're doing a great job. Thank you. Yeah, honestly, I think a lot of people talk about it and we report on it, but who really sits and watches the entire award show? And a lot of people just like to kind of discuss who won and who's nominated. But Hardcore Metaphor saying, who's your favorite character on Family Guy? Stewie. Stewie and Mayor West are my favorite characters on Family Guy. And if you guys watch, let me know your favorite character. And it's totally okay to talk about it because we're Fox and it airs on Fox. But I'm not promoting it, I swear. I do watch it every night just because I love the show. Stewie's my favorite. I love Brian, Peter. They're all good characters, but yeah, I would definitely say Stewie and Mayor West are my favorite characters on Family Guy. And plus, I mean, if you have Netflix, they have every single season on there. So, I mean, you can just have endless amounts of episodes. Hardcore Metaphor saying his son did the same thing. Bernie's son committed suicide due to the stigma and pressing charges. Yeah, talking about Wizard of Lies and the true story about Bernie Madoff. Yeah, that's sad that happened. Cookie says, I watch the Grammys religiously. Well, that's good. Adam Barter saying, yes, Stewie. James saying, rip Adam West. Yeah, Adam West was so funny because he always came in randomly and he never made any sense. I like, though, that they developed these cartoon characters with so much detail. Like, if you look up Krusty the Clown from The Simpsons and you Wikipedia his character page, there's actually a lot of history behind Krusty the Clown. He apparently has bipolar disorder and drug addiction and family issues and all this stuff that they don't actually say in the show. It's just that's his character, and it's all written out in Wikipedia of all the different characters' issues. So it's really cool, actually, if you look into it. Scrolling up here and reading your comments. And let me know, I mean, even if you don't watch, Family Guy, it can be a different show. Let me know what your favorite show is. Cookies 2050 says Adam West will get a tribute show. Okay, let me pull up the next top story for you here in the show. I do want to talk about what's trending today, just to keep you guys updated on everything going on in the news. So, it's Harrison Ford's 75th birthday? No. 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 Let me look this up. This can't be. He's 75. I cannot believe he's 75. He seems younger than that, doesn't he? Look at this. Harrison Ford. 75 years old, this guy. He has an earring. He does not look 75 to me. It's his 75th birthday today, everybody, and people are tweeting out young pictures of him. The actor who skyrocketed to fame when he was cast as Han Solo in the 1977 Star Wars movie. He was born on this day in 1942 in Chicago, Illinois. 75, though. Does anyone else think that's strange? I wasn't prepared to read 75th birthday. Not that that's old. I'm just saying I didn't expect that he was 75. James saying, Harrison Ford is timeless. He's a real man's man. He sure is. I still can't believe, though, that he just turned 75 today. Gotta love Star Wars. I mean, such a great movie making wonderful thing that has been brought to us, and I love my favorite character, Jar Jar Binks, which everyone gets upset about, but I loved that movie, and I loved when Jar Jar Binks takes them in the underwater world. It's my favorite, but people get really upset when I say that. But again, we're just talking about some of the top stories of the day. Harrison Ford turning 75 today. You'll know him best from Star Wars. And today is his birthday, everybody. And people are tweeting out young pictures of him, like this one here. Check him out. I wonder if he knew what he was signing on to when he joined the Star Wars family. I mean, it's pretty crazy. Indiana Jones. See, a lot of you saying, yeah, Jar Jar was the worst. Yeah, a lot of people don't really like Jar Jar Binks. I did personally, but I don't think a lot of people did. Okay, taking you to the next top story here of the day. So, Harrison Ford's birthday, not that that's necessarily news, but it's trending. There's been a lot going on with the new healthcare bill. Floyd Mayweather, you know, still previewing his fight coming up. Let me see what else they've got going on here that's trending today. Airbnb host to pay $5,000 in damages for racist cancellation. Let's bring this story up. Back in April, Tammy Barker canceled on Dine Sue at the last minute with an exchange that included, "I wouldn't rent to you if you were the last person on earth." Beyond the payment, Barker must take an Asian American Studies course. So this Airbnb host has to pay $5,000 in damages and take an Asian American Studies course. I had to pull this photo up for you guys about this story. This is so crazy. You know, this Airbnb host being forced to now pay $5,000 in damages for racist cancellation. How awful is that to say to someone? I mean, you know, she wrote, "I wouldn't rent to you if you were the last person on earth." And then, you know, now, you know, they have to pay $5,000 in damages and they have to take an Asian American course. I don't understand. Why would that even matter? I mean, you're an Airbnb host. Wouldn't you want someone to rent your place? A woman claims she was denied lodging for her Airbnb host because of her Asian descent. That is so sad. But now the Airbnb host must pay $5,000 and take a course. So do you guys think that that is enough punishment? Is it too harsh of a punishment? Let me know. I want to have this discussion live here on the Fox News Now stream. That's so strange to me. That is so strange to me that you would care, or that would be an issue to you. Renting out your place on Airbnb and it bothers you that she has a different race. I don't understand that. That is so strange. Again, now, you know, the host has to pay $5,000 and take a course. I'm glad they're making her take a course and not just pay the money, because anyone can just write a check and still be angry. It's good they're going to force her to be educated. Hardcore Metaphor saying, is that Airbnb host charging them or the police? No, the Airbnb host is being charged and has to pay $5,000 and take a course now. James saying, that seems pretty lenient to me. Oh, for the punishment. Yeah, I asked you guys, what do you think about this as a punishment? Too lenient, too harsh? Let me know your thoughts. That's ridiculous. Why even be an Airbnb host then if you're going to act like that? Although, Chocolate Milk in the chat saying, it's her property, she can do whatever she wants. Fine, but I think that the words that she sent to this Airbnb user were very awful. You know, she's saying, "I wouldn't rent to you if you're the last person on earth." Hey, you can just say, you can make up an excuse, I guess, and just say, "No, I can't rent this weekend" or something. But to say, "Oh, I'm not renting to you because you're Asian American" or whatever it is, that's not right, I would think. So again, we're just discussing this story that is trending on Twitter right now. I can't believe this story. This Airbnb host, refused to rent out to this girl, saying that "I wouldn't rent to you if you were the last person on earth." You know, these racist remarks, but now they have to pay $5,000 in damages and take a course. That's sad. That, that girl had to deal with such racist remarks and have to deal with that pain. So hopefully we can all learn from that and not have to deal with that ourselves or do that to anyone ourselves. SKK0 in the chat. Yeah, we're discussing this news story. This it just came out today. It's been trending all over Twitter. It's a story that's being reported about this Airbnb host that said racist remarks to somebody, and now they have to pay money in damages and take a course, which, again, I'm glad that they have to take a course because everyone should be educated. And again, yeah, you can do what you want with your place, but I think to say those things and to have these people, they drove all the way out to this Airbnb. So, I mean, the whole thing is a pretty crazy story. Pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. Let me open this up for you guys. I do want to take you to this event here. Let me open this up.